Good morning, everyone. Morning. It's 8 a.m. Good morning. Just a few minutes here, we're going to get started. I'll give everyone just a few minutes to get organized. Registration is open. Welcome. Good morning and welcome, Doyon shareholders. Registration is now open from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. in the Minto room. Please register to vote if you returned a proxy but want to vote in person today, or did not return your proxy and want to vote today, or if you are a proxy holder, meaning another shareholder has given you their proxy to vote on their behalf. And if you don't know if you're a proxy holder, you can go ahead and check with the registration table in the Minto room. Welcome to the Doyon Annual Meeting of Shareholders. My name is Sarah Obed, and I am the Senior Vice President of External Affairs for Doyon Limited. And we are going to welcome everyone to the Doyon Annual Meeting of Shareholders. We're just going to give everyone a few minutes to come in and get settled. We'll just give everybody a few minutes, huh? We've got time. Yeah.
I just told Aaron who saw him walking out, but I mean, figured out the details. But he was feeling a little stressed out.
Well, if Andrew's here too.
Like Andrew Pony?
Yeah.
That's I did the same
Yeah,
thing.
and maybe we can just have Andy come up and trouble one.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know, I think we're just sitting there and doing something stressed out.
That's okay, she took him over.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm a proxy holder this year. I should go check. Again, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Registration is open this morning, starting at 8 a.m. until 10 a.m. in the Minto room. It's so good to see everyone here. For those of you who are online, welcome. Thank you for viewing our webcast of the Doyon annual meeting. For those of you in person, welcome. It's good to see you. My name is Sarah Obed, and I'm the Senior Vice President of External Affairs. I'm going to start our program now. We're going to begin with our memoriam, and we're going to honor our we're going to start with honoring our missing and murdered Indigenous people. When our people go missing, everyone is greeting each other with so much warmth. Welcome. When our people go missing, it personally impacts the community around us. We feel worry, despair, and frustration, and at times like these, we look to our family, friends, and community to look after each other and support one another. And so this morning, we take a few moments to acknowledge our missing loved ones and say a prayer for the family and friends of our missing. Lorraine Guinness, Willis Durendoff, Doran Sanford, Debbie Nicktoon, and Frank Manano, and all other missing and murdered Indigenous persons. You are not forgotten. Doyon would like to honor and remember our shareholders who have passed from March of last year through February of this year. If we can have our in memoriam video, please.
John P. Akers, Patrick W. Alexander, Bernie Alexia, Russell B. Alexi, Laurette B. Amawak, Celine M. Arrow, Amelia Ashley Sims, Deshawn A. Baker, Dora D. Baker, Penny T. Baker, Deborah A. Barbie, Sherry C. Barnes, Matthew C. Bean, Rhonda L. Becker, Brandon C. Beatus, Dawn R. Bekaluk, Barbara J. Bennett, Tracy D. Benson, Donald S. Bergman Jr., James O. Bergman Sr., Kenneth D. Bergman, Warner Bergman, Edith Beifelt, Torgny Boquist, Connie A. Boyd, Shauna L. Bronson, Violet G. Brown, Ronald W. Carroll, Ladine R. Casdell, Irene A. Catalone, Patricia Civiletti, Ralph W. Claremont II, Conrad M. Clay Jr., Barbara L. Clayton, Shane L. Coleman, Melody L. Cooper, Annette V. Cossett, Glenn A. Coucher, Carl G. Cowart, Belva J. Crow Pogue, Joanne L. Dahl, Mary R. David, David S. Davidson, Troy E. Davis, Ronald J. Dayton, Stephen H. Deacon, Stephanie S. Deacon, James Dementi, Caroline J. Dementif, Teresa M. Dementif, Richard I. Demoski, Mary E. Denton, Cecilia R. Durendoff, Teresa N. Devlin, Darren J. DeWild, Ayana R. Diaz, Arlene Dodson, William L. Dozette, Dina J. Stickman Dufresne, Raymond S. Duguqua, Alphonse Edwards, Donna V. Edwards, Leon Edwin, Patricia E. Ikeda, Timothy M. Enright Jr., Arlene L. Erickson, Brenda K. Ehrlich, Dale N. Yvonne Sr., Robert C. Evans, Samuel D. Felix, Brewster Fields Sr., Lance C. Folger, Shannon M. Foreman, Rowena R. Foster, Jeffrey F. Frame, Vicky L. Friedrich, Christina M. Frisbee, Jack A. Golden Jr., Rose Golilly, James R. Grant Sr., Gary J. Gregory, Lance R. Gertler, Ernesto Gutierrez Jr., Angela R. Harper, Carmelita A. Harris, Bobby P. Hast, Raymond L. Hatch, Scott M. Hegstad, Arthur Henry Jr., Preston O. Henry, Elsie J. Henry, Emery Jelm, John R. Hole, Will R. Honey, Martha J. Howard, Jesse B. Howell, Edward F. Hunter, John O. Isaac, Wayne E. Isaac, George R. Iteen, Jesse J. Jackson, Ronald C. Jackson, Timothy D. James, Richard R. Dickey James Sr., Dwayne R. James Jr., Charles D. Jimmy, Ronald D. Jimmy, Conrad G. Johansson Jr., Solomon John, Josephine M. John, Travis C. Johnson, William T. Johnson, Andrew S. Jonas, Caroline E. Jordan, Deborah L. Jorgensen, Benny Joseph Jr., Clara Joseph, Lawrence F. Joseph, Marilyn L. Joseph, Stephen A. Joseph, Jesse A. Cataract Sr., Harry L. Kaufman Jr., Felicia R. Keaktuk, Hillary J. Kihayes, Daisy M. Kelly, Erica C. Kelly, Evelyn K. Kelsey, Edward H. Kent, Melinda E. Kipp, Starlet M. Comacook, Francis Kriska, Dennis J. Larson III, Gary F. Lawrence, Michael S. Leach, Kevin T. Maher, Herbert Millell, Jerry R. Millell, Lynn R. Millell, Joe A. Malamute, Edith P. Marks, Barbara J. Masseth, Valerie Matthew, Jerome B. McJunkin, Doris E. Meek, Britt J. Merkuliev, Peter E. Mary, Donnie C. Miller, Raymond L. Mix, Stephanie S. Moe, Faith A. Moore, Darlene J. Moses, Shaylisa A. Moses, Stotland E. Moses, Noreen J. Mountain, Oscar Munson III, Robert F. Neeson Jr., Edith D. Nicholas, Clarence R. Nicholson Jr., Rosie Knuckles, Jesse Owens, Gilbert Oxerock, Crystal J. Palmer, Cora J. Parsons, Shirley A. Paul, Eldred M. Paul, Elizabeth A. Pay, Brody P. Picala, Cindy Peters Cross, Malia A. Peter, Jesse M. Peter, Joe Peters, Mary A. Palutska, Joyce F. Petruska, April D. Perrin, Elsie Pitka, Jerry R. Proctor, Ralph S. Rastopsoff, Alberta L. Rich, Alex J. Richardson, Lawrence J. Roberts Sr., Gerald L. Roberts, Lydia N. Rubke, Lester Sam, Voline C. Schaefer, Wanda L. Schreier, Jeremy J. Semikin, Justin A. Shakespeare, Edward L. Shanahan, Chase R. Shank, Matthew T. Sheekley, Danny Signal, Richard I. Silas, Anita M. Simmons, Jeffrey C. Simon, Frederick Simpson, Catherine A. Simpson, Arlene D. Smith, David Smith, Ethel E. Smith, Farley A. Smith, Horace Smith, Walter P. Solomon, Anthony J. Solomon, Scott E. Summer, John P. Summer Jr. V, Mildred R. Spruill, Ella J. Stearman, Alea E. Stearns, Paulina A. Stickman, Kelsey N. Stonebreaker, Ram J. Stufflebeam, Michael P. Sudam, Beverly C. Swope, Louis D. Tallow, Gary L. Tanape, Brenda A. Taylor, Alan K. Theodore, Vincent Theodore, Alberta E. Thomas, Nancy L. Thomas, Robert H. Thurmond, Justin A. Townsend, Raymond E. Tritt, Roderick L. Toonquinnock, Robert W. Van, Harold Vent, Warner Vent Jr., Larry Walker, Lillian Walker, William F. Warren III, Olive G. Washam, Philip K. Wells, Joanne Wilson, Christopher G. Woods, Charles F. Woods, John A. Woods, Alfred F. Wright, Alan R. Wright, Rachel E. Wright, Zena A. Weistrack, Sharon S. Yengich, Donald E. Young.
We recognize that there are other family and friends who have passed on and may not have been acknowledged. Please take a moment to silently name the loved ones that we have lost. Thank you. Before we move on to the invocation, I'd like to welcome you guys to come in. Those of you who have come in during the memoriam, come in and find a seat. And before we move on to the invocation, we'd like to share the following dance video compilation. Please enjoy this native singing and dance video.
Everybody together. Haggadah on inland, Anasitsu, Sitsu Yase, Anasitsu, Sitsu Yase, Anasitsu, Sitsu Yase, Haggadah on eland, Nagada star, Anasitsu, Nagada star, Anasitsi, Nagada star, Anasitsu, Nagada star, Anasitsi, Anasitsu, Sitsu Yase, Anasitsu, Sitsu Yase, Anasitsu, Sitsu Yase, Haggadah on eland.
In the air, oh, in the air, in the air, oh, in the air, in the air, oh, in the air, oh, in the air, in the
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who submitted their dance videos. A quick announcement from the HR department. They're offering application assistance for Doyon jobs for Doyon Airmark and Kantishna Roadhouse and internships with Doyon Limited. If you create a user profile, you'll get a free lunch tote, and if you apply for a job, you'll get a duffel bag, a free duffel bag. So that is happening here today. I now invite Alan Hayton to come up and give the invocation for our meeting today. Welcome, Alan.
Hattukurecha. Fitikucha Shekatkuti Kekwadat Lachehana Jint A. Chuk Jungwada Saigan height nor on now. The Doyon annual meeting cleaner and Jilza, the which it cut Karehia. Quincy de Quahea can jet Nuquiji deeds a Nazi. Junai Ki Kahak Taich goats a Nazi. Yen dark which in and nai go to Vequaheza can jet the Guian. It's a lag which it chill aid on her. Gweda Thaktiha inly, Nich Edequinin than ha. Jita Thakna dinji Voji is it. As a hat the green G. No hot tea is it, no quilchik, no shin, Jew, the no Guka quadat and choose it, Nian is a quick at non cock or caught gonchi, G dringe it, ni wet nuts it, Gin dos, look at the nausea, no hussy, no what you can't do, no what own cuchinly, and so I not you can't do, no what unget the ingots on own cuchitally, Guka cotan what's at no what no a shot, coach can't do what's on the one nonji. Quachad units on the lead, I oko acquainted, shik oko shik and jit. Amen.
Thank you, Alan. Please accept this birch bark basket by Marilyn Paul of Northway and a jar of salmon on behalf of Doyon. Thank you, Alan. You're such a blessing. Thank you for being a blessing to others. Good job, Alan. Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Doyon Limited Annual Meeting of Shareholders. We are looking forward to a great day of sharing and accomplishments of Doyon from the last year. My name is Sarah Obed. I'm the Senior Vice President of External Affairs for Doyon Limited. And before we begin, I have a few more announcements. Again, registration will be open until 10 a.m. in the Minto room. The agenda is available on your chairs, at the information table, and via the online webcast. We thank you for your participation here in person, via webcast, or on air on the radio. The nomination and candidate speeches are scheduled for 9:20 a.m. Dr. Stephanie Weeder, our keynote speaker, will give our keynote address at 10:10 a.m. The polls will open at 11:30 a.m. and will close at 12:30 p.m. Lunch will be served. Hold on a second. At noon, at 11:45, I will come back to you with lunch plans. Some updates on lunch will be announced. Shareholder of the Year Awards is scheduled for 12:30, recognizing Flora Deacon, Jolene McGinty, Jerry Moses, and Daisy Stevens, Wilhelmina Daisy Stevens. Following our Shareholders of the Year, we will have special recognition for Georgiana Lincoln. There will be one question and answer period at 1:30. If you're viewing via webcast and would like to participate, please submit a question online. The annual meeting and kids voting prize drawings are scheduled for 2:30. We do have arts and crafts available in the Northern Latitudes room, as well as a shareholder photo booth located in the lobby to the right of the front desk. I'd like to remind those in attendance and online that re-recording and rebroadcasting of the Doyon Annual Meeting of Shareholders is not allowed. Doyon's corporate values include a commitment to employee safety and sound environmental practices. Our safety minute today is for those here at the Westmark. In the event of an emergency, the exits and muster points are shown on the map in your program and should be marked in red. Recently, we hosted a dialogue with Doyon meetings. We had a drawing for those shareholders who are present to win a ticket to attend the annual meeting here today. And the winners present today are Marcia Drew, Ernest Edwards, and Destiny Workman. If they're here, please stand and wave. I don't know. This year, we are celebrating the achievements of Walter Harper and the 1913 Denali expedition. Walter Harper was the youngest child of Sintana, Jenny, and Arthur Harper. Raised by his mother in Tanana, Walter developed excellent subsistence skills and a strong Koyukon identity. When he was 17, the Episcopal Archdeacon Hudson Stuck hired him as a riverboat pilot and a winter trail guide, and they traveled together for several years across Alaska's interior. The 1913 Denali expedition included Hudson Stuck and Harry Karstens, Walter Harper and Robert Tatum, who was the cook, along with 2 young men who provided support by hauling supplies and manning the base camp. Those 2 young men were Johnny Fredson, who was Gwich'in, and Esaias George, who was Koyukon Athabaskan. Walter's cheerfulness and non-confrontational manner eased tensions among the team members, while his subsistence skills pulled the team forward. On June 7th, Walter, who was in the best physical condition, took the lead, and he was the first person to climb to the top of Denali. Walter's critical role in the first ascent of Denali is captured in the new unveiled statue named A Hand Up, located at the Doyon Plaza in Fairbanks last summer. Walter Harper also served as a bridge between Native and non-Native cultures during a time when our region faced great change. He was grounded in our culture, and his strong sense of purpose allowed him to lead by example. He was and continues to be a role model and a hero for many. We acknowledge his leadership and the success of all our shareholders in this year's annual meeting. At this time, I would like to invite the Alaska Native Veterans Association to post the colors. Yes, sir. The Alaska Native Veterans Association does have a request for any veterans to join them. They are lining up in the hallway to my left.
Might want to relax, we've got a slight delay. Couple more minutes.
I think the term is at ease.
Have you seen Ben Wood? Yeah, I should have been out there marching. Yeah, maybe.
While we wait, I do have an update on lunch. Lunch will be served buffet style in the Minto and Northern Latitude rooms beginning at 11:45. And dignitaries, elders, and others needing assistance will be served here in the Gold Room. So that is the plan. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Like my mother always said, you sleep when you're in the ground, get up and go to work. She should have at least let me have 4 hours.
Mark time. Mark. Detail. Halt. Right. Face. Flag bearer. Prepare to post. Colors. Post. Colors. Flag bearers, rejoin formation. Flag detail, present arms, order, arms, detail, about, face. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your veterans. They're the veterans that came out to post colors for your annual membership meeting today. There are a lot of other veterans probably out there, but we have a lot of veterans within our communities that continue to serve. It's because of these veterans' services, their sacrifices, that we're able to celebrate our cultural differences, our way of life, to speak our language, to live free as we choose to live. A lot of them, they might have physical wounds from battles that they've been in, emotional wounds that they'll carry for the rest of their lives. So when we march out, I'd like to hear a big round of applause to let them know that they're appreciated. Also, I'd like to have them sound off so you know who your veterans are. Blackberry. General Cleveland, United States Army, 1968, 1970, 69, 70, Vietnam. General Craig, HHC, 2nd 508, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, 1979, 1982. John Charlie, U.S. Army, 1969, 1971. U.S. Army, 1970, 1952.
Arlington, U.S. Army, 1968 to 1977. Vietnam, 1968 to 1969. Africa, U.S. Army.
Peace Dam, United States Marine Corps, 89, 93, 93, Black Hawk Down, on the left.
Sergeant Private Clayton, Jackson Escobar, 1981, 1987.
Sergeant Paul Williams, 1965, 1963. John Swan, U.S. Army, 1969, 1971, Vietnam, 1970, 71. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the veterans that came out post-color. As I said earlier this week at TCC, we, the Native veterans of Alaska, not only the veterans, but the Native people of Alaska per capita, serve more in the military than any other culture. Be proud of your soldiers. Be proud of your veterans. They not only serve the nation, but they serve each and every one of you. So please give them a big round of applause when we leave.
Please join me again in thanking our veterans for their service. We have many shareholders who are serving in the military and stationed overseas. Let's please keep them in your prayers. Just a quick story. Aaron and I and Megan actually went with the veterans to DC to the unveiling of the Native Veterans Memorial last November on Veterans Day. And Benno Cleveland was with us, and Daryl Frank, my cousin, was with us. And I learned not only about his experience, but he was a paratrooper. And he told me, he said, "I don't like heights." And I said, you're a paratrooper. Something I learned. It was a great experience, and just one of the best experiences of my life, really. So we are running ahead of schedule. The next item on our agenda is to call the meeting to order, which will happen at 9 a.m. So we will take a short break until 9 a.m. when we will call the meeting to order. Thank you. This would be a great opportunity to hug all your relatives.
Sarah, I think we're gonna maybe introduce the board while we're waiting. Maybe grab Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl. We might have the board. You're gonna introduce the board while we're waiting.
Good morning. My name is Chris Simon, and I serve as the chair of the board. And at this time, since we're having a short break, I would like the board members to introduce themselves. So if the board members don't mind coming back up, I know we have a short break here, so this is a perfect time for the board members to introduce themselves. So, again, my name is Chris Simon, and I'm from Huslia, and I've been on the board since 2009.
In any order?
Hi, welcome everybody. My name is Shirley Cleaver. I'm from Galena, and I would just like to welcome everybody here today. Thank you.
Where's the fun fact?
Hi, my name is Betty Huntington. I'm from Galena. I started my life really out in Huslia. My parents are the late Sydney and Angela Huntington. And I want to recognize a couple of sisters. I was named after Betty Nicktoon. She was a cute 19-year-old at the time when I was born. And I always really heard of Betty Nicktoon. And then after I went to work at Doyon, I realized it was Betty Flegel. So Betty and Kitty is down here with their sisters. But I'm just really pleased to have you guys all here in person. I know we did it last year, but this year it just seems like everything is back in place. So welcome to the meeting.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Fate from Fairbanks. I'm Rampart tribal member, and my mom was Mary Jane Fate, and my dad was Bud Fate of Fairbanks. Welcome, everyone. This is always a very big event for us, and we're always happy to see everyone here.
Van Gwinzi, Shalaknai, Chanjanai, Hekwanai, Shojri, Charlene Fisher Oji, Beaver Gwatsanitli. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlene Fisher. Welcome to the chiefs, the leaders, and all my relations. I'm from the village of Beaver, and my husband and I, Daryl, have 4 beautiful daughters and 1 grandson. We live in Beaver and love living the rural life out there. So thank you all so much for coming. It's my honor to serve you and serve on the board. Masicho.
Dat Yehoods. Hello, everyone. Santa Hamilton Roach, Sa Isret. My name is Santa Hamilton Roach, and I'm from the village of Shagluk, where I live with my family and kids, and work as an assistant professor at the university. It's my 10th year on the board. I have a few more gray hairs coming in now. It's just been a pleasure to serve, and then to see all of you every year, especially after COVID. It's just been wonderful. I'm a campaign manager for Georgiana. I had to point it out. This is a pin from she told me 1995. And my parents had it, and I'm sure that in many of our communities and in our homes, we have Georgiana election material, campaign materials in our homes and communities. So it's gonna start. I'm getting emotional about it now, but I won't take up the time, but I just wanted to share my appreciation for her service today and 47 years on the board. Welcome, everybody. Have a good meeting.
Good morning. My name is Marvin Roberts. I'm from Tanana, Alaska. My dad is the late Jerry Roberts. My mom is Hazel Mayo, originally McCarty. My dad's from Tanana. My mom's from Ruby. My stepdad is Art Mayo. He's from Rampart. My other parents are my uncle, the late Francis Roberts, and my aunt, Kathy Roberts of Tanana. I've been on the board for 3 years, decided not to run again because of, I do not want to leave my daughter. I have a daughter and she's my whole life. So I had a wonderful
I'm Georgiana Gitzahaltoon Lincoln from Rampart, living in Anchorage. I started to say Fairbanks, and I always say, they ask where I'm living, I say Fairbanks, and I can't get that out of my head. I'm in Anchorage, that's where I'm at. I'll talk to you later this afternoon about my feelings about Doyon and about shareholders and how great we are. So I'll see you later.
For some reason, I have more gray hair than George. I can claim I'm older than George, huh? My name is Jerry Isaac. I'm from Tanacross, up the highway. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to our annual meeting. 2 years ago, I think, that first year COVID started, there was only Aaron, the president, CEO of Doyon, and Chris, the chairman of the board. Chris made a joke, and I was in my room listening to the presentation, and I burst out laughing, and realized there's no laughing. Like, it was a strange experience that I was laughing alone in my room. But you know, as everything in our lives, our people survived many trials and many epidemics. Our spirit is very unique in that we have a tendency to survive. And this will survive like anything else. I just wanted to say this so that, we all should be, and I continue to enjoy the camaraderie with the staff of Doyon, Aaron, the president, CEO, and the staff, and then the board. The board is made up of many different people, and they're not afraid to speak up. Try not to think that the board are always in agreement with one another. There has been some really great debates during our board meetings, and I'm proud to say that I'm a part of a winning team. So enjoy your meeting today. I really appreciate your confidence in me last year. I will continue to work for you until I give up the seat or either get elected out. So thank you, and God bless you.
Drinhozo Shalaknai. Good morning, my relatives. It's an honor to have you here at our Doyon annual meeting, and it's just so exciting that we can all gather together. It's been a really powerful, wonderful week, starting with the TCC convention, closing with the awesome potlatch last night. But I'm just really thrilled to see our shareholders here and engaged. And, I just want to thank our shareholders and our people for the support. I am in my first year of service, so I can no longer say I'm still learning. And, it's just been an honor to serve our shareholders. So Masit Cho for the support. My name is Jody Potts Joseph. I'm from Eagle, and my husband and I have 5 children, and my husband is a veteran. His name is Jamie Joseph from Stevens Village, so I just want to honor him and his service to our people. And just thank you once again. Welcome to the meeting, Masit.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Cadzo. I'm from Fort Yukon. I live here in Fairbanks. I'm a retired teacher of 20 years. I also work in the fire service as a timekeeper, and in the winter I work as a substitute teacher because they really do need more teachers. My mother is Alma Herbert. My husband is Earl Cadzo. We have 3 children, 2 grandchildren. It's an honor to serve on the board here. Like Jerry said, we don't always agree on anything, but we agree to disagree. At the end, we always respect one another, and we work together for our shareholders. Thank you.
Good morning. It's nice to be here again. I'm the son of William and Pauline Carlo. My mother was from Nulato and my father from Rampart. I just want to say about Walter Harper, since we're honoring Walter Harper. Walter, and I know many of us in this room are somehow related to Walter Harper. He perished as a young man. He met his newlywed in Fort Yukon. And on his way down to the lower 48 by ship, the ship was shipwrecked. But he too, on behalf of the veterans, he too was going out to join the World War I. And his dream was to fly airplane. This was the first time they used biplanes in the military service. So I just wanted to make sure that, that was said. And so thank you so much. And one more thing is, like Walter Harper, if we take it slow and easy, one step at a time, we're going to reach the top too. So thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ori Williams from the little village of Nenana. My mother's the late May Speck. My father's the late Bill Williams, and my stepfather's the late Rob Speck. My wife sends her love. She's on her way to the Lakota reservation where she's from to have an honor ceremony for one of our granddaughters. Between us, we have 5 kids and 6 grandkids. I've had the privilege of serving you and serving for you for 23 years on the board, off and on since 1978, 6 years as your president. So you need a couple more years to get up to that past 30 part, right? Anyway, thank you very much for being here. Thanks the elders. Thanks the chiefs. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everybody. God bless you. Talk to you later.
Good morning again. So, like everyone else, I would make sure we welcome the elders. It's an honor that you guys are sitting here with us today. We're honored to be with you guys, so thank you very much for being here. And all the people out in the crowd also, thank you for spending part of your Friday with us. It means a lot when we have a meeting and people show up, so thank you very much. I didn't introduce myself properly earlier. My name is Chris Simon, and my parents were the late Franklin and Lillian Simon from Hooslia. So I have relatives up and down the Koykuk River. They're both gone now, but I had some neighbors growing up. Behind us was Q and Madeline Byfeld and Stephen and Catherine Atla. And now just like my mom and dad are here, and that's Warner and Alberta Vint that are sitting here. I really look up to them, and I always make sure I visit them when I'm in Hooslia. So welcome, Auntie and Uncle. So, and at this time, one more thing, since I got the mic, I'm not going to give it up that easy. I have a daughter. I have 2 daughters. My wife is in Bethel right now taking care of her parents, but I have 2 daughters and a son. My middle daughter's name is Chanel, and I'm sure she's watching online, so I'm going to embarrass her. This is her 3rd year as a law student at Arizona State University. So she's going to be finishing, and she's been watching the meetings online. So Chanel, if you're out there, I'd like to tell you hi. So back to the meeting. In accordance with Article 2, Section 1 of the bylaws, I call the Doyon Annual Meeting of Shareholders to order. As will be reported by the Inspector of Elections, a majority of the outstanding shares of Doyon are represented at this time by proxy and in person. Accordingly, I find that a quorum is present for the transaction of business. The following documents are available for inspection at the Doyon legal table to my left. The items are the 2022 Board of Directors meeting minutes, 2022 Annual Meeting of Shareholders minutes, 2022 Annual Report, the Articles of Incorporation and Bylaws, Rules of Election, and Doyon's regular newsletters. Agendas are available on the annual meeting webcast, at the information table, and on your chairs. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? So moved. Is there a second? Adoption will be by voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The agenda is adopted. I would like to ask approval of the 2022 annual meeting of shareholders minutes. Is there a motion for approval of the March 18th, 2022 annual meeting minutes? Adoption will be by voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The March 18, 2022 annual meeting minutes have been adopted. I'll now read the affidavit of mailing and notice of annual meeting. On January 24th, 2023, the notice of annual meeting of shareholders, a copy of which is attached and made a part of this affidavit, the notice was deposited in the United States mail or by email to each shareholder of record entitled to vote at this meeting at the shareholder's address as appeared on the books of the corporation pursuant to Article 2, Section 4 of the bylaws, dated March 17, 2023 in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'll now read the certificate of voting record. I, Christopher Simon, Chair of the Doyon Limited Board, hereby certify that the alphabetical shareholder list, stock class A, B, C, and D, and the voter registration proxy report constitute a complete record of the shareholders entitled to vote at the March 17, 2023 annual meeting and any adjournment thereof. It lists the shareholders of all eligible voting shares and the number of shares held by each as of the record date dated March 17, 2023 in Fairbanks, Alaska. Our Inspector of Elections, Vanessa Norman, is Sukpiak, a Lutek, a tribal member of the native village of Port Graham and a Chugach, Alaska Corporation shareholder. She received a bachelor's degree in management and marketing from the University of Alaska Anchorage, a master's degree in rural development from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and a Juris Doctorate from Lewis and Clark Law School. She has been an attorney at Davis, Wright, Tremaine since 2012, and her practice includes advising businesses in Alaska and the lower 48, with a special emphasis on Alaska Native corporations, on general corporate matters. She serves on the board of directors of the Alaska Native Heritage Center and the Russian Orthodox Sacred Sites in Alaska. Co-chairs the Alaska Native Law section of the Alaska Bar Association, co-chairs the Planning Committee for the annual Pro Bono Legal Clinic held at the Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, and volunteers for Alaska Legal Services. Vanessa is joined by Assistant Inspector of Elections, Michael O'Brien, who has practiced law in Fairbanks for over 20 years. He received a bachelor's degree in English from the University of Montana, a master's degree in classics from St. John's College, and a Juris Doctorate from Vermont Law School. He is a partner at Perkins Cole, an international law firm, and his practice includes advising businesses in Alaska and the lower 48, especially Alaska Native corporations. Prior to his current position, he was a Fairbanks public defender representing Yukon Flats and Tok areas villages, and served as an attorney in the University of Alaska's General Counsel Office. And Vanessa is online. I would now like to call on our Assistant Inspector of Elections, Mr. O'Brien, to come forward to announce the interim quorum and rural seats.
Doyon Limited interim quorum count, March 17th, 2023. There are 15,320 shareholders holding 1,703,467.354 shares of stock eligible to vote at the annual meeting. There are present by proxy or in person at least 984,111.584 shares of eligible stock from the last quorum count, which is 57.77% from the last quorum count. There is a quorum. The rural percent is 22.6. The urban percent is 77.4. We are certifying this today, March 17th, 2023 in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, and please accept this Birchbark basket by Marilyn Paul of Northway on behalf of Doyon. And we also have a gift for Miss Norman. It's some beaded earrings made by Maudrey Tanner of Galena, and so she'll be getting her gift as well later. At this time, I would like to call on our President CEO, Aaron Schutt, to conduct the meeting of shareholders.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to, again, like everybody else, it's great to see everyone in the room this year like we're back to normal. I gotta say that annual meeting a couple of years ago, it was just Chris, myself, and 2 people with cameras was the one that Jerry was talking about. It was not as much fun as seeing everyone here today. I hereby direct the affidavit of mailing and notice of the annual meeting of shareholders and the certificate of voting record to be attached to the meeting minutes. Please remember that registration closes at 10 a.m. To register to vote, if you did not return your proxy and you want to vote, or if you are a proxy holder, you need to register as a proxy holder as well. Today, our parliamentarian is shareholder Patricia Paul. Patricia Christine Akimak Paul is an attorney in the state of Washington. She serves as the president of the Board of Trustees of Skagit County Historical Society. She is a guest curator of an art exhibit this summer at the Museum of Modern Art in McConnell, Washington. The art exhibit is about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, including victims in Alaska. Ms. Paul writes a weekly column for the LaConner Weekly News and has won 3 awards as a journalist. She has inherited her shares in Doyon from her late brother, James Daniel Witkowski. Her work with Doyon is in memory of her brother. Please join me in welcoming our parliamentarian, Patricia Paul.
We're going to do this up here and everybody will smile. Okay. Koyana, thank you.
We have a gift for you too.
This is mine, right?
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
And we have a set of beaded earrings by Maudrey Tanner of Galena for Ms. Paul as well. All right, now I'd like to, the board's already introduced themselves, so at this time I'd like to introduce the general managers and senior managers of Doyon that are here in person and viewing online. I'm gonna read out their names and we'll have the whole group stand and wave and be recognized. We'll start with the senior managers at Doyon Limited. Patrick Duke, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Julie Mormon, Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer. Tanya Kakatosh, Senior Vice President, Administration. Sarah Obed, Senior Vice President of External Affairs. Tobias Stober is our Corporate Controller. Alan Todd, General Counsel. Robin Renfro, VP of Shareholder Relations and HR. Galena Gandhi, VP of Information Technology, and Sarah Strand, VP of Finance and Tax. So let's recognize that great team that produced the results we had this last year. Next, I'd like to recognize the general managers of our Doyon family of companies. Warren Christian is president and general manager of Doyon Associated and Mid-Alaska Pipeline. Lou Florence is president and CEO of Doyon Utilities. Jordan Sanford, general manager of Kantishna Roadhouse and Northern Laundry. Andrew Honey is president of Doyon Drilling. Terry Catano is president and general manager of Doyon Anvil. Bill Line, general manager of Doyon Government Group. Tom Mercer is president and general manager of Arctic IT and Design Data. And Rick Fox is the president of Fairweather, which Doyon will be acquiring next month. So if you could all stand and be recognized as well, the general managers. At this time, I'd like to recognize our traditional chiefs. Our first traditional chief isn't quite here yet, so he has a doctor's appointment, I think, this morning, so he'll be joining us in a little bit, and we'll have him, we'll just kind of interrupt wherever we are in the script when he joins us and give him a few minutes, and his wife as well. But we do have our second traditional chief, Andrew Jimmy, is here with us, so I'd invite Chief Jimmy up to the stage to say a few words this morning.
Thank you, Andrew, Aaron, and welcome all of you to our annual meeting. It's been a long week. I think everybody will be glad to get home. I commend our board of Doyon Limited and all the staff doing a wonderful job for all of us. And I just like to thank Doyon for their helping the Dinaknaga and contribute. Without them, the organization would have a hard time making ends meet, but we do appreciate their help, and it's really good to see all of you here, and thank you.
We'd also like to recognize Barbara Jimmy, who's always here at our annual meeting as well. Thank you for being here, Barbara. We have some gifts for Chief Jimmy and Barbara. Where are they back here?
In case anybody wants to know, Northway 1x1 this morning.
I'm sure they will want to know that. Yeah. I hear Northway 1x1 this morning. Where are they playing, Betty?
I'm trying to find out.
We'll get you these important updates as they come in. We're trying to find out who they're playing. We also want to just honor all the elders that join us every year and support us throughout the year, offer their wisdom and advice. And many of them are here this morning, and we'll honor them by age group. Sometimes we have to prod some people to stand up with the appropriate age group, so if you have to do that, that's okay. We're going to start by recognizing elders that are 65 to 75. If you could stand up if you're able to and wave, we'll give you a round of applause, those elders. Next, we're going to ask elders 76 to 85 if they can stand up and be recognized or wave to be recognized. And elders 86 and over, please stand if you can, otherwise we'll recognize you. Yay! And we do have our eldest shareholder is in the room. I'm trying to find a picture I had. I guess you couldn't see it anyway. Her birthday was Wednesday. She turned 101. Isabel John. So I think it would be appropriate if we sang happy birthday to Isabel here. So I'll start us. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Emma Isabel. Happy birthday to you. Our eldest male shareholder is Ben Albert from Northway. Is Ben here? Okay. So again, elders, thank you for being here and keeping us on track all year and keep us on track the rest of today too. I'd also like to recognize the dignitaries that are here in person and viewing online. So of course we have our second traditional chief here. Our first traditional chief will be joining us shortly. Chief and Chairman of TCC, Brian Ridley, I think is joining us a little later. He's had a long week. Steve Guinness, are you in the room? We'll recognize Steve, he always shows up too. Jack Colcheese, first chief of Denakanaga. Will Mayo, past president of TCC. Tim Wallace, past president of Doyon, and Tim, are you here? There he is. Best golfer in the room, I hear. Miranda Wright is a recently retired from the Doyon Board of Directors, longtime board member. And that's the list I have right now. We'll update you on that as well as we go through the day as people join us. Reminder that the registration closes at 10 a.m. in the Minto Room. It's about 40 minutes from now. So at this time, we're going to move on and start our election process, and Sarah Obed will be running that portion of our meeting.
Before we get started, Jerry Isaac told me to tell a couple of jokes because we need more laughter in the room. So there's one thing Jerry Isaac and I have in common. We both woke up this morning not knowing what we were going to say at the mic. So that's one. The other one is, the second joke is there was a moose, a bison, and a cow. They all went to a meeting, and they all went to a meeting because they were stakeholders. So,
I'm not a stakeholder, I'm a shareholder. There's 5 seats on the board. I'm sorry, I have to laugh for a minute. There's 5 seats on the board of directors to be filled today. The minimum number of board seats, which must be held by shareholders who reside in rural areas, is determined by a formula contained in the Articles of Incorporation. Currently, rural directors must hold 20% of the 13 board positions or a minimum of 3 seats. At the 2023 annual meeting election, none of the 5 are required to be a rural shareholder in order to maintain the minimum requirement of 3 rural directors on the board. Therefore, the top 5 candidates receiving the most votes will be elected. The board of directors would like to nominate the following candidates in random order: Shannon L. Earhart, Christy Williams, Melissa Charlie, Janet L. Woods, Marvin L. Deacon, Cheryl Cadzow, Nicole Borromeo, Dewey Cotlejo Hoffman, Geraldine Simon, Audrey A. George, Shirley Cleaver, Harold Atla, Ori G. Williams. Each candidate may address the shareholders for 2 minutes using the podium here on stage. There is a computer monitor in front of us that will count down from 2 minutes, and Rihanna will also have a sign. Please be respectful of the time frame. If any candidates are not present, I will read their respective profiles and statements. With the first 4 candidates, please join me on stage in the order your name is called: Shannon L. Earhart, Christy Williams, Melissa Charlie, Janet L. Woods. And again, I ask that you stay within the 2-minute time frame. Yes, Shannon, you're first, and you have 2 minutes. The clock should be up here, and Rihanna will have the sign here. In just a minute, yeah. Thank you.
Good luck, ladies. Thank you.
You guys mind if I acknowledge Trimble first? Yes. Oh, yeah, great, okay. Is he ready? Okay. All right, if we can have the clock up. The clock says 3 minutes. I don't know what says 3 minutes. Oh, there it is. Thank you. All right, let's welcome Shannon.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everybody for being here, the elders, my peers, my family, and everybody and the relatives in the room. It took a little bit for me to think about running for this position. I've grown up with this company. I remember as a little girl that when Doyon was first formed, I didn't know a lot about it, but we heard the name Doyon. For many years, many of you know that my mother, Miranda Wright, was a board member, so of course I never considered it. After she retired last year, I started thinking about it a lot and looking at our board. And I really thought, this is something, it's a time and a place in my life that I can give back to our people and our company. I grew up here in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm an Alado tribal member. I am the daughter of the late Gareth Wright, and of course my mother Miranda Wright, the granddaughter of the late Eddie and Alice Hildebrand, and Myrtle and Arthur Wright. Growing up in Fairbanks, I had a lot of opportunities by my parents to take me out to the village and see what our life was like, living a subsistence life, working in construction. I had many experiences in my lifetime. I'm also a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 4. And at this time in our life when we're looking at changes, I'm kind of that older age, but I believe it's very important that we start bridging the time to our younger people. Many of them don't know what this company means, what Doyon is, and I'd like our grandchildren to know what it's going to be for the future for them to keep us going for another 50 years. So I look forward to having your support. Any of your undirected votes I'd appreciate, and I really look forward to meeting with all of you, talking to you all to help continuing the vision for another 50 years. Thank you.
Bangwinzi, good morning. Let's get this party started, shall we? My name is Christy Williams. I'm really happy to be here with you today. You know, I told my mom this morning that if I had known she was going to make me these beautiful boots, I would have run for the board years ago. Just want to. I want to acknowledge my parents, Bessie Williams, formerly Strum of Fort Yukon. I think she's registering to vote right now, so she's not in the room. My father, Spud Williams, former president of Tanana Chiefs Conference. Really happy to have them both here today. They're both young elders in their early 80s. I don't know if my brother Danny's here, but I'd like to say hi to him if he is. I have my husband Ben here and my son Liam. Hi, Liam. He's 9. It's just wonderful to be here with you in person today. I have a company. It's called the Alaska Native Chamber. We live in Anchorage, so my company's based in Anchorage, but I grew up here in Fairbanks. What my company does is it supports tribal businesses and Alaska Native entrepreneurs. And as I was preparing today, I was thinking, what do I want to share with you folks? And I started thinking about ANCSA. But one quote that kept going through my mind was something Nelson Mandela said. He said, "I never lose. I either win or I learn." So I'm not sure what today is going to hold for me, if it's going to be a winning day or a learning day, but I do want to keep learning from you. And I think that we should all keep learning from each other. I agree with what Shannon said. I want to see this corporation succeed into the next 50 years. And I want to leave a question with you today. What do you see for our corporation in 50 years? A lot of the people in this room are going to be our ancestors in 50 years. And I really hope that we're going to make the ancestors that we have and the future ancestors in this room proud. So Masi Cho for all the support. It's been really heartwarming, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Charlie, and I am originally from Minto. My mother is Norma Dahl, and my dad is the late Robert Charlie of Minto. My grandparents were Soroski and Linda Charlie of Minto, and also Dale Dahl of Fairbanks and Bertha Pease of Beaver. I just want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody who has been supporting me all this time. It was really hard to make the decision to run. I was getting a lot of phone calls to run for the board, and I was like really thinking about it and really praying about it. I asked my family to pray about it. I have some really amazing prayer warriors in my family, and I love them so much. But I just really wanted my heart to be in the right place. So I prayed about it for a week. I had my family pray about it, and I felt like my heart was in the right place. So I did, and it's been very scary. I'm not one to be in front of people. I'm more a behind the scenes type of person, and that has been my comfort zone for so long. So really, thank you guys all for your support. I really, really appreciate it. I just want to wrap up and say that I work at FNA. I've been there for 10 years. I oversee our Head Start program, our Johnson O'Malley, our language and tribal home visiting. And I've been there for 10 years. I absolutely love what I do. I love the people I work with. I love the impact we're making in so many lives. And if elected, I want to carry that through with this board. So thank you all. Ana Basi.
Good morning. My name is Janet Woods. I'm the daughter of the late Walter Woods from Rampart and Judy Starr Woods from Tanana, and I grew up in Manly. This morning, I just really wanted to thank everybody that's here. I wanted to thank my family, because without family, this is not possible. But I wanted to really thank my family, my coworker, Bev Dementive, that helped me with my flyer, and all the handshakes I got from people saying they supported me, they voted for me, the texts I got, that really meant a lot to me, running for this board, to have the confidence of people voting for me and saying that they voted for me. But every year as a shareholder, I get up here and voice my opinion, and always looking out for our shareholders and the concerns of our shareholders, especially our Doyon shareholders that are working for DDI and just the corporation in general, but always being a voice for them. And some of the issues that they have working for Doyon. And then, like I said, always being a voice, but we have to also think about our subsistence values, our land, and our youth that are coming up, education, community strength, and just our native language in general for everyone, and just our cultural well-being. Some of those things that I think about when I represent the people that I do, and when I get up to speak. But again, I just wanted to thank everybody that helped me, that encouraged me to be here and to be the person I am today. And I said one thing that I'm really gonna miss when I come to these meetings is my sister Georgie. She's been instrumental in my walk too. So I just want to thank you all, and hopefully the undirected vote that you give it to me, but thank you very much for your time, and God bless.
Would the next four candidates please come forward? Marvin Deegan, Cheryl Cadzo, Nicole Borromeo, and Dewey Cotleo Hoffman. And as they come forward, we've seen a few more dignitaries and friends come in. Sharon McConnell, the Executive Director for Danakanaga. Welcome. Spud Williams, former TCC President. Welcome, Spud. And Cheryl Silas, former board member for Doyon Limited. Welcome, Cheryl. Our next candidate is Marvin Deacon. I ask that you stay within your 2-minute time frame. There's a clock right up here, and then Rihanna's here too with a sign.
Good morning. My name is Marvin Deacon from the village of Grayling, formerly Fligachuk. And I didn't know I was going to be here, but I'm glad here, and I'm just kind of nervous here, but I'd like to thank you, the people that are running, the candidates. I applaud them also, because it's going to take a commitment even to get up here. But what I'm here is and Doyon, as we all know, is 1972, but first meeting was in 1973. And I was just an 18-year-old young person, and witnessing history. And I remember, people saying that, well, we're here so you can start running and take over, but I'm not here to take over. But I remember that. So now it's 2023, and I'll be 69 in a couple of months. So I'm not, not a young guy, but I'm not really considered an elder yet, but I decided to run and have a voice for this company. I've been on a lot of boards, but I've learned from a great person, Nancy James. She told me there's no word in our language as I did this, it's we, and so we can, we'll all do this together. And I appreciate the time and, the votes, and that we'll see at the end of the day. So as you can see, I'm a little bit nervous, but I'd like to thank my family and friends. There's some family that came up from Anchorage for support. My friends came up from Anchorage for support, and I don't know, I think I couldn't see my wife around here, but she was sleeping in, so. And my daughters called me up and wished me well, so. And I just want to say that after this is all done, the delegates and shareholders, especially others, everybody make it home fine. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome. My name is Cheryl Cadzo. I'm from Fort Yukon. I live here in Fairbanks for the last 14 years. I'm a retired teacher. I'm married to Earl Cadzo. We have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. I have a BA degree in elementary education, master's degree in cross-cultural education, and an administrative certificate to be a principal. I always speak up for shareholder issues as a board member here. I have asked for missing shareholders to be included on our webpage, a youth activities program, a youth good grade incentive program. During the pandemic, I asked for early dividends and care funds to be given out to shareholders. I have always spoken for our corporation to take a stronger stand on the Yukon River salmon issue. I've requested that we direct our donations to shareholders, activities, and to our villages rather than outside organizations. I do not like wasting money, and I always question many expenditures. I do not always get what I want, but I try my best, and I don't give up. I always speak for shareholders. I'm not a yes person. I vote no quite a bit if it's not in the best interest of shareholders. I have 3 mottos in life. Number 1, never give up. Number 2, it don't hurt to ask. And number 3, be brave. I've served 3 years, and I ask for your vote because I'm only going to get stronger and more outspoken in the next 3 years. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nicole Borromeo. I'm originally from McGrath. My parents are Peter and Joe Royal and Jim Ellis. I'm a proud graduate of Mount Edgecombe High School, UAA, and the University of Washington School of Law. I went to law school because when I was in my senior year at Mount Edgecombe, the state of Alaska sued the native village of Venati. The question before the Supreme Court was, did Indian country exist in Alaska? And if so, how did it look? Because we are organized differently thanks to the way we settled our land claims. We followed that case all the way to the Supreme Court, and we argued both sides of it as high schoolers, encouraging the court to rule on behalf of the state or the tribe, depending on where we thought the law stood. Ever since then, I've wanted to practice federal Indian law, and I'm proud to say that today I serve as AFN's Executive Vice President and General Counsel, a position I've held for the last 10 years. In addition to that, I've also served as my village corporation's board chair for almost 10 years as well. I know that because my daughter Kaya is here, and I was pregnant with her when I both joined AFN and ran for my village corporation board. As candidates, we generally want the same thing for our corporation: service, strong dividends. It's important, though, that as shareholders, you are prepared to cast your vote based also on our track record. So here are some of my achievements. During my tenure at MTNT, we have returned the largest dividend in our corporation's 40-year history. At AFN, I have helped negotiate the Alaska Tribal Child Welfare Compact, helped with amicus briefs in both the Sturgeon and Chehalis litigation that went up to the U.S. Supreme Court. I was asked to serve on the Alaska Redistricting Board last year and drew the 40 new House districts, appealed those cases to the U.S. Supreme Court, and defended against 2 attempts to gerrymander. And I also run AFN's Navigator program, in which we have returned $750 million to the state. I have the time, skills, and talent, and I hope that you will consider supporting me. Thank you.
It's good to see all of you here in the room today. Hello to the folks online. Katlia Sauza, Plega het an Aslan, Bezichtet an Aslan, Tlalora het an Zadenslet, Ichta Fairbanks Listo. Hello, my name is Dewey Katlia Hoffman. My parents are Dee Olin and David Hoffman. I come from the village of Ruby. I live here in Fairbanks. I have 1 child, Talela Bauza. I wanted to thank everyone who joined us, Bassi, to our existing leaders here today. I really I would hope to learn alongside and from all of you so that I could in turn be a better mentor to others. I've benefited a lot, not only going through a Western education, but also through a Native education, through our communities, through our honored elders. And I want to see that chain continue and that link be strong for our future generations, our future ancestors. My mom served on the board in the mid-'80s. I think she was elected when I was still in her belly, when I was still receiving womb service. So if elected, you might expect some dad jokes, I don't know. Hit or miss. I think it's critical to protect our lands and waters in our ancestral homelands. There's no other place in the world like it. It's so special. We need to protect the land, water, and air so that our people relatives and our animal relatives can be safe and strong. I come from a multilingual, multicultural family from all walks of life, and I would hope to use that to interact and succeed in decision-making with this group. Ana Basi Yaresten, I serve with love. Basi.
With the next 5 candidates, please come forward. Geraldine Simon, Audrey A. George, Shirley Cleaver, Harold Atla, and Ori G. Williams.
I'm sure you could hang out there.
Again, I ask that you stay within your 2-minute time frame.
Welcome to the meeting. Jerry, you're up first.
You have 2 minutes, and the clock is right up there, and then Rihanna's also here, so whichever you prefer.
Okay. Good morning, respected elders and fellow shareholders. I do want to give a shout out to all my cousins. So within Ancestry DNA, found out I have cousins all over. Then I won the Alaska Lotto, and the amount of cousins tripled. My name is Geraldine Simon. Most folks know me as Jerry. My parents are Velma Schaefer, the late Andy Simon, Sr. of Allakaket, and the late Larry Schaefer. My mom is right down here. My grandparents are the late William and Effie Williams and the late Lee and Sarah Simon of Allakaket. Growing up in Allakaket, I spent a lot of time with my grandma, Grandma Effie. And one of the things that we would talk about is the need for leadership from our own. This was in the late 60s and early 70s. We were having a lot of people come out to our village to talk about ANCSA, that it was coming. And most of those folks who were coming to visit our community were non-natives. They were talking to our people about what we need to do. And one of the things my grandma told me was, we need our own people up there at that table. So she encouraged me to get my education and be that voice for our people. I've spent my whole education and career doing that. So I have an undergrad degree from University of Washington and a law degree from Seattle University. I've been on my village corporation board for the last 31 years now. Seems like a long time. But I'm willing and able to provide service for the people here, for our shareholders, for the long-term vision of this organization. I would appreciate your vote and support. Base.
Good morning. I'm Audrey George. I'm proud to stand before you today to share my personal information and reasons for wanting to serve on the Doyon board. My family is the Grant family from Tanana. My husband's family is the George family from Nulato, and I also have family from Kayakuk. My qualifications to be a board member is that I have a bachelor's degree and associates in accounting. I've been a board member for Tozitna, Fairbanks Native Association, the Fairbanks Outboard Association, the FNA Head Start Policy Council, and also the Morris Thompson Cultural and Visitor Center. I've been the CEO of Seth Daya Corporation. I'm currently the CEO of my own business, ANC Accounting. I've graduated from the Inspire Leadership Academy, which changed my way of life and my way of thinking forever. My skills and accomplishments include not only learning how to read and interpret financial statements, but I can also write them. I've networked and created strong relationships with professionals within the arena of ANCSA, including attorneys and CPAs. I have been a reliable consultant for village corporations. I've trained board members to learn their roles and responsibilities. I've coordinated major events and recruited volunteers and managers into positions that they currently thrive in. I've led a team into making a profitable management business for the last 5 years. I've encouraged people seeking to accomplish their goals by sharing my story. I will listen to the shareholders' concerns from many different levels of interactions at potlatches, meetings, and other events in the interior. I want to thank all the shareholders who have already voted for me, and I appreciate your time listening to me today. And I also want to thank and recognize all the candidates. If I don't make it on today, I'm very happy with the quality of people that have applied and put their names forward. I'm impressed with the level that are running. My name is Audrey George, and I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Shirley Cleaver. I'm from Galena. I have 4 wonderful kids at home. John and I really try to have a good cultural value and raise them with a lot of village life. My parents are the late Joe and Bess Cleaver from Galena, Kayakuk. My grandparents are the late Evelyn and Sanders Cleaver and Eleanor Bryant, and also Bessie Holcheese and Edgar Nallner. I currently serve on the board for, I think this is my 3rd term. I had to laugh with Nicole, said she knew how long she's been serving because she was pregnant. My son is 10 too, so we put him under the table on my first board meeting. I think Victor was there and he's like, "Is that a baby?" I was like, "Mm-hmm." So it's been a great 3 years, the past 3 years of getting the board together, and despite the COVID, we really work together great here. It's fun. We have a lot of laughs. I think Betty has mentioned earlier, a fun fact, during the dialogue with Doyon, we traveled all over, and I really like to engage with the youth. That's why I volunteer to go out to these villages. But Betty said, what's the fun fact? So I'll share one today. My fun fact is my favorite place is I love my smokehouse. So, but I really want to thank everyone for all their support. It's been just really a big honor to serve on the Doyon board. I would appreciate your support today also, and I want to recognize all the candidates who put their name in there. There was a large field of candidates that were really well qualified. So I know people really had to think about their votes. And just welcome to all of our elders and guests here. It's been great to see everybody all week. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your support.
Good morning. My name is Harold Atla. I'm a grandson of late George Atla Sr., Eliza Atla of Huslia, and late Grandpa Joe, full-blooded Athabascan, Joe Beatus, and late Celia Beatus of Hughes, son of Helen Atla, and late Alfred Atla Sr. I'm an original shareholder of Doyon Limited and a tribal member of Hughes. I was raised in Hughes and Tanana. Currently, I live in Fairbanks with my beautiful wife, Tiffany Simmons, and I am the owner of Quacook River Cargo, a small freighting business on the Yukon and Quacook Rivers. I'm an original shareholder of Doyon Limited and a tribal member of Hughes. I served as an accountant with Doyon Limited for a total of 12 years and was the general manager of Village Corporation of Coidlotsna Limited. I am honored to call many of you my friends from my work in many of the villages all over the interior of Alaska. From when I owned my general contracting business or my work with the construction manager with the Interior Regional Housing Authority, both of which I spent in our villages building and recently providing freight to our communities. I'm seeking election to the board of directors because I believe that Doyon can excel in a healthy financial future through shareholder training, hiring, advancement, retention, in that order, and new opportunities for shareholders where our villages feel the economic impacts of change. I would like to see Doyon participate in breaking down barriers for shareholder businesses that economically impact the region, especially in our villages. Doyon should have a goal to increase and sustain dividends by strengthening contracts and business ventures for success. I'm a hunter, a fisherman. I grew up a subsistence lifestyle, and today I live the best I can through the subsistence lifestyle. I know I can be a skilled voice at the table for responsible land management and resource development. I believe in listening and hearing what you have to say, your ideas, your knowledge, and using my experience of developing, managing budgets, accounts, projects, and lands that provided me the tools to be a strong voice for you. Back in the 90s, when I worked for Coidlotsna Limited, the tribe said, we need to protect our lands from outside hunters, and as a general manager, we were the first Native entity in our area to start putting up no trespassing signs. Notice, the first step in protection. I'm honored to stand before you and respectfully ask for your vote today. Anabasi.
Good morning. I'm proud to stand before you. I'm proud to have served you for over 23 years, 29 years, 6 as your president. I've served my village corporation, served with my tribe, served on the Alaska Railroad Board, served on 17 years providing loans and fisheries out in eastern Alaska and western Alaska. Of the background, I'm asking your support today to continue to seek a balance on the board. I've tried to do that for many years for you. I still have the health and the time to dedicate. I want to honor our president and his managers for doing a hell of a job. They need the support of this board. They need to seek the balance to make sure we have the time to educate more of our young people. And I encourage you to get your village corporation to enroll young people so they have ownership early. We need to seek a balance. We need to continue economic opportunities to create the dividends to fund education and language that help all of our people. I appreciate the time I've had, the honor and the privilege of serving you in the past, and I look forward to 3 more years. Somebody said, your last 3, ain't it? I said, well, I'll still be healthy in 3 more years, but I'll step down and let the young people take over if you support me this time. I really appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know. Appreciate our elders, my mother and father and stepfather who are gone up there looking down. And I woke up about 1:30 this morning. I went to bed early, woke up at 1:30, 4:30, 6 o'clock. Just remembered Mom always said, you can sleep when you're in the ground. Get your ass up and go to work. Anabasi.
Let's give all of the candidates a really warm applause. And I'd like to invite our board chair back up. Or our president.
Sorry, I did say we were going to recognize our first chief when he came this morning, so we're going to give our first chief, Trimble Gilbert, the chance to say a few words this morning, and let's welcome him and his wife to our meeting. Registration is closed.
Good morning. I said, come on. It's Annie. Yeah, come on. Annie.
Glad you're here, Chief.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Every year we have more people involved with the conventions and a lot of young people taking over slowly. That's what we call education. You have to study so hard for the futures. And I remember when I never went to school, but I taught myself, and remember that pension, we call that elderly, getting pension way back. I was a little boy. So, the way I study to help the old people, and all the grocery box, sugar, flowers, and a lot of tea is the number one. And a lot of time I save the box to write down how to order the sugar or tea and a lot of other things they need. So I try to help them for a little while, and then I know I'm learning more and more. And then we have a grocery store. A lot of grocery came in, like flour, sugar, and rice and all that. And elder, nobody can do it, so they asked me to do this, to sell it for them. I had a heck of a time, but I'm the only one there, so I try so hard to do the best I could to help my people. Well, that's a long time ago. So yesterday I'm talking about I'm still learning from the people. You know, when I travel around all over the world, like I went to the Machu Picchu, the highest mountain I ever climbed. And then hot countries. And I don't know how to take care of myself, and then I got a lot of skin problem. And all that things is unexperienced person I am. When I was in the Bahamas, and I got good friends of doctors. I don't know why I hang around with doctors when they travel through the village and come to the city. So one of the good friends, doctor I have, and I travel around with him in Bahamas and out in the oceans. They put the weight on my back, and then you got what they call a scooter. You breathe with it, and we have a guide, and they put it on my mouth, and then I get into water, but I was kind of panicked. I thought I was going to stop breathing. And they put 20-pound weight on my back, and then 20 feet water on the ocean. And then one other person, unexperienced person with me, but I don't know who he is. And they told us, go ahead and jump in the water. We did. Then I was sink down to the bottom, it's 20 feet. And I know that I could see that my friend was rolling around over there like this. And I do the same thing. I was kind of a little bit feel funny. But when I was laying down on the bottom, and then well, what's wrong with me anyway? That's my own fault. I shouldn't do this. And I remember my wife and my family. I sure don't want to die there. So once, for a little while, I don't know how many minutes are there, and then I start going back out, swim back. Once I come out, the boat aren't there. A tide starts going down. So I try to walk back to the shore. It's quite a ways. The other guy is same thing. You know, that current is pushed me back to the ocean. So I slowly make it back to the shore, and they were there. They're waiting for me. So I was young and strong. So I want to try everything. So I went through all that. So that's learning. In the old days, they used the old language. My grandpa, he's the one that worked on the Yukon River boat. You know, the one that's burning wood, steamboat. Down St. Michael, all the way to the Dawson. He talked about it all the time. And he talked the real old language is flying machine in the future. Flying machine. I wonder what he's talking about. And he said, come along. Come with me. That's what it means, come along. I remember all that words. And then it's good to hear that stories anyway. You know, ice cream. So I don't know where that words come from, that Indian ice cream. It's different. You have to pound a lot of backstrap of the meat, and you have to pound that bone and boil it in grease, get a lot of grease out of it, and marrow. So my father used to make a lot. I remember that. It's very, very good food. I like it. So you got a handle and that you pound it and then he passed it around, and that was good food for us. And I don't know who called the ice cream. And then last year I make one. So a lot of work, but I did make quite a few for the kids. And then once, now my son, my grandson Galen, he's around here. He got big family, and one of his little girl came into our house, 3 of them. Your girls want ice cream, and Grandma and I would go, yeah, ice cream. The first thing they check the refrigerator, but we put it on a table, and the little girl, she's young, she was around here yesterday, and she started eating it and look at it. Daddy, this is not ice cream. This is meat, he said. So this is the way they learn. So Doyon is doing real good, I know that. So I'm proud of the people who work for us, and especially my good friend Aaron. I'm proud of him. He's a young man we found to run the whole show for us for the future. And all that, these people work for us many years. I think everybody feels good about what's going on. But before that, I remember there was a lot of argument. Not only here, but all over, it's like that. Even one time I was visiting Canada, they took me to the Inuit, and they have meeting like this. And then there kind of disagreement among themselves. And the one lady come over and get me. I want you to talk to the people over there about what argue about. So I've been on Canada, and yesterday I mentioned that I work with them on the air, on radio. They all got stations, so they call me every month. When I don't call, and they call me, how come you don't call us, the station? So I have to talk with them like the way I do on this side too, with especially the young people. I've been working with the young people in music and gospel music and all that. And in between the music, I talk to them. So sometimes we do need the program, continue the program, so money. So, but since the COVID started, and we kind of slow down, but we're not going to stop. So Doyon is organization is a private organization. So that's an important thing for our people in the state of Alaska. So we have to continue work, and we do need more education in this modern world, because a lot of things we can't do it yet. It's like you can't get away with the ATM. And the big machine, if you put the wrong Social Security, you can't get your money. We can't cheat. So we thought we have to know the whole thing, then we can make more thing we need for the future to come. But the other thing is, it's hard. One is hard to understand for some people. We have to fight for our land too. There are certain places we do need the land for our own food. So Yukon River, it's been there many thousand years along the Yukon. People raise their family, and a lot of fish camp here and there and there. They're catching a lot of fish for the winter. And moose. When I come in right here this morning, and somebody gave me moose heads, boiling. So a lot of people know I'm the traditional person. So the young people give me some native food. Mary and I, we are very healthy, eating our own food. So when I don't eat fish a long time, then I feel kind of funny. That's probably the reason people aren't happy too much since the last few years, because no fish in the Yukon River. They don't eat their own food. You gotta have it. Including our kids, they like ice cream. Indian ice cream. So another thing is, I'm the elder, Mary is elder too. We're at home. We're getting new phone call sometime midnight and late at night. I know that's something wrong. Sometimes I sleep good, tired, but I get phone call and then I hate to cry, but I cry for my own people. Hurt me. There is any way we can change our way of life and talk to our young people for the future. We all know we got a lot of nice looking boys and girls at home running around in our village. Everybody knows it. We have to protect them. We got mouth to talk. We got ear to hear good message. There's got to be some way we got to save the life. That's all in my heart right now. I'm getting old. When you see the person, how are you? I'm sick. I don't know how much fever you have, but I could feel it. So let's continue to work together. Another last week, something we hang into it. We need that. We all got church at home all over. Sunday morning, go to church, including myself. Other day, I went to my church. I know the people in there. I know where they're from. I know their parents because I've been there a long time ago. And Fort Yukon, always, I know who's coming to church. I know their parents, old people there before them. So I know they love the Lord. So I'd like to thank all of you, including all the workers here, especially Aaron, too. Thank you. So thank you very much and have a good meeting. And Mary and I, we have to leave tomorrow morning. So hopefully we might see you somewhere else. So thank you very much and take care of yourself.
And for Mary, this is for you and Mary too. We have some gifts for Chief Gilbert and for Mary. Some fish and gloves. Recognize a few more of our guests who have joined us this morning. Victor Joseph, past TCC president. Emily Edenshaw, who's the president CEO at the Alaska Native Heritage Center and a Doyon shareholder in the back. Reverend Dr. Anna Frank.
And I would also like to take this time to recognize the newly elected 3-year term president, Brian Ridley, in the back. Let's give him a round of applause. Brian and I worked at 10 in a Chiefs conference together, so I'll save those jokes for later. Okay, so what do I say? Okay. Again, I would like to thank First Traditional Chief Trimble for coming up and sharing his wise words with us. It comes from the heart, and we would all do well to listen to his advice. So, Bessie. And at this time, I would like to say good luck to the board candidates who all made their speeches. You all did a wonderful job. It was nice to hear them. And earlier, Aaron closed registration, so it is declared closed at this time. And I would like to invite our Assistant Inspector of Elections, Mike O'Brien, up to read the certificate of quorum.
We are still waiting on the quorum documents, so there's going to be a little bit of a delay while the tabulators continue to tabulate. So bear with us.
Well, on the page it says I'm supposed to thank you, but maybe I'll thank you later. Well, okay, now it is time. It is a pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Stephanie Weeder. As she makes her way up, I'll let you know Dr. Weeder grew up in Tanana, Rampart, and Galena villages and is a member of the Huslia village tribe. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences and a Master of Education in Secondary Education from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She later received her medical doctorate from the University of Washington School of Medicine. Between 2018 and 2021, Dr. Weeder was the Alaska representative for the Alliance for Equal Representation in Medicine. In this role, she mentored current and future applicants on the admission requirements and application process for medical school. She worked one-on-one with 4 successfully admitted underrepresented in medicine applicants throughout each step of the application process. As one of 13 University of Washington Department of Emergency Medicine interns, Dr. Weeder is beginning her postgraduate training this summer. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Weeder as our keynote address.
Y'all can keep me on time. Have this weird concept of time. I've learned being in code situations as a doctor that 1 minute can feel super long. So 20 minutes may fly by, who knows. So, Dointa, Naslatnio Sa'uza. I'll switch over to English because I'm gonna introduce myself a little bit traditionally, and my family history is a little too complex for my level of Danaga fluency. So my name is Stephanie Weeder. I am blessed, you know the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. I am blessed with many parents, which helped me get to where I am today. So my mother is Mary Moses Edwin, and my stepdad of the late Dennis Edwin. My dad is Arnold Mark, and my stepmom Danette. And then my fun dad is Milton Moses Jr., who throughout my childhood cruised me all over Alaska on his snow machine. So I met some people through those journeys. I also just realized that I wrote something down to keep myself on track, so I better look at that as well. I am a Huslia Village tribal member. I am the granddaughter of the late Laura Ambrose Mark and Peter Mark, as well as John and Lula Wallace. And so that side of my family is Mescalero Apache, and then my dad's Koyakan Athabascan. I've been blessed with siblings as well. So I am one of 11 children. My brothers are Milton Moses, the late Lawrence Moses, Archie Agnes, Aaron Mark, Arnold Marks, Andrew Marks, Grace Marks, Elise Marks. My former foster son, now brother, Troy Edwin, and then my stepbrother, Jerry Edwin. I am married to Eric Weeder of Huslia, and we have 3 children. Angelica, who is 21 and in college, not dating myself. I had her as a teenager. I got pregnant as a teenager, just saying. And then my boys, one of which is my son Blaze, hiding out in the corner over there. He likes to hide out, as do I. And then my youngest is my son Flint, who is in 5th grade. I grew up in the villages, starting off as a baby. The village of Dot Lake is where my family was living when I was born. So my godparents are the late Chief Andrew Isaac and his wife Maggie. And then my youngest brother was born, not my youngest, my brother Arnold. I should say he's older because he just announced turning 40, so he's got to be older than me. But my brother Arnold was born in Kotzebue about 6 weeks early. I'm glad I was not the doctor on call when that happened. And then I remember living in Huslia a little bit as a toddler, just mainly being jealous coming from spring camp where my family's house is near, and my family, and we're all walking to like the main part of Huslia. And I was so jealous of my brother Junior, or Arnold, being carried on my dad's back while I had to walk with my little legs. We're only like 14 months apart. I mean, anyway. And then elementary between McGrath and Holy Cross, and then lived in Rampart in the summers through when I was 12 through 18. My late brother Lawrence started sending me to Rampart, and I had to hang out with my brother Melton, and then Auntie George. And then Tanana, oh, I skipped Allakaket. I lived in Allakaket during 7th grade, moved away when it flooded, and then moved to Tanana, and then graduated from Galena. I've lived in rural Alaska my entire life. I only moved out of villages for school. So my bachelor's degree, my master's degree a little bit, and then now my doctorate in residency. we went over my education a little bit earlier. We'll talk more about my journey in a moment. But I will say I'm pretty humbled to be asked to speak here. I'm sitting here hanging out with all these tribal leaders, right? Chiefs, elders, lawyers, CEOs, presidents, and I'm just like a resident who, if y'all knew some parts of my job, you'd be like, what is she doing here? But nothing is too little or too much. And the topic today, celebrating the success of our people, is such a huge topic. And I'm honored that I can be one to speak on it when there's so many successful people in this room right now. Ever since I was in high school, I started carrying a dictionary around because, not dating myself, but internet wasn't really a thing until about my senior year of high school. And so I would carry a dictionary around because I didn't know words that I was reading and coming across all the time. My brother Arnold he's an English teacher, English major, a little different path in life. That stuff's a little boring in my perspective. But he talks about how my mom would speak 500 words of English over the breakfast table. And I don't know where he was hearing that English, because I was carrying a dictionary and looking up words that I was coming across. Like, I remember my mom helping edit a paper, and she writes in the word paradoxical. And I'm like, what does that mean? And I'm looking it up, and that's how I learned, right? I did the same thing with this. So what does success mean? I wanted to see I know what it means to me. I think it's a pretty personal definition. I wanted to see what the dictionary says. So I went to my number one source, not really, because I can go online and edit it, but Wikipedia says it's the opposite of failure. Good job. It's always nice to know the extremes. And then looking at the Oxford Dictionary, it says it's the accomplishment of an aim or a purpose. So everyone who's alive today has accomplished things. Everyone is successful. And for me, I would just like sum it up, because I always do, and I do this a lot as a doctor too, and it might drive some of my doctor colleagues a little nuts, because sometimes they want doctor speak, and then I'll just like say things. But it's having a goal, sticking to it, achieving it. And then I can take it even further. And to me, I base my definition on when I was a teacher in Galena, and I had a guest speaker coming out. She was a PhD student in psychiatry, and she loved her job. And I'm sitting over on the corner at the desk, and she's talking about how she wakes up every morning as a psychiatry student, and she's like super excited, and she's loving life. And I was there as a teacher and probably didn't sleep very much the night before. I sleep even less now as a doctor. And I remember thinking, I want that. I went into teaching knowing I wasn't going to do it forever. And we'll talk a little about that in a second. But I just remember having that feeling and hearing her talk, and I felt energized. So to me, my new definition of success is being happy, doing what I love while helping others. That's my goal, and that's my version of success. I love being an emergency medicine doctor, and I'm not fully there yet. I'm a doctor, but when we graduate medical school, we're just kind of like generalized knowledge. Like, yeah, I know about the body. I know you can name a random medication, and I can tell you exactly what like protein, enzyme, whatever that it works on in the body. But as a resident, I really learn all the aspects. Like in medical school, I may have learned how to place a chest tube on a mannequin. In residency, I'm actually doing it, right? Those are things emergency medicine doctors do. So I'm a doctor, but I'm still mastering emergency medicine, and I'm learning all the time. Very humbling experience. So, and if I have time, I'll go into a little caveat about that, which is why I told my son to come here, even though his hair is sticking up. I can't blame him. I forgot my hairbrush. That's my level. I was so happy last night because as a resident, sometimes I work 6 to 8 shifts in a row, and they can be 12 to 14 hours. And I've definitely done like 26, 27-hour shifts. Not in the emergency department. Those are typically on critical care. And so it's nice to have a break, and it's nice to sleep. So like last night, I was telling one of my friends over there, it's like, yeah, I got to shave my legs last night. New definition of success. Anyway, I also got to sleep in past 4:30 a.m. today. That was really lovely. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about my journey to how I got here. And like I said, feel free to give me a minute, whatever warning. But my road to success wasn't smooth. I didn't just like, I definitely have a classmate. I think my youngest classmate for the entering class of 2018, which is when I started medical school, was 22 years old. She went from high school to undergraduate to medical school, no gap year in between. I didn't do that pathway, right? I taught for 12 years. And I can't say I didn't want to go into medicine. I was interested in medicine from the start as a toddler, right? As a toddler, just being curious about the world, because that's what science is. It's being curious about the world, wondering what things do and answering them. And also in our native culture with our way of learning, at least for me growing up, you don't like sit there asking questions and expecting to be told how to do things. Like I remember my dad, when he was, who I awesomely see in the crowd, would be like changing the oil on a three-wheeler, and he'd just be talking through the steps as he does it, and me and my brothers are just playing in the background. But that's like a way of teaching and a way of learning. It's also the way I learned how to drive a car, but the girls' basketball team I drove back from Tok will never know that. They were women, I was a kid. I'll talk about a little bit about the bumps in the road that I hit. And like I said, I get off topic, so I'm trying to stay on. And talk about maybe why not everyone chooses this path. And also kind of the person one of the people that we're focusing on with this meeting is Walter Harper. This conference is in honor of him. He is also from the community of Tanana. He lived from 1893 to 1918. I have no clue how they researched those dates, because I don't even know what year my dad was born, because they recorded it wrong, being born in the middle of the woods. One of the reasons why I'm bringing him up, other than he was an amazing person, the first to summit Denali in 1913, was because one of his goals in life was to go to medical school. And this is like, 1918s when he passed away. This is way back in the day. And he wanted to become a medical missionary, which I find crazy. So part of our medical school education is learning about the history of medicine and the history of medical education. Through that, I learned that the first Black doctor was graduated medical school in 1837. He was named James McCune Smith. I know that's not Native American, it's Black, but it's a minority. And what I remember from my medical school lectures on this is that there was segregation back then, meaning that you'd have all the non-minority medical school students kind of sitting in rows, and then way off in the corner, there's a little lone desk, and there's that one emerging doctor, Dr. Smith. I could not, my medical school is challenging. I could not imagine being that person. The first Native American doctor was Susan LaFlèche Picotte, who graduated from Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania in 1889. It's just mind-blowing. There's not a lot of Native American medical doctors. In 2018, which is the year that I got accepted into medical school, only 0.3% of active US doctors in the US were Native American. In 2015, 18,000 medical school grads, out of 18,000 medical school grads in the year of 2015, only 20 were Native American. This has not improved, and it may seem like it because I'm standing before you, and chances are some of you know other people who are currently in medical school, because I definitely know, well, I mentor people, so I definitely know people, Alaskan Natives who are in medical school right now. In the past couple of years, the amount of American Indian and Alaska Native people going into medical school dropped from 0.4%, like getting accepted, to 0.2%. And last year specifically, the amount of people who entered into medical school dropped by 9% of the low amount it already was. So it's not an easy field to get into. And on top of that, it's not an easy process. They challenge you every step of the way, even getting into this medical school, but it just gets harder in the sense that, we have to take the MCAT, Medical College Admissions Test, to even apply to medical school. That's like a 3.5-hour test, I think. I can't really remember. Step 1 is 6 hours. Step 2 is 7.5 hours. These are medical licensing exams. Every US doctor passes them. Step 3 is a 2-day exam. I'm taking step 3 sometime this coming year. It's the one where it's like if I wanted to quit residency and just practice as a general doctor, I could. But I don't want to quit residency. I really love emergency medicine. All right. So, and in my class alone, for the class of Alaska WWAMI, there were 20 people who got accepted into medical school. Only 15 of us graduated on time. A couple dropped out and a couple expanded. So it's a challenging process, but I'm happy that I was able to stay on track. My path into medical school was not smooth. I'm definitely not a perfect person. I mean, I like to pick on my brother Junior, mainly because I grew up with my competitive nature, right? Growing up alongside 6 of my brothers, I always wanted to be the fastest skier. I always wanted to be the fastest runner. And they would copy me all the time. I buy a new truck as an adult, they buy the same exact truck. I buy a new snow machine, they buy the same snow machine. I'm getting behind now because I've been a broke medical student. Something failed here because my brother Arnold was a guest speaker before I was. So I'll keep picking on him. So when I first started picking on him, he was in diapers because, and this is just me pointing out that I'm not perfect, because we're living in this little red house in the street of McGrath, and I was in preschool. I have very early memories, like I retained pretty early memories in life. And so I remember like finding a lighter. It's like, yeah, this is cool. You know, I'm in preschool, I'm a little kid. And I remember making him take off his diaper and lay it on the floor of a bathroom, and I lit it on fire. And then I freaked out and ran to the bedroom, and it's like, there's something on fire in the bathroom. And then I proceeded to fall asleep really quickly and let my parents deal with it. Anyway, so I'm not perfect. I've done other little mischievous things throughout my life, but I'm here. Meaning that everyone else doesn't have to be perfect. I don't believe there's a perfect person out there. Kind of wondering why more people don't go this path or go other pathways that are successful. There's a lot of things that can help hold people back. Literature for Native American, I focus on doctors specifically because that's the path I went, but literature focuses on Native American doctors. Things that are keeping people back from going this path is low socioeconomic status, multiple struggles that are associated with that, and cultural barriers. No one ever talks about IQ. I would definitely say Natives are not stupid. I have definitely questioned my own intelligence multiple times, especially as a doctor, because I'm surrounded by super smart people. I will say that one of the things that's kind of helped me in life, well, numerous times, is my mom, Mary Edwin, because she has a ton of degrees. Started off as a bachelor's in aeronautical engineering, got an EDS, which is like the doctorate, PhD kind of version of an educational degree. But she was a special education coordinator in McGrath when I was in preschool and identified pretty early on that I should be tested for gifted and talented, and they did. And I didn't really know what that meant. I mean, it meant that I got to go like hang out and do stained glass or go learn to play piano or things like that growing up. I didn't know until I got a little bit older that, oh, my friends receive help from their parents when they're doing homework, because that's not something that I did. And so even when I got to college as an undergrad, I was sitting in my second semester of freshman biology, and I got a C on my first semester. So yeah, I'm a doctor who once got a C. Anyway, I was sitting in freshman biology, second semester, biology 106 at UAF, and I was surrounded by all these people and like not really thinking a whole lot by it, showing up for the final exam. And the professor, and this is second semester, the professor looks at me as I'm walking through the door, and he's like, hey, what are you doing, Stephanie? And I'm like, holy cow, he knows my name. I was so happy to hide out in a classroom of like over 100 people. And I was like, well, thinking he's joking. I'm like, well, I'm here to take the final. And he tells me, oh, do you just want to take it? Because it will affect your grade. And I'm like, well, I need to. And he's like, you didn't get my email? And basically I had a high enough grade that he excused me from the final. And that was shocking, going from a C to like not even having to sit for a final in one school year. So that was also a very humbling experience because, you know, I struggled the first semester of biology. I struggled learning how to read academic science verbiage, and definitely had a dictionary by me the entire time. I also just struggled my first semester in college learning how to live in a city, learning how to eat non-native foods because my stomach was so upset the first semester of college. Anyway. So I will say that my biggest barrier to doing anything in life has all been my own mental barriers. So I had the thought, you know, I was interested in becoming a doctor early on. As a high school student, my graduation project, because I graduated from Project Education residential school, which later became Gila, at the time when I was a senior in it, we had to do projects. So I wrote a 40 to 60 page paper on traditional medicine of the Koyukon Athabascans, cited a lot of other Alaska Native traditional medicine type of literature that was out there at the time, interviewed the late Angela Huntington, and just like, it was a great project, but that was very clearly I was interested in medicine. I remember as a senior in high school seeing a poster on the wall for Delakeets. Delakeets is a program designed to attract people from rural Alaska into medicine. It's kind of holds hands with the Alaska WWAMI Medical School. I remember looking at it, not even applying to it because I didn't think I had a shot. It's pretty crazy now. So I had to come over my own mental barrier, and what helped me really do that in life, other than like living life, was moving to Galena for my second teaching job. I moved to Galena to teach after teaching in Tanana for 6 years and met Dr. Huntington. And kind of getting to know her, and she's the first doctor I ever really got to know, because aside from that, I would just go in and get my hips checked out every now and then throughout my life, because I was a Frank breech, which means I was born backwards. And so my hips weren't quite perfect. Anyway, but I was still a UAF runner, so, didn't hold me back too much in life. So I saw doctors throughout my life, but I didn't really ever get to know them, never thought of them as normal people. Just getting to know a doctor got me to realize, holy cow, she's a woman, she has kids, because I had kids by then, and she did it. And she's like a normal person. Like, we did a lot of the same things. We both lifeguarded at the pool. I would volunteer nights and weekends in the clinic in Galena as an EMT, and she would also come over to my classroom and speak to the students. So getting to know a doctor and realizing that they're normal people made me realize, if she can do it, I can do it. So she's been a huge impact in my life. And then at the same time, I was still too shy to tell anyone what I was doing. I didn't tell her that I was pursuing medicine until I already resigned from my position as a teacher. Like, I was working alongside her, but I didn't tell her, hey, I want to be a doctor. I just kind of did it. And because I didn't take any mentors and didn't really know a lot of people, I literally learned how to do the process through listening to a podcast while walking laps around Galena, for exercise. Anyway. So sometimes you don't get things handed to you in life. Sometimes you just got to kind of make your own way. I was approached when I was teaching in Galena, I was approached by the University of Alaska Fairbanks and asked if I would teach for them, in the sense of starting a health science track in Galena, offering dual credit, high school, college credit courses. As part of that process, I started traveling students around around Alaska, and going and checking out Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, going and competing in competitions at HOSA, which is CPR competitions, things like that. We went to a pre-med summit where I got to hear Dr. Nora Nagarik speak. Nora Nagarik is from Unalakleet, Alaska. She is a primary care physician, and she is Native American, right? She's a Nupiaq from Unalakleet. She talked about her journey to medicine and how she felt like she was never smart enough and never good enough, and I was just like, holy cow, that is me. So sometimes you never know what impact someone will have on a person's life until you're the one being impacted by it. All right, so I will say I never expected that I never knew when I was applying to medical school that it would be a success, in the sense that I applied to 20 medical schools, because that podcast I was listening to when I was walking loops around Galena, after teaching for a full day, talked about how many people fail at getting into medical school. So I applied to 20 medical schools. I was offered 14 interviews. And to put things in perspective, for 20 seats out of medical school, maybe 1,000 people apply, maybe 100 or 150 get interviewed, and then they accept 20 or whatever their class size is. So it's a very humbling process. Every time I was at an interview, everyone around me was super amazing, and I'm like, holy cow, how am I ever gonna stand out? I got offered 14 interviews. I accepted 12 of my interviews, received 7 acceptances. I was sitting in the University of Colorado School of Medicine on an interview day when I got my acceptances, and they all came at once, and it was like, holy cow, I'm gonna be a doctor. Very amazing. I also was waitlisted at a few places. I will say that the medical school process was hard, and the whole process along the way is hard. Residency is not that easy either, but the fact that I lived a lot of life before this, the fact that I stumbled in life a bit, helped me. I had a patient kind of fairly recently in one of the ICUs, because emergency medicine doctors also staff ICUs, and that's a big part of our training, because we have, emergency medicine doctors are there for at least the first hour, usually, of patient stabilization on super sick patients. So I was in an ICU, and I had this patient who we luckily didn't have to intubate overnight, although I personally love to intubate people. It's not always in the best interest of the patient. This patient was telling his story to me the next day, and he was talking about how golden of a life he had, how golden of a childhood he had. And he was in our ICU because he had overdosed on drugs, and we were worried that we're gonna have to intubate him and keep him breathing and all this stuff. And this is a very common thing, because I work at one of the hospitals I work at, it's a county hospital, meaning that everyone walks through the doors. And he told me basically that when his life started to change was when his parent got a really terminal diagnosis. And that was because he had never really had stumbling blocks in life, getting something big on him just totally, he couldn't handle it. And I think about this. I think about this all the time, because for me, I had challenges thrown at me all the time. I mean, I've lived through 3 major floods, like I was in Alakakit when there's houses floating by as we're being helicoptered out. I've lived through 2 house fires, one as a kid when my house was completely down to the foundation. Being married to, I've been divorced before. I talk about failure all the time. But I'm also currently married, and just dealing with people close to me who are struggling with alcoholism and substance use, which also helps me with my patients now, because I know that people can change and people can turn their lives around. My late stepdad, Dennis Edwin, was once a drug addict who was homeless on the streets. And I don't say this to belittle him. I say this because the man that I knew him to be was a super amazing guy who was super supportive of me. He involved me in his end-of-life care because he was super proud of me, and he also wanted me to accept it, because I was probably the one that was pushing back the hardest for him. And so just having all of these challenges in life, having all of these struggles that people in the villages face all the time. Growing up where people who drink really young or smoke or do all these other things. It's just normalized. But growing up around that made me realize that everyone's human. I'm not gonna look down on someone just because they're struggling in this moment, because everyone has moments in life when they struggle. And at the same time, I've seen how people can turn their lives around. I say this as my last admission to the hospital before being able to jump on a plane and escape cardiology. I'm currently on cardiology critical care unit for a rotation, and trying to learn how to master cardiology as an emergency medicine doctor. But my last patient that I admitted was Alaska Native, which is also very amazing, and it's why I chose the University of Washington for residency. We get Alaska Native patients pretty regularly. Having these challenges in life helps you see that, helps you succeed when your path is not straight and easy, and it shouldn't be straight and easy, because I think struggling helps you grow as a person. And you don't have to be perfect. I'm still growing as a resident and as a doctor. One of my last medical ICU admits at the University of Washington Medical Center was a patient who had coded. Coded meaning that they needed CPR. They were an inpatient on a different service. They came to my service, and after having received CPR, they got back circulation. This is stuff that emergency medicine doctors do, right? And the patient came to me, and as an accepting physician for the ICU service, I had to examine him. And I examined him, and I look at him, and he has a pretty protuberant belly, meaning that his belly was big. Now, this is a patient who's in liver failure, and that's why he's in the hospital. And so I look at that and I think, oh, abdominal ascites. That's like a side effect of liver failure, where there's a lot of fluid in your belly. In the ED, I drain people's bellies quite a bit for diagnostic purposes. And so I examined it, thought it was ascites, didn't think much of it, proceeded with my exam. And we're still figuring out, why did this patient lose his heart rate? The next day, the day team comes on, because I admitted this patient in the middle of the night, maybe like 3 a.m., I don't know. The day team comes on. I'm presenting this patient to the day team because I'm about to go home and sleep. And the attending physician comes up and goes to the patient and is examining him, and he taps on his belly. We have this thing in medicine we call percussion. It's just doing this. We can do this on a person's back. I was going to do it on my son, but he's good. And we can do it on a person's back and hear their lungs and say, hey, do they have fluid in their lungs? Hey, do they have do they have a pneumothorax, meaning has one of their lungs collapsed, right? And so it's a skill I learned, and honestly, when I learned it as a medical student, I honestly thought, hey, some foolish doctor back in the day forgot their stethoscope and just started deciding, I'm gonna just tap on people's back and make this a thing. But it's a super useful skill because this attending physician, obviously more senior than me, I'm not an attending for 3 more years, he comes in and taps on the patient's belly. And doing that, he says, this is not ascites, this is air. And then that patient basically got rushed to the CT scanner, got rushed to the OR for surgery. And I was just humbled because, and it's not just me, I had an attending physician who would check in with me and hear my plan on the patient care, because as a resident, I have my hand held. I'm not expected to know all the things. But it was a very humbling and actually very crucial to know that simple exam skills, something that I thought was like silly because someone probably just forgot their stethoscope, possibly saved that guy's life. So I'm learning as a resident, and those are the little things that I'm learning. All right. Now, I will say I'm super happy in life in the sense that, and I can't say my family is, going to medical school is probably the most selfish thing I've ever done in my life because I knew as a parent that I would have to put my kids a little bit on the back burner in the sense that say October, my son Blaze, who's here with me because I wanted to motivate him to do good in school, and also to spend time with him. But the transition from Alaska Native Cultural Charter School in Anchorage to like an outside school system was very hard for him. And so when I was on the burn surgery ICU service in October, he struggled in school. And the reason why is because that's a time where I was pulling 80-hour work weeks and basically would come home, shower, go to bed, wake up 2 hours before I want to wake up and go do it all over again, and did that like 6 to 8 days a week. And so he struggled more on school in that time. Doing all of this though, it allows me to kind of push my own boundaries and realize what I can do, and you can totally tell I lost the thread of that thought because I got distracted looking at my son. It's okay, doctors do this all the time. Anyway, doing things like that and having those challenges throw at me pushes my own boundaries and lets me know what I am capable of. It's like, oh yeah, I can doctor at 27 hours of no sleep. I'm probably a better doctor at like 18 hours of sleep at least, of no sleep, than I am at 27 hours. There's actually, this is studied, there's a equivalency to like legally drunk versus how many hours of sleep you do or do not get. It's sad that doctors have to know these things. Anyway, I will say I'm super happy despite this lack of sleep, and that I love what I do, and I get amazed by some of the things they let me do as a doctor. And I felt this way even as an EMT in Galena, helping Dr. Huntington, when I'm like asking a patient with a dislocated hip if she needed help to the bathroom. And to me, it would be like an honor because I get to help you and you're letting me help you. And that's how I feel as a doctor every day. It's like, wow, you're letting me do this, you're letting me help you. So I'm very happy where I'm at. I'll say what helped me get here, and because these are potentially keys to success for other people as well, is having, and I was talking to Nicole about this, because we grew up together in McGrath and went to elementary and stuff together, but we kind of talked about, hey, how did we get to where we're at in life? And we kind of both attribute it to our moms. We both have very strong, independent role models for mothers. And my mom still, she's crazy. She's like in her 70s, working on a PhD in Indigenous Studies, not her first professional degree, while working at the weather station part-time, volunteering as a substitute teacher, raising my adopted brother, and then also she's like currently taking care of my nephews. So, having someone like that as a role model definitely helps me in life. Having my brothers and growing up alongside them, because they were so competitive that they put a competitive drive in me. But I've also learned throughout this whole process that I'm never going to be the best at anything, and I don't care. Like, I had to learn to accept that, probably about the time of, I think I went to Rampart maybe when I was 13, came back after a summer in Rampart, and my brother Arnold, who used to be a slower skier than me and a slower runner than me and shorter than me, was suddenly like I keep picking on Arnold. I have other brothers, I swear. But he was like suddenly that much taller than me, suddenly kicking my butt on skiing and running, and it was a hard pill to swallow. But I've learned to accept it, that I'm not the smartest person out there. I've met so many smarter people. I'm not the stupidest person out there. I'm not the best. I'm not the worst, right? And this is it for everyone in life. And also kind of like looking at people's challenges in the moment where someone might be at their lowest point in life, but that could be you tomorrow. I'm not wishing it on anyone, but just kind of that acceptance of this is life. And I think one of the biggest skills in life is learning how to pick yourself up when you fall down. And I learned that as a ski racer when I used to be the WISA State Ski Championship, so the small school state ski championship for the state of Alaska, because once I crashed in a race, and I crashed almost every race, my coach never knew. But once I crashed in a race, I would relax, because I'm like, whew, I already blew it, now I can just ski. So, accept your mistakes. Overcome your own mental barriers, because much of what holds people back in life is them thinking that they have barriers. Well, I've definitely had people who are currently in college say, well, I don't have money to do what I want to do, like pursue medicine, pursue whatever. I turned down a teaching contract for more money than I make now as a resident doctor, where I work like 3 times the hours, because you don't really get paid as a doctor until you're in attending or moonlighting. I get to moonlight next year, I'm so excited. Moonlighting means I pick up extra shifts than when I'm scheduled. I went from getting paid more, having a mortgage that was 1/3 of my current mortgage, but not being happy, to now I'm like a broke resident, and that's kind of a known thing, but I have kids. Most residents don't have kids. And like loving life, like who cares? There's always someone richer than me. There's always someone with less money than me. I'm just gonna accept where I'm at. And then also surrounding yourself with good people. I'm super happy to be here. Do you know that I spent the last 5 years barely surrounded by another Native person? Like, I was the only Native person in my class of 20 for the University of Washington School of Medicine. There was one Native in the class above me, Nikki Jordan, she's from Copper Center. And there's one Native in the class below me, Tyler Samsey, he's not Alaska Native, he's like from the other states. I can't remember how to pronounce the type of Native he is, I'll admit. It's not like common. Anyway, just kind of breaking your own barriers and choosing your own path, and not thinking that you can't do something, because the sky is really the limit, and you just have to set your mind to it and then take the steps, right? There was no one telling me how to become a doctor. I just I was listening to a podcast, but I had to find the podcast. I already talked about you fall down, get back up. Life's gonna throw challenges at you. Don't let it hold you down. Lastly, I swear I'm gonna stop talking. I get it from my mom, she talks a lot. How can we help others succeed? Because we wanna celebrate the success, and everyone in here has achieved some success, but how can we ensure that we're gonna keep growing and becoming better as a people, right? Because that's really where we need to go as a people. So I think the first step that we can all do is believe in others. Believe in their capabilities. I remember a couple people in my life, and it's unfortunate to them that I have such a good memory, but I remember the people who were discouraging to me. Very specifically, I could call out their names, even with my 5th grade teacher in McGrath. But I won't. Just thinking about some random comment that you might make to a kid, and he might seem like a little punk kid, like my son, who literally was failing Washington history. Who cares about Washington history? Anyway, people have to take Alaska history when they come to Alaska. But he was failing Washington history just earlier this week, and then they said, hey, you have to pass this to move on to the next grade. And then he takes an exam the next day and gets an A. And I'm like, you little punk. You obviously can do this work. But someone sees someone like that. Oh, here's a student who's failing at all these things. He's super wiggly. He's super mischief. And they might say some discouraging comment. You're never going to do anything in life type of deal. But honestly, how do you know, right? No one's perfect. Everyone has stumbling blocks. Everyone struggles in life a little bit. So just believe in people. Don't look at someone saying, oh man, they've been drinking for the past month. They're never going to achieve anything in life. Why are they here? Because they're people. And you don't know. They might be the next president. The next thing is to lend your shoulder, to lift people up around you. And so I'm gonna give a little kudos to Doyon for doing this. Because Doyon helped establish the Doyon Foundation, right? And that's literally the purpose of that whole foundation, is to help people achieve their educational goals and dreams. And I will say, much like Aaron over here, that I had Doyon support, Doyon Foundation support through all of this educational process. And so they were holding my hand a lot, right? Because I went through undergrad, I went through 2 postgraduate programs, my teacher licensure year, as well as a postgraduate certificate in kindergarten through 8th grade math education, and then my master's degree, and then medical school. So thank you to Doyon for that. Super awesome. And I'd say the next thing to help people be successful is to help find mentors for people and help be a mentor. I've done this throughout medical school. I still do it. I will say, I woke up this morning, checked my email, had an email from my friend Alex McLarian, who is a 4th-year medical student at the University of North Dakota. She is Chupik and was raised in Anchorage, and I helped get her into the University of North Dakota through the application process. She just messaged me to say, hey, I matched with the Alaska Family Medicine Residency Program. So that's awesome. Not everyone who applies to residency as a doctor matches. It's crazy, right? You already have to go through this humbling experience in medical school, then you have to try to get into residency. And so, you know, I helped her with the process. I helped others with the process. Some are current medical students, some are still applying. Offer yourself as a mentor. All of you have been successful in some way. And I didn't have a ton of doctor support going through this process, but I had my mom, I had my brothers, I had my friends. When I applied to medical school and told people I was doing this, because I was kind of in the process of applying already when I told people, my stepmom, who's also in the crowd over there, she's was a public health nurse, she told me, oh, it's about time. I'm like, what? I was over here teaching. What do you mean it's about time I become a doctor? And then one of the other things I would like to push forward is just to celebrate success. And it's happening now, right? You guys invited me as a keynote speaker, which thank you for that. I hope I didn't totally bore your ear, and hopefully not too many people are sleeping. Oh, as a side note, because I go on tangents quite a bit, I learned as a medical student and a resident that you can sleep standing up. Anyway, super cool skill. Maybe not when I'm in the middle of cardiology rounds. But celebrating success, because in celebrating it, not only are we honoring the people who have been successful, but we're also normalizing success. I want us all to be successful. So I was in this emergency medicine conference. We have them every Thursday for emergency medicine residency. It's like 5 hours of lectures and training. But I was in a communication workshop yesterday, and one of my doctor's mentors, she's not from the US originally, so we kind of share that we're from an outside culture coming into this system. She said, and I wrote this quote down because I thought it was awesome, you want to bring out the best in everyone around you. And that's totally how I think we as a people can achieve success, working on bringing out the best in everyone around us. So I stand here humbly before you today as a doctor pursuing emergency medicine. So, I mean, they let me do some pretty crazy things. I love it. But just remember that it wasn't an easy and simple path for me, that I once set my little brother's diaper on fire. I had to explain why I had a minor consume in alcohol when I was applying to residency. So also blaming my brothers, because Archie was literally, it was the very first time I ever drank alcohol. I was in Canada from Galena on spring break. My brother Archie was sitting there on his snow machine, like probably 50 feet away, laughing at me as the cop put me in his car. Anyway, I had to explain this when I was applying to medical school, and also for my medical license. They still accepted me. So you're gonna fall down, people stumble, you can just get back up. I just want to thank you guys for listening to me. I know I talk fast and I talk a lot, but thank you for giving me a break from cardiology. Anabasi.
Wow, what a story. Let's give her another round of applause. And this applause was for you to was for you learning how to sleep standing up. And we are all very proud of you. You give us hope, people like you. So, Bessie. So, Dr. Weeder, please accept this beaded sun catcher by Ethel Sakalaskas. Okay. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. All right. So now I may be able to thank our Inspector of Elections. So I'd like to invite the Inspector of Elections, Mike O'Brien, up to read the certificate of a quorum.
Certificate of Quorum. The Inspector of Elections reports. 1, that the list of eligible voters for the annual meeting of Doyon Limited of March 17, 2023, prepared pursuant to Article 2, Section 6 of the bylaws, lists 15,320 shareholders holding 1,703,467.354 shares of voting stock eligible to vote on matters presented to this annual meeting. 2, that there is present at the meeting, either in person or represented by proxy, 988,092.805 shares, or 58% of eligible voting stock for this annual meeting. 3, that pursuant to Alaska Statute 10.06.415, unless otherwise provided in the Articles of Incorporation, a majority of the shares entitled to vote, represented in person or by proxy, constitutes a quorum at a meeting of shareholders. The Inspector of Election hereby certifies that a quorum is present. Dated today, 17th of March, 2023, at Fairbanks, Alaska.
Thank you. I hereby direct the certificate of quorum to be attached to the minutes of the meeting. And I would like to remind those viewing and in person that recording and rebroadcasting the Doyon Annual Meeting of Shareholders is not allowed without prior permissions. Portions of today's meetings are being broadcast through KSKO 89.5 FM and KRFF 89.1 FM radio stations. The full meeting is available through the password-protected webcasting. And proxy holder names will be read at about 11:30 for ballot pickup in the Minto room. I would like to call on Aaron Schutt, President and CEO, to present this year's President's Report. As President and CEO of Doyon Limited, Aaron Schutt is responsible for working with the Board of Directors to set the overall direction of the Doyon family of companies and provide leadership to its senior management team. President Schutt has worked at Doyon since 2006. Prior to being named President and CEO, Schutt served as Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer from 2008 to 2011. President Schutt clerked for Alaska Supreme Court Justice Alexander Briner after graduating with a Juris Doctorate from Stanford Law School. He holds a Master of Science in Civil Engineering from Stanford University and graduated with honors as an S. Towns Stevenson Scholar from Washington State University with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Before joining Doyon in 2006, President Schutt was an attorney at the Anchorage offices of national law firm Sonosky, Chambers, Saxe, Miller, and Munson, and Hiller Erman LLP, where he represented tribal and ANCSA Corporation clients in transactional and business matters. He serves on the board of directors for Northrim Bank Corp Incorporated, Aquila Incorporated, and the University of Alaska Board of Advisors. He also coaches youth hockey. In 2004, President Shutt was named as the recipient of the Alaska Journal of Commerce's Top 40, Under 40, Still Under 40 Award. Sorry. In 2022, President Shutt was honored with the University of Alaska Fairbanks Meritorious Service Award. Aaron is Koyukon Athabascan and is an enrolled member of the native village of Tanana. He was born in Anchorage and raised in Tok. He is married to Marissa Flannery, and together they have 2 sons and a daughter. So please join me in welcoming Aaron.
Thank you, Chris. I feel under 40 for about the first 3 hours of the day. I'm very pleased to be able to give the President's Report again this year. Listening to our guest speaker, who's happy to get up every morning, excited about her day. That's my day every morning as well. And I also wander around. She said that she wanders around in her speaking. You all know I do too. But I wanted to start by introducing my family. My wife Marissa is here today. Stand up. She's Thanatham, so maybe that's the tribe that other gentleman is from. I don't know. Some people can't pronounce that tribe either. It's Southern Arizona. We have 2 sons and a daughter. The boys are at school. My daughter's here in town with her cousin AJ, I think, because my speech would be really boring to her. My mom is Jeanette Scannell from Tanana. Like our speaker, my family is a little complicated too. I was adopted and raised in Tok by late Joyce and Dave Shutt, who were teachers, and they taught all over Alaska. Most of my childhood was in Tok, though. And my grandparents, late Josephine Lawrence Roberts from Tanana. But I also have another late grandma, Laura Sanford. So when I was in Tok, my mom was really good friends with her. She worked at the school too. And she realized we didn't have any native relatives in the Upper Tanana. So she adopted us as her grandchildren, my brother and myself. And so that's how Grandma Isabel is her sister, late Laura's sister. So that's how the Sanford, everybody who wonders how I have relatives all over our region, that's the story. I'm very pleased to report that our company is in a very strong place. The annual report you got showed that we had a really good year last year. And our theme is celebrating the success of our people. And as many people have recognized, and you see on the front some of the images from Walter Harper's life, and I'm going to try and incorporate, like others have this morning, some aspects of his story into the report about our company. One of the things I saw yesterday as I was wandering around our office, we had the statue unveiling last summer of Walter Harper, the hand up statue, which in and of itself was a really moving day. We had some of his relatives, descendants, and others in the community that had rallied to make that statue and installation reality, many of our native leaders that day. But there's a little bit left to be installed this coming summer, which are the panels that talk about the expedition, the other people that were on the expedition. You heard that little bit of the story that Sarah read this morning, other native people as well as the non-native people that climbed Denali. So on one of those panels is a quote that I'm going to try and remember it. It said, he is the best shot, the best dog driver, and the best man on the water, whether it's a birch bark canoe or a power launch, the strongest and most resourceful man I've ever known. So that's what Bishop Hudson Stuck said about him. It's going to be on that panel next summer. And so that's just a summary. We can all think of some people, like Stephanie just said, we can think of people in our own lives like that, but that was an incredible young man that passed away very young in his life, but had accomplished so much. And I think there are many parallels to our company as well. So last year was our 50th anniversary. And in that time, we have accomplished a lot as well. And it was due to early leadership of our company being very wise in the lands they selected, the businesses they got into, the decisions they made. We certainly stumbled along the way a few times too. I've heard some of those stories. But the success we're having now was not built on just what we did in the last few years, but what many people have done for our company and our shareholders and our people over 50 years. One other aspect of Walter's story that is amazing to me and instructive to all of us, I think, is the story about his travels around Alaska guiding the Episcopal Church folks, Hudson Stuck in particular. So at the time he was, 17 or 18 or 19 years old, living in Fort Yukon. And Hudson Stuck decides he wants to do a tour of the North Slope in the winter. So they leave, the two of them by dog team, from Fort Yukon, and they go downriver and then up into the mountains and down the Kobuk River and to Kotzebue, and then all the way around the coast on the North Slope through all those Inupiaq communities, all the way over to like Kaktovik, and then back down south to Fort Yukon in one winter. And he didn't know the way. He'd never been on that journey. And those of us who've been out in the woods, and many of us in this room have, just to think about that trip by dog team in the winter, even if you did know the way, that is a long, hard trip. This young man must have been pretty fearless. Just, yeah, I can take you. We'll figure it out. So I like to think about that story with our business as well. Our early leaders, we've heard those stories. We had many of them at our 50-year anniversary potlatch in Fairbanks here this last summer. Most of them didn't know how to run a corporation. I mean, very few. We've heard stories about our early board members would be out on the trap line. There was a board meeting in town. They'd come in still dressed in their trap line gear, take that off and walk into the board meeting and make very important decisions for our people at this corporation. When I first started at Doyon, Ori and Tim Wallace, wherever Tim is in the back, they had a special project for me to work on with them both, which was the privatization of the Army utilities at Fort Wainwright, Fort Greely, and Fort Richardson in Anchorage. It only happened to be the largest privatization in Department of Defense history. We didn't happen to be in the utility business at the time, but our Doyon folks decided we were up for the task, and as we know now, we actually won that procurement, 50-year privatization contract, biggest in DoD history. Those are the types of things that our people are capable of when we put our mind to it. So in this past year, it's been a really big and meaningful year for us. So 2022 was the 50th anniversary. ANCSA passed December 19th, 1971. But we weren't incorporated until June 1972, so the summertime was our 50th year anniversary. A few years ago, our board, in anticipating the 50th year anniversary, said to us we should host a potlatch. We haven't done that. I don't know when we've done it, if ever. Probably never. But I have to say it was probably my best day at Doyon. If you guys remember last summer, it was kind of rainy here in Fairbanks for a while. We were planning an outdoor potlatch. But that day the skies cleared for us. We had people from our early leadership group. Many of our early leaders, board and executive leaders, are still with us, and almost all of them made it to the potlatch. We had people from all over our region. We had many important guests, and we were also able to pay a debt we Native people owed to a tribe outside as well on that day, and that was the Yakima Nation. So one other thing that Ori and others shared with me early in my time at Doyon was some of the history and important things from our history. Land claims was not easy. You've heard people talk about that. Emil Nadi just shared with many of us in Anchorage some of those stories as well about how hard that was. We didn't have any money. We didn't have any lobbyists in DC. We didn't have expertise in Washington, DC. It was an awful long ways from here, especially at that time in our history. They're having bake sales and little raffles to fund people going down there every now and then. Emil mortgaged his house on behalf of Alaska Native people to help fight that effort. And in our time of need, the Yakima Nation in Washington State loaned Alaska Federation of Natives a lot of money and helped with that effort, helped get that over the line. So it was on behalf of all of Alaska Natives, and we paid them back the money, but I think we're the only region that has now paid them back in the more important to me, and more important to, I think, all of us as cultural Alaska Natives and Athabascans, that when you owe somebody, you have to potlatch them. You have to recognize them publicly in your own culture for what they did for us. So we found the leadership of the Yakima Nation, I guess it was about 18 months ago, and started talking to them about whether they would send some people up for our potlatch, and they did. They sent their chairman and a couple of their other tribal council members and their spouses, and we were able to honor and recognize them as well last summer, and finally, after many of these long years, pay off that debt on behalf of our people and on behalf of all of Alaska Native people at our potlatch here in Fairbanks. So that was one of the most special times for me. Again, it was probably my best day at Doyon in this past year up there at UAF. So that was one big event for us. But we also had a lot of other really successful times at Doyon in our business in this past year. One of them was we've finally kind of climbed back out of the hole of the pandemic in our business. It's easy now to look forward and be excited, which I'm really excited about where we are right now, and forget about those couple of years that were very difficult in business. And if you remember, many businesses struggled mightily, some failed across the United States, and many Alaska-based businesses struggled during the pandemic. It certainly hit us. It was 3 years ago about this time where we had 7 rigs working on the North Slope one day and 0 the next. And that is one of our most important businesses. And we've just gotten back to that point this year. We had tourism business that was completely shut down for 2 years. We went through an exercise on the management team at Doyon about how do we cut all of the expenses in our business without laying any people off at Doyon Limited. Luckily, we didn't have to do many of those things, but that's a sobering exercise when you have to go through it. We were successful in those 2 years. That was a couple down years, but when you look at our 2022, we're really back to where we were in 2019 and before on that growth path and that strong path forward that we've been used to at Doyon for many years. And part of our ability to recover so quickly from the pandemic was the long-term plan that the board has and the discipline as an organization we've had, so that when things kind of started loosening up, we've been able to take advantage. So just to kind of run through some of the metrics and successes we had in 2022, we had net income before taxes of $45.7 million, which was the 5th best year in our company's history. There were a couple other years right before the pandemic that were just a little bit better than that. And then the one year way back in 1989 when we were able to sell a lot of net operating losses, a special provision of Congress and the Internal Revenue Code that was open for a little while. So those are the years that were better than last year. This year will be better. 2023 will be better than 2022 and probably most of those prior years as well. We also had a very good recovery in the opportunities we were able to offer shareholder employees. So again, during the pandemic years, we had a pretty significant dip in field employees in many of our business units with no activity. This past year, we had 401 Doyon shareholder employees across our family of companies, which is again, right back to where we were right before the pandemic, and we're on a path to continue that growth in 2023 and into the future. So again, right back on our strategic growth path. Very pleased with that outcome. Paid $30 million, just over $30 million in shareholder wages in 2022. We had some very notable accomplishments across our business. We drilled our first extended reach well with rig 26 last year. We've talked about that rig a few times. It's the single largest investment in Doyon's company history. It's the future of the North Slope. It drilled the first well, was 32,000 feet long, which is like from here out to Fox. Hit a very small target way out there. That's a technology on that rig is so impressive. Every time I think about our visits there, and the board will be going up there in a few weeks to see it in action, it boggles the mind what people can do when they get together and set their mind to it, and that's an example as well. Like some of these other things we've talked about, that's first of its kind, largest rig in North America, largest oil and gas land-based rig in North America, is owned and operated, designed by Doyon Drilling. There wasn't a blueprint for that rig, just like Walter Harper saying, well, we can do it. Our team at Doyon Drilling, we can do it, and we did. So that was one thing. We also had our very first voluntary forest carbon offset project in the Doyon region. Some other regional corporations participated in these carbon credit projects on the California Air Board program. Ours is on the American Carbon Registry in the voluntary program. Had 370,000 credits issued last September, right at the close of our fiscal year 2022. We have several more projects going into the future. Again, that was first for us. I think it was the first program in Alaska, certainly by an Alaska Native corporation on the American Carbon Registry for voluntary forest. And we also formed a joint venture in tourism, so we have reinvigorated energy in our tourism business in the last few years, and we joint ventured with Hoonah Totem Corporation, a village corporation from Southeast Alaska, village of Hoonah. They have a large project or port site there that just outside of their community where large cruise ships come in and they have whale watching boats and gondolas up the mountain and sea kayaks and all kinds of activities right there. We think that's a wonderful model for tourism in Alaska where you have that opportunity to showcase your place in the world and your people and culture, and your folks can live at home and work there and have careers in their home communities. So that we were really excited to be able to partner with them. And since then, we made an acquisition, Alaska Independent Coach, which is a bus and tour service provider down in Southeast Alaska that we're growing into the rest of Alaska. We have started to work on another port in Southeast Alaska on Prince of Wales Island that will serve the cruise industry. And we also have plans to grow the tourism business in the rest of Alaska and into our own region here in the next few years. So we're really excited about that joint venture. It was a notable accomplishment for our team in 2022 and very pleased to work with another Alaska Native corporation as well. We have many joint venture partners over the years, and whenever we can, partnering with Alaska Native corporations or tribes is a priority for us. So really, really pleased about that opportunity that came around because of our friendships in the Alaska Native community. We know the leaders in this state, and there are many opportunities for us. And then I wanted to turn to our future. So success of our people, we have talked a little bit about the history, and we've talked about the inspiration that Walter Harper is. But really, when you hear his story, and when you heard Stephanie's story this morning, just a few minutes ago, we can celebrate our successes that are in the past, but as an organization, our focus is on what's ahead of us and those opportunities for our people and our shareholders and our employees that Doyon can create and provide. So that's, again, why I'm so excited here today, is that we've weathered that storm that was the pandemic, and we have so many opportunities in front of us. A few things that make me excited. We have another first of its kind in our first part of our fiscal year 2023. It started October 1st. We have another first in America, possibly the world. For many years, we've invested in private equity funds as what's called a limited partner. This goes back decades, so we're very familiar with that industry. It's a small part, historically, of what we've done. Years ago, it was a little bigger part of our investment strategy. But this past quarter, we became a general partner in a private equity fund as well as a limited partner. So those are a part of the control group of a private equity fund. So this is with McKinley Management out of Anchorage. I believe, I'm almost certain we're the first Alaska Native or tribal entity to be offered and be a part of the general partnership in a US-based fund. So really proud of that opportunity that's come to us as well. And it's because of our reputation and our history in industry here in Alaska. And again, when you think about the story of Walter Harper, and if you read the book about his life, one of the things that's most notable about him was just what a good human being he was. How selfless, as well as being skilled, selfless he was to the church leadership, his community, and his family. And he offers that lesson to all of us into perpetuity of you can't just be successful. We also need to be selfless and servants in our community. And that, in its own way as a business, serves us very well. One of the reasons we did well in the pandemic when times were tough was that we've always treated our clients and customers very fairly across our industries. We're known for that. We don't take advantage of situations. And then when times are tough for us and we ask, often our customers help us out a little bit. So that's built into our DNA at Doyon. That's one reason I'm very proud to work at Doyon every day, is that we have that reputation, and we've had it for many decades now, that we do right by ourselves and by those around us. Doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. I'm not sure I'm as open about sharing all my mistakes as Stephanie was. But we do make some mistakes. And again, one of the things that I think we're known for at Doyon when we do make those mistakes is we own up to them, to our counterparties, our customers, our partners. And again, in the long run, that serves us very, very well. When we ask, people know we're serious and we're committed and we've treated them well, and they reciprocate many times. So again, that's one key to our success. It's written into our values that our board talks about frequently and reviews at least annually and guides us in our daily work. So what's the next 5 years look like? Again, I'm very excited. Our first quarter in 2023, which is October 1st to December 31st, was our strongest operational quarter in the history of the company. And I think the balance of our year will be equally as strong, and we'll build from there. I shared a bit ago when we were announcing introductions of general managers, we're doing a fairly large acquisition that should close next month of an Alaska-based business, Fairweather, that serves the North Slope. Complementary to all the other services we provide, and Rick Fox, who's the CEO, is here today to get to know us a little better. One of the things we're really excited about is that they have a medical services, emergency medical service segment of their business in the resource industry. And we have so many people, students in the health industries. We've known that for years. When you look at the Doyon Foundation scholarship lists, health is the biggest field that our people pursue in education. So we're hoping to provide more opportunities for our students through that acquisition. We have a game-changing grant that was awarded to Doyon last year by the NTIA, a federal agency. We worked very closely with Tanana Chiefs and their staff and 5 communities along the Yukon River, and won a $50 million grant to install fiber optic cable from Fairbanks or Fox north to Yukon River, and then put it in the Yukon River and serve those 5 communities, and partnered with ACS. They will have agreed to provide broadband services at urban rates in those 5 communities when that project goes live about 2 years from now, or maybe about 2025. Again, nobody's done that before, but we're not scared to do projects that no one's done before. In fact, some of us are motivated by projects no one's ever done before. Alan got a new nickname. We call him Fiber Alan now. In our business, we're also growing. I shared about our tourism. I shared about our growth on the North Slope, but we're also committed to growing our business in many other ways in the next 5 years. We have a strategic plan that we've talked about for a number of years now. The theme is transformation, where we recognize that we, in many ways, grown into a large player in Alaska's oil and gas market, and we needed to do some different things because that market is, in the big picture, fairly small. So we identified tourism and utilities as 2 areas to grow into. And you heard about the tourism part, but we're also aggressively pursuing opportunities in the utility space. So some of you might have read about University of Alaska Fairbanks is possibly going to privatize its utility systems here in this coming year. We're waiting on a Board of Regents decision on that. But we're well positioned. We have a team in place with our current partner in the utility business to pursue that opportunity if they put it out to RFP here. Could be in the next month or so, possibly closed by the end of the year. And we think we're in a really nice position with that opportunity, being a provider here in town and having experience privatizing former government assets here in town and having the workforce and expertise to do that work. Oh, I think, again, with our planning and our discipline over the last years, we're very well positioned in the next 5 years and 10 years and 50 years to continue to provide economic opportunities for our shareholders, job opportunities for our shareholders, and rewarding careers for all of us who are employees at Doyon, to make it a place that each one of us wants to come in every morning, get up early and show up at the office ready to go, like you heard Dr. Weeder say. And that's our team. I just wanted to close by saying how I begin each morning. People know I have these little phrases I use every day. So people ask me in my family, what are you doing today? Well, I'm trying to make a buck for my nieces. It's the first thing I say every day. And there's more and more of them all the time, so I got to keep working hard for them, right? And then when I walk in the office, my team in Anchorage and here in Fairbanks knows, I always say, are we winning? And almost every day, we can say we're winning. And when we're not, we know what to do, because we're not scared of that unknown. We know how to do these things. We pull it off every time in my experience at Doyon, and that's a tribute to your team, the team that I work with every day, and this board of directors. We always find a way. And I'm proud of that team, very proud of the results from the last year, and super excited about that which is to come. So again, it's been my honor to serve you one more year. I look forward to this day every year and sharing our success and seeing all of you here in this room. Tomorrow we're gonna win. We're gonna make a buck for our nieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there a motion to accept the president's report? It's been moved and seconded. Adoption will be by voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The president's report is accepted. We're running a little behind schedule, so I will attempt to speed things up a little bit. Before we go any further, I believe there is Brian Ridley, the new chief, or the continuing chief of 10 and the chiefs is around here somewhere, so we'd like to give him a few minutes to say a few words. So, Brian?
Well, Chief Ridley's making his way to the stage. I did want to announce that the polls are open for the election of directors and will remain open for 60 minutes. So it is 11:45, will be open till 12:45. If you're a proxy holder, you'll receive a proxy holder ballot in the next few minutes, and we'll announce the proxy holder ballots are ready to pick up from the tabulators here soon. If you're a proxy holder, please pick up your ballot in the Minto room. The top part of the proxy holder ballot shows if you have directed votes. The proxy holder cannot change these votes. The middle section will show undirected votes. The proxy holder can vote those shares. Sign the ballot at the bottom. Ballots will not be valid if they're unsigned. Deposit the completed ballots in one of the ballot boxes. Okay, we're back on. Oh, we'll read these proxy holder ballots while we ice our chief here for a few minutes.
I have the list of proxy holder ballots. Harold Atla, Nicole Borromeo, Patricia Brown, Cheryl Cadzo, Walter Carlo, Melissa Charlie, Shirley Cleaver, Marvin Deacon, the Doyon Proxy Committee, Jacqueline Edwin, Shannon Earhart, Ellen Evans, Jennifer Fate Valaise, Anna Frank, Audrey A. George, Darlene Herbert, Carol Hall, Betty Huntington, Daphne Huntington, Jerry Isaac, Victor Joseph, Alita Ketzler, Dewey Kaleho Hoffman, Georgiana Lincoln, Patrick McCarty, Catherine Morgan, Susan Paskvan, Patricia Paul, Robin Renfro, Santa Roach, Irene Roberts, Aaron Shutt, Ethan Shutt, Christopher Simon, Geraldine Simon, Wilmina Stevens, Maudrey Tanner, Timothy Wallace Sr., Christy Williams, Ori G. Williams, Janet L. Woods, and Miranda Wright. Those are our proxy holder ballots. Please vote your ballot. You have 1 hour. All right, Chief Brian Ridley, welcome.
I had to bring my old Doyon board jacket. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to recognize our traditional chiefs, elders, chiefs, the Doyon Board of Directors, and all of our tribal members and shareholders here today. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak to you. My name's Brian Ridley, and I'm the Chief Chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference, and I'm from the native village of Eagle. I was re-elected yesterday during the TCC 2023 Annual Convention and full Board of Directors meeting to serve you for the next 3 years. Now, Victor likes to tease me, and he says, gee, you're too serious. And he was pretty serious when he was my boss. So I'm trying to go back to my old joking ways. So I think kind of like Chris's joke earlier, I have to tell a story. A couple of years ago, when I got a moose, we were all cutting moose meat in the kitchen. And my new, I guess at that time, 7-year-old boy, I was cutting a big roast. And I was cutting the roast and I said, you know what happens, what this would be if I make one wrong cut? And he looked up at me and said, no, what, Papa? I said, it would be a moose steak. I thought it was pretty good. Okay, so back to business. Oftentimes I worry that when people look at TCC and Doyon, they only focus on the things where we don't agree. And I think I talked about it a little bit last year about this, but I'm proud to say that TCC has many partnerships with Doyon, and we're happy to work with Doyon to better the lives of our tribes, tribal members, and shareholders. So some of the things that we've partnered on over this last year, we partnered in the Native leadership meetings that include TCC, FNA, Doyon, and Denakanaga, on social justice issues including the Fairbanks 4 and the missing and murdered Indigenous people, which I'm glad to see that our MMIP signs of the missing, that Doyon asked to use those, and they're out by the front doorways. TCC and Doyon also partner on trespassing and trespassing signs on allotments and corporation lands. We've been working with the Doyon VP of External Affairs quarterly to update on our Tribal Resource Stewardship Program activities, working on getting more information to the board members on the work our staff have been doing to address the salmon disaster we're facing. TCC appreciates the $50,000 donation that we received for the Tribal Resource Stewardship Program, and we're going to use that to go towards the implementation of the new mid-river sonar. At the TCC convention, we heard that the elders would like to restart the Interior Alaska Native Elders Housing Interagency Initiative, which included Denakanaga, FNA, Doyon, IRHA, and TCC. We work with Doyon, FNA, and others to get out the Native vote, which this last year included a special election, local election, and a state and federal election, all with a brand new election system, ranked choice voting. Our work with Doyon, Otna, and FNA resulted in a unified effort on the state of Alaska redistricting. Not only did we secure a TCC Doyon House seat, but together we also ensured that our district would remain even through a court challenge. Prior to Doyon, Ganayu, and ACS announcing their broadband partnership, TCC and Doyon had formed a broadband work group on all things broadband to make sure that the historic amounts of infrastructure dollars would be realized by our region. That partnership continues as we work towards a broadband build-out for the entire Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Kayakuk rivers. One of the cool things that some of our TCC subregions do in their subregional meetings is invite their village corporations to the subregional meetings, which I think is a great idea because it provides the opportunity for village corporations and our tribes to work together and communicate more. I want to take a second for all the candidates that are running this year and just tell you I've been there. I've gone through being elected and not being reelected, and I just have to think back at those days that, especially when I wasn't reelected here, to just think back that, it's all in God's plan and He has a plan for us. And sometimes it's not easy to understand, but there's always a plan there, and you just have to trust it. In conclusion, I just want to say that as of today, my youngest son's 18th birthday today. So from this point forward, I have 3 voting shareholder sons, and I really look forward to the direction of this organization. With that, if I can have Aaron rise, I just want to say how much I appreciate our partnership. I look forward to working with you in the years ahead. And as a sign of respect for all of the work you do on behalf of our people, I'd like to gift you with this Chief's necklace. Masicho.
Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate that. We have a gift for you too. The Birch Park basket, beaded gloves, and you only got 1 jar, Salmon. I think somebody got a case over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have lunch now. Okay, go ahead. Oh, yeah.
So lunch is ready. I'm going to ask if Irene Robin Sherry could come forward and say the prayer over our food. And while she's coming up, just give you the order of how things are going to proceed here. We'll have the blessing of the food. We'll have our Tanacross dancers following that, as some people will probably make their way to get food. And we'll have our treasurer's report following the dancers.
Thank you. Let us stand, please. And when we stand, we honor the Lord, honor God. God the Father, we thank you today to bless our land, our resources, and our people. We ask you to bless this food today and make us ever mindful of the needs of others through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
We have a gift for you, Robin. Find it. So, beaded necklace by Karina Evans and some jarred fish. Thank you. Okay, our Tantacross dancers ready. Proxies are in the...
It's been nice. Well, actually, one thing that's awesome, we're doing a lot of trade, proactive stuff, trade hard, copy and stuff. There's tons of that work happening. Yeah. That's the sort of legal work I'm like. Yes. Not like. I witnessed
rather hear this straight out.
Just trying to do the same thing. In some ways, a little better case. In some ways, less serious.
Well, what we ended up with this is, I think I remember
invitation, and then after that, we'll go to the last performance. So, invitation, stand wherever you are, join us, either way.
One more time for Tana Cross dancers. It's 12:25. There's 20 minutes left, or the polls are open. So about 20 minutes. If you're a proxy holder, please make your way to the Minto room and vote your ballot. At this time, I'd like to welcome Betty Huntington, our board treasurer, to present this year's treasurer's report and the Doyon Settlement Trust report.
Now, after 10 across, I feel like we are truly it's a truly full meeting today. You guys really just, just brought lots of pleasure to my heart, and I know other people too. It was just wonderful to hear that 10 across. Thank you. So I think it's afternoon. Yeah. So good afternoon. You know, after listening to today's speeches, I am just really proud to be up here to, as the treasurer. I was elected treasurer after Miranda last year. She no longer ran. In this theme being, the success of our people, I just have to give a shout out to Stephanie Weeder, Dr. Weeder. I happened to be at her high school graduation because one of my relatives was graduating, and she spoke then of being a doctor, and I was so proud that she was following her dreams after becoming a teacher. So again, that was just amazing. And now she's one of 3 doctors that I know. One, Jenny Palcola's granddaughter. She's graduated from Galena. She's a doctor. And so is Allison Keller, who is Miranda's niece. So anyway, our people can succeed. They can do amazing things, and that's not why I'm here, but I just had to put that out there. Just really proud to be here. But I want to give a shout out to Miranda and other people that have served as officers. As I was getting ready for the today's meeting, I realized, part of being treasurer was to do the little intro to the treasurer's report and the Doyon Settlement Trust report. So as the treasurer, I'm really proud, really pleased to say that 2022 was another successful year. In fact, it was the 38th consecutive year for Doyon for a successful year. And, that's after being on, with Alaska's economy the way it is. I'm still breathless from doing this thing with Santa Cruz. Because there's challenges with the Alaska economy, and after the challenges of the COVID, which we still feel. So the upcoming video highlights Doyon's, the last few years of the Doyon year. You can find the detailed information in your annual report, which some of you received by mail and others received a link to, I think, in an email. So anyway, the report should be up here shortly. I don't have any jokes. No.
Well, limited. This year we celebrate the achievements of Walter Harper and the 1913 Denali expedition. Beyond Walter's central role in this expedition, he served as a bridge between Indigenous and Western cultures at a time our region faced great changes. His solid Athabascan identity, grounded in his culture and his strong sense of purpose, allowed him to lead by example. He was and continues to be a role model and hero for many. Walter set an example that Doyon follows today to be a leader in all we do. His life and contributions are the inspiration for this year's annual report theme, celebrating the success of our people. 2022 was the busiest year in decades in resource exploration and land management. The activity is a testament to the hard work and wisdom of the early leaders of Doyon, who carefully selected our lands for both subsistence and cultural purposes, as well as resource potential. In 2022, we had several active programs with mineral companies exploring Doyon lands across the Doyon region for gold, copper, and other mineral resources. We had ongoing analysis of oil and gas data gathered in 2021 on Doyon lands in the Yukon Flats. We had many sand, gravel, and rock sales supporting transportation and other projects funded by the federal infrastructure bill. And we had listing of our first voluntary forest carbon offset credits on the American Carbon Registry in the SOG program. Our operating business units had a strong year in 2022 with net income of $44.8 million, the fifth best year in Doyon's history. Doyon Drilling continues to have strong performance with the majority of its rigs under contract. We commissioned Rig 26 in 2022, and the rig successfully completed its first extended reach well, which was about 35,000 feet in length. In the work on that well, Rig 26 set several North Slope, State of Alaska, and even worldwide records. Doyon Utilities performed well, with project execution and reliability of over 99.99% in most of its 12 utility systems. Doyon made notable investments in tourism in 2022, including a new joint venture with Hunatotum Corporation called Na Dana. Doyon also achieved its 38th consecutive year of profitability in 2022. Doyon has made distributions to our shareholders totaling more than $272 million over the history of the company, with the largest annual distribution made in December 2022 of $14.71 per share. In sum, we had a strong 2022. We are proud of the work of our employees and look forward to continued growth and success in 2023.
My name is Patrick Duke, and I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer at Doyon Limited. 2022 was a banner year for Doyon, one of the best years in the company's history. In 2022, Doyon's total revenues were $266.2 million, with after-tax net income totaling $44.8 million. Doyon's total assets were $893.8 million. These assets include things like our drilling rigs and camps on the North Slope, our buildings in Fairbanks and Anchorage, assets in Denali National Park, and the Mid-Alaska Pipeline. It's important to note that the 12.5 million acres of land that Doyon owns is not considered an asset in the financial report. This is, however, our greatest asset and is critical to helping us meet our mission. Doyon's shareholder equity is a measure of the shareholders' ownership in Doyon and has grown to $562.6 million. Shareholders have received 36 consecutive distributions since 1981, and Doyon's 50-year history, it has distributed dividends totaled $272 million. In 2022, Doyon received $15.8 million from ANCSYS Section 7I. Section 7I is a sharing provision which allows Doyon to benefit from natural resources developed by other Alaska Native corporations. Last year, Doyon made significant investments in tourism and is poised for greater investment opportunities and growth in 2023. Doyon's mission statement to continually enhance the economic and social well-being of our shareholders and future shareholders aligns directly with our current investment strategies. Doyon is committed to increasing benefits to our shareholders through distributions and donations.
Hello, I'm the COO at Doyon, and I work with all the operating companies. I'd like to begin by thanking the Doyon family of company employees. Our strong results are due to everyone's efforts across all the Doyon companies. We appreciate our employees and the good work that each person does every day. I'd like to take a few minutes to share highlights of our operating companies. As Aaron mentioned, DDI continues to drill successfully on the North Slope for ConocoPhillips, Eni, and Hillcorp. Last year, Doyon Utilities completed 47 projects with an investment of $18 million to improve the utilities on the installations and contribute to the rate base. Doyon Anvil won a large portion of engineering work for Santos's large Pika project on the North Slope. Doyon Associated completed several repairs on Doyon's Mid-Alaska pipeline in the North Pole serving Petrostar. Doyon Government Group companies have 36 active projects in 15 states with a large backlog of work. Arctic IT welcomed a new GM in May and is continuing project integrations for customers across the United States. Design Data continues to grow its business and added 11 new clients in fiscal year 22. Northern Laundry Services has retained a sizable contract with Gold Rush Inn at Eielson Air Force Base. For the first time, Kantishna Roadhouse operated as a fly-in business last summer due to the Denali Park Road closure. Doyon renewed our focus on tourism last year and formed a new entity, Nadana, which is a joint venture between Doyon and Hunatotam, a village corporation in Southeast. Dana purchased Alaska Independent Coach Tours, and it had a strong tourism season. We expect additional developments in the tourism space going forward. Overall, 2022 is a great year for our companies, and we look forward to continuing strong results this year.
Hi, my name is Tanya Kakatosh, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Administration. In August 2021, Doyon Limited received $30.9 million of coronavirus aid, relief, and economic security CARES Act funds. The funds came with strict guidelines from the Department of Treasury, which prohibited expenditures such as replacing lost revenue, employee bonuses, and special dividends. As of year-end 2022, Doyon spent approximately $30.7 million. Doyon distributed these funds in 4 different categories. Category number 1, and largest category, was Doyon Cares Assistance Project for shareholders. Doyon distributed $15.2 million to the 14,593 shareholders who applied and met the criteria. Category number 2 was the CARES support for Native nonprofit organizations. Doyon provided $8.6 million to Native nonprofit organizations that serve our shareholders. These include funding for Tanna Chiefs Conference, Interior Regional Housing Authority, Fairbanks Native Association, Danakanaga, Yukon Koyukuk Elders Assisted Living Facility, and Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. This category also includes funds provided to school districts in our region where the majority of our young shareholders reside. Funds were used for projects like providing life water, water, and wastewater systems in a few of our rural communities, emergency quarantining costs for those impacted by COVID, communication devices for elders and COVID-19 testing facilities and equipment. Category number 3 was Doyon's response projects. Doyon implemented a handful of response projects that benefit our region, totaling $5.3 million in spending. These include broadband internet expansion to the community of Nenana and to the Mendon subdivision in North Pole, and the purchase and delivery of 5 clinics in a can, which are portable clinics that can be deployed to communities in our region that may be in need of emergency healthcare infrastructure. And finally, the smallest category at $1.6 million is category number 4, Doyon Family of Companies Internal Expenditures. These funds were for costs related to administering the CARES Act funds, purchases of PPE, COVID tests, and reimbursement for personnel costs resulting from the pandemic.
Doyon's mission is to continually enhance our position as a financially strong Native corporation in order to promote the economic and social well-being of our shareholders and to strengthen our Native way of life and to protect and enhance our land and resources. Our mission guides how benefits are shared with shareholders, the Doyon Settlement Trust distribution, Doyon Foundation, education and training, and community donations. From our mission, we also have a shareholder hire priority, and in 2022, the Doyon family of companies employed 393 shareholders and paid a total of $30.3 million in shareholder wages. Doyon Limited also makes a yearly contribution to the Doyon Foundation for operations and to their endowment. Each year, Doyon contributes to the Doyon Foundation to support educational scholarships and cultural initiatives like Native language revitalization. Through the funding received, the Doyon Foundation is working with WGHB Boston to produce dubbed episodes of the PBS Kids show Molly of Denali in 2 of the Native languages of the Doyon region, Danaka, which is Koyukon, and Dingijuka, Gwich'in. In 2022, Doyon contributed $33 million to the Doyon Settlement Trust. The purpose of the Doyon Settlement Trust is to promote the health, education, and welfare of our beneficiaries. The trust accomplishes its purpose by making distributions to our beneficiaries. Doyon Settlement Trust distributions totaling $29 million were made during the year and were not taxable to our beneficiaries. Pa'alach distributions are payments from the Doyon Settlement Trust to honor cultural and traditional practices. The Pa'alach benefit is provided to the family of deceased shareholders to help cover Pa'alach expenses. $393,000 of potlatch distributions were paid during fiscal year 2022 and were not taxable. Turning to community donations, Doyon's general fund provides donations targeted at programs and activities that support Doyon's mission and support our communities. These include donations that highlight corporate citizenship and community business partnerships, donations to support the social and economic well-being of shareholders, and donations to cultural activities. In 2022, Doyon donated $537,000 to community projects in line with our mission, vision, and values. Doyon also funds $50,000 annually in Degas Awards, which reflect our belief that communities are healthier when Native values are alive and traditional skills like beadwork, artwork, hunting, and trapping are prized. Programs that integrate the spiritual, social, and economic needs of our people all make us stronger. Degas annually funds special projects that promote healthy and sober Alaska Native communities. So in closing, I'd like to say thank you to all of the employees and our board of directors and all of the operating companies that are part of the Doyon family of companies. These shareholder benefits are a celebration of our people and in recognition of our mission, vision, and values here at Doyon. We'd really like to acknowledge and celebrate our people, just like Walter Harper, a celebration of our people's success, our past, our present, and our future, a recognition of the hard work of our people, our board of directors, our employees, and our operating companies within the Doyon family of companies. We're grateful for the hard work in 2022, and we look forward to 2023.
Okay, that concludes the 2022 Treasurers and Doyon Settlement Trust Report. Having been the first, I don't like to say this, but the first shareholder controller for Doyon from, I think, 94 to 2007, I just am so proud to be part of this group, part of this board. It's just an amazing experience, and I really enjoy it. As Dr. Weeder said earlier, nothing is perfect, no one is perfect, but we all do our best to do a good job. With that, I want to thank Aaron and his team for the work they do, because this would not be possible, this success, without such a team. He stood up here and spoke. I'm kind of looking at my paper, but he takes no notes. He can just speak from the heart. And that's the way he operates also, just from the heart and to do the right job. With that, I also want to thank, because I had another board member remind me, to thank the servers. They've been here all week with TCC and now with us, working very hard, to serve us and to provide food. So thank you to them. And he adds through me, thank you to Micah John and the Doyon Utilities Group for the work you're doing today, as well as Doyon staff. It makes standing up here so easy. You could see that at TCC, the convention too. All the work behind the scenes makes it easy for people to stand up and look good. But yeah, I'm proud to be here with Doyon, and I really take the words from Trimble Gilbert, that we're a financial organization, a corporation, and we need to be proud of what we do. So proud of our success. Thanks. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Betty. Is there a motion to accept the treasurer's report? Is there a second? Been a motion and a second. Adoption will be by voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. We've adopted the Treasurer and Doyon Settlement Trust report. Before we move on, I wanted to note it's 12:45, so we are closing the polls. They were open for an hour, so the polls are now closed. Also, Jerry, on behalf of Doyon for Tanacross Dance Group, we've got a drum that Harold Northway made. Next, I'd like to invite Mariah Pitka-Jenkins, the Doyon Foundation Executive Director, to report this year's Doyon Foundation report.
Aaron, before I start, can I borrow your glasses? Oh, much better. Thank you, Aaron, Mr. Chair, members of the board, for allowing the Doyon Foundation time at your meeting to update our shareholders. Before I introduce myself, I'd like to also introduce the board of directors for the Doyon Foundation. I'd ask that you stand. I know there's a few of you here. Our board members for the foundation work very hard. Thank you, Eileen. I know Marie Cleaver's here. Jennifer Fada is our chair. Ori Williams is also on our board. Santa Roach just completed 10 years of service on our board. The foundation board works very hard, so I'd like to give them a round of applause, please. And Jennifer Adams, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Mariah Pitka-Jenkins. I'm from Galena. I'm the daughter of Gerald Pitka and the late Rhoda Fox, as well as Rosemary Havish and Eben Hobson Jr. My husband Shannon and I have 6 kids, and after 21 years of working in the Doyon family of companies, I've just recently taken the position of the executive director at the Doyon Foundation. This afternoon, we're going to share with you some highlights of our operations from the last year, as well as our amazing language program. Where's our video? Oh, Betty says time for a joke, but I'm not that funny. I don't have any jokes, but we do have a video that we're going to share if IT sets it up. For more than 30 years, Doyon Foundation has worked to provide educational, career, and cultural opportunities to enhance the identity and quality of life for Doyon shareholders. Our work falls into 2 main areas: scholarships and language revitalization. During the 2021-2022 academic year, we awarded $1.6 million in scholarships to 419 students, the highest amount in the history of our scholarship program. These scholarships are made possible by the generosity of our major donor, Doyon Limited, as well as other supporters. When it comes to scholarships, we believe there are many pathways to success, and that success looks different to each of us. That's why we offer a range of scholarships to meet the diverse needs of Doyon shareholders and descendants who are pursuing their educational dreams. Wondering which scholarship is right for you? Take our scholarship quiz at doyonfoundation.com/quiz. We believe all students should have the opportunity to pursue their educational goals. If you don't meet our scholarship requirements, such as minimum GPA, contact us to discuss your options. Application deadlines vary depending on scholarship type. Learn more and apply at doyonfoundation.com/scholarships. In addition to educational and career opportunities, our work also focuses on strengthening and celebrating our Native culture, with a focus on the indigenous languages of the Doyon region. In celebration of the 10th anniversary of our language revitalization program, we are honored to share the vision and milestones of our first 10 years with you.
The Doyon region is rich in Alaska Native languages and cultures. It is home to half of Alaska's 20 indigenous languages, with 10 distinct native languages and more than 15 unique dialects. All of them are endangered.
Everyone in my parents' generation spoke the Athabascan language fluently. That's all I heard when I'd go to the potlatches or go to some elders' home, was the Koyukon Athabascan language. It was great. And my parents in Huslia spoke it all the time, every day, to one another, but they never did speak to the kids in Athabascan. We learned English as a result.
Recognizing the importance of investing in our languages and cultures, Doyon Limited supported the establishment of the Doyon Foundation Language Revitalization Program in 2012. Since then, we have taken a leadership role in protecting our native languages.
Our board's been very supportive of several different aspects of the foundation, but when the language part became more prominent, there was a overwhelming feeling of support.
I was on Doyon Limited's board when we voted to give money to the foundation. And the big fear at Doyon Limited when we voted on this was that these languages would be lost, and we wanted them online in perpetuity with lessons.
Our program has grown and evolved since inception, but one thing has remained constant: the focus on ensuring our native languages not only survive, but thrive for future generations.
So I saw how critical it was to different indigenous groups across the state to keep their language. And so I thought it was also important at some point in time for Doyon and Tanana chiefs and FNA and the tribes in the interior to bring forward that same experience, trying to save the language for our people.
Each year, as part of the effort to revitalize the languages of the Doyon region, we award grants to organizations and communities planning language revitalization projects throughout the Doyon region.
Char nang kai sol dai hue hutlit.
2 little bears were born in the spring.
Doyon Languages Online was a major milestone for our language revitalization program. With the support and expertise of elders, content creators, and linguists, we developed a series of online courses for the languages of the Doyon region. By fall 2022, online courses in all 9 Athabascan Doyon region languages were accessible for free to any and all interested learners, and more than 600 students were signed up to learn a native language.
Doint
Asun.
Sikun asun.
Nadat sa nauza.
Kitsu sa uza.
Nadan hutan inland.
This is a language that our ancestors spoke for thousands of years, and I think we all carry some responsibility to keep it alive. My entire sense of well-being and my mood and everything is so much better, and so like I am just a happier person when I'm practicing my language.
In 2021, our language revitalization program achieved another significant milestone: the establishment of the Mentor Apprentice Program, or MAP. Through MAP, fluent speakers or mentors guide language learners or apprentices in learning their native language. After completing 1 year of immersion-based learning, the apprentice has the opportunity to give back to their language community as an instructor, lesson developer, or as a mentor themselves. The first MAP cohort of 15 teams began working together in summer 2022.
I feel really blessed to be a part of this Mentor Apprentice program, and I'm glad it was offered, and I'm glad my mom and I are able to do it.
Going forward, it's critical that the few elders we have left and the few teachers we have left still have the opportunity to share and promote the cultural value of the language itself.
One of our long-term goals is fostering a love of language among our youth, the future speakers and teachers of our native languages.
Ready?
Through ongoing research and collaboration with students, teachers, and schools, we are seeing some exciting momentum with youth engaging with their native languages.
I would like to see the languages used in preschool, kindergarten, and early elementary grades with the students, the young people, using it as an everyday language with common terms such as, what are you doing? You want to come play with me? What are you doing after school? It's cold, I'm cold. That way they use the language and it will not go away.
At Effie Cochrane Charter School, a class of high school students is using Doyon Languages Online to learn native languages. earning credit while deepening their connections with their roots.
Shoje Matthew Oji, and the word I'm sharing is Quincy Adak Anti, means take good care of yourself.
Uvanga Atiga Sam, the word I want to share is Alapa, which means it is cold.
Su'uzat Nishon, and the phrase I'll be sharing with you today is Sikun Asun, which means me too, I'm fine.
Our Doyon Languages Education Project, established in fall 2022, will allow us to take Doyon languages further into communities, increasing the capacity of language leaders to teach Alaska Native languages and providing increased learning opportunities for students. Other language revitalization efforts include publishing and sharing the Native Word of the Month.
So the word for today is dot and. It means, dot and. It means what is he, she, or it doing? And it's a good word to know for language learners because you can ask Dina dot and. What is the man doing? He's standing.
Our Storyteller Language Profile Series.
Then my old grandma, she never speak English in her life. That's all that we had to, as kids, we had to learn our own language to speak to grandma.
The Language Journeys video series.
We'd go by the elders building. There's the blue building where they'd all have lunch, and my friend's mom, she was the cook there. So we would go run in there, and then they would give us their cookies, and they would all be conversing in Tlegahaka. That was, I remember thinking as a little kid, that sounded so beautiful, so pretty to hear them talking like that.
In production of Molly of Denali episodes in 2 native languages of the Doyon region.
Kunsi Vego Ai, Chianizi.
Creating, compiling, and sharing resources is another focus area. Resources are easily accessible to all on our website.
Sabadra, Gih, Jiga.
Doyon Foundation is honored to be a part of the effort to revitalize the languages of the Doyon region, but we do not do it alone. Many other individuals and organizations are also working toward this shared goal.
Right now, our people are starving for our language. There isn't a soul that I've ever heard of that has said, we don't need our language, we just need to speak English. Because we'll lose our part of our culture if we lose that language.
Through these combined efforts, we are starting to see a shift. Use of our native languages is becoming more frequent and widespread. We are seeing it on social media, and we are hearing it at home and in the workplace.
Tridenda, please, Tridenda, please, Tridenda, please.
Don't say that, she'll say you're being grown.
Now, Shashi Shulin.
Say that the whole half
Hee ha, hee ha, hee. I forgot to press.
There are also shifts being made at the statewide policy level. In 2014, Alaska amended the state's Language Act, adding the 20 Alaska Native languages as official languages along with English. Milestones like these demonstrate the positive progress we collectively are making toward the revitalization of our native languages. But we recognize that this will be an ongoing collaborative effort, and we hope to provide a path for current and future generations to continue on with this work for many years to come.
I think a lot of our board members back then through the current recognize how important this work is for our youth and all of us in the region to preserve the languages we have and to get more speakers into our family here.
I won't see it in my lifetime, but I know through people like you that are going to make it happen.
Doyon Foundation wishes to recognize all of the individuals and organizations, past, present, and future, that have been involved in supporting language revitalization. Together, we will ensure that our languages grow and flourish for current and future generations.
ia hai na ie a he yo oho go he ya nsa he a chendet al evening naga es chendet al evening naga es hey hey ia hai na ia hey ia hai na ia hey yo oh go hey ya nse hey ah.
Thank you, Mariah. We have a gift for you, beaded earrings by Madri Tana of Galena and a jar of salmon. I'm gonna charge you for the glasses, the salmon. How's that sound? Great job, Foundation. So Mariah wanted me to announce, I don't know why she didn't announce it. Go ahead.
I might need your glasses again, though. I'm sorry. So first of all, thank you again, Aaron, and members of the board for allowing us to come in and speak. I just very quickly want to introduce Alan Hayton, who is our language revitalization director, and all of the great work that you just saw in this video regarding language is all Alan and his team. They have done an amazing job and are very committed. Alan and his team are so committed to continuing to keep our languages alive that it's just, it's got to be in the 8 months that I've been in this job, it's definitely, it's the best part of it is to be part of his team and to get to work with them every day and to see what they're doing. So one of the exciting things that the language team is doing right now on everyone's chair, there was this flyer. We currently are running a promotion if you sign up. Some people probably don't know this. You can download the app on your phones, on your iPads, on your computers to learn our languages. All of the classes are on there. So we would encourage everyone to take this. If you just click on this little picture with your camera on your phone, it'll take you directly to sign up. You can win an iPad, gift cards, baskets, fish. Aaron's going to kick in some fish and some other things. So anyway, thank you very much.
One other announcement they asked me to make is there is a photo booth for shareholders today down in the main lobby to the right or to the left? To the right of the lobby, there's a photo booth for shareholders if you want to get some photos taken of yourself, selfies. At this time, we will recognize our shareholders of the year in the following categories: the Hannah Paul Solomon Elder of the Year Award, the Paulding Carlo Citizen of the Year Award, and the Degas Community Service Award. And because of time constraints, we do ask that only one family member speak on behalf of the recipient. I now invite Santa, Jerry, and Charlene from our board up to present our first award.
Oh, am I first?
You first.
Oh, I'm first.
Oh, this is mine.
Is she here? Where is she? She's here? I called her and she said she was coming back to the gold room. She was here. Oh, she's coming here.
I'm just making sure our recipient of this award is in the house. Doyon Limited, Board Resolution Number 2023-17, Hannah Paul Solomon Elder Award, Flora J. Deacon. Whereas Flora J. Deacon is Degaton, Hologachuk, Athabaskan, raised in Shagluk and Grayling. Her parents are the late Wilson Deacon, who was the last fluent Hologachuk speaker, and Edna Matthews Deacon. Flora was raised in Grayling with siblings Arlene, Janet, Bruce, and the late Ursula, and the late Peter. Her paternal grandparents are the late Yankee and Ella Deacon of Hologachuk, and her maternal grandparents are the late Peter Matthews and Anna Wilson Matthews. Flora has 2 children, Michael Deacon Savage Jr. and Melissa M. Godoy, and grandchildren, Eliza, Natalia, Ariana, Zephyr, and Reina. And
whereas Flora attended Chemawa Indian School in Salem, Oregon. After graduating, she worked for several years as an accounting clerk while raising her children as a single parent. She worked for Bristol Bay Native Corporation, the city of Unic, Unalaska, and Norton Sound Regional Hospital. And whereas after her children became adults, Flora followed her passion and attended the New England Culinary Institute in Montpelier, Vermont. Graduated in 1999 as a chef. Her dream was to travel and teach people to gather, prepare, and cook foods from the land. After graduation, Flora worked as a chef for several companies in Alaska and Antarctica, and
Whereas in 2009, she was hired as a chef at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, UAF, under a grant focused on rural nutrition. She taught students from around Alaska about gathering and preparing traditional foods. During her time at UAF, she received an interdisciplinary degree in rural nutrition. Most recently, Flora worked for the National Resource Center of Alaska Native Elders and the University of Alaska Anchorage as an in-house traditional food expert. She provides valuable insight and instruction on traditional food preparation. She worked for an Alaska Native Elders program focused on food preparation, promoting positive and healthy aging. Flora is a rural nutrition services graduate while participated as a guest chef in the filming of Traditional Foods Contemporary Chef, produced by the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. She has her own business called Flora Deacon Indigenous Chef, where she teaches basic cooking skills and promoting traditional foods. And Jerry.
Whereas Flora aspired to own her own tiny house and live off the grid with solar and rainwater catchment system. In the spring of 2020, her fresh water well was installed, and later in the fall, her house was hooked up to power. She alternates between solar and power regularly. She recycles and composts to reduce her carbon footprint. Although it took several years to accomplish, she now lives the lifestyle she imagined and enjoys her life's work of teaching others about the indigenous foods and how to prepare them. And whereas in 2023, Flora and her mother, Edna Deacon, led a healthy foods cooking and basket making class with Inoko River School students and community members, which was well received by all participants. And whereas,
just on that whereas, I was helping her with that class, and she had about 15 3rd through 8th graders, mostly boys, in the kitchen with her. Dangerous, but she kept calm and cool and collected and had them all on rotations and different jobs. It was awesome. The kids didn't want Friday to come. They had such a good time. Whereas In 2019, Flora was elected to the board of Zotse Shagluk Village Corporation and became president in July 2022. Flora was elected to the board of directors of Heilingde Grayling Village Corporation in May 2022. Now therefore be it resolved that the board of directors of Doyon Limited, on behalf of the shareholders, hereby recognize Flora J. Deacon for her devotion towards the betterment of Alaska Natives. Her efforts directly impact Alaska Native people as she works tirelessly to promote Athabascan traditions, culture, and heritage. The Board of Directors hereby honors Flora J. Deacon as the recipient of the 2023 Hannah Paul Solomon Elder of the Year Award, adopted and dated this 25th day of February 2023 at Anchorage, Alaska. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
First of all, I really don't think I'm an elder, but so I keep thinking somebody's going to come up to me and say that I'm cheating or something. But I do appreciate this award from Doyon, and I usually don't like talking about myself. I am nervous as heck right now. I'd rather talk about food and eating healthy traditional food. I can do that all day. And my house is my dream. I think I've dreamt about it from the time I was a small child, of owning my own house and then decorating it however I wanted. And here it is. So I'm really proud of that. And I'm totally green person. I'm a tree hugger. I want to talk to animals. I haven't learned how to do that yet, but that's eventually what I would like to do. And I wanted to acknowledge our dad, Wilson Deacon. Today, he passed away 11 years ago in Grayling, in the house that he built. And he was the rock of our family. And I will be forever proud that I am his daughter. And I want to thank you so much today for allowing me to be here. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say that I also attended Chamau Indian School for a year and a half. That's where I met Flora. In a year and a half, her and I, we said two good words to each other, and that's it. We're both shy.
Congratulations, Flora. I would like to now invite Jolene McGinty and her family to come forward for our next award. And Betty, Jennifer, Shirley, and Wally forward to present our next award.
Okay, family of Jolene, come on up. Congratulations. Okay, we'll let them make their way up before we start. Come on, Jolene. No. I'm the boss.
I like to hold up the wall.
I've known Jolene for a long time. That's why I can tell her I'm the boss. You have to stand up front. I'm proud to stand here with this beautiful family, with Jolene and her parents. You know, her dad was a principal in Nolato at one time when I was on the working for Ganayu. He was the president of the company, and we were having problems in Seattle, and I'm crying every day. And this is how I understand from his daughters how he raised his kids. Well, that's why we pay you the big bucks. That's your job. So with that, I know Jolene has heard probably those words before. So with that, I'll start. This is the Doyon Limited Board Resolution 2023-18. It's the Pauline Carlo Citizen of the Year, Jolene McGinty. Whereas Jolene McGinty was born to Morris and Josephine Demoski McGinty in Anchorage and was raised in a traditional and subsistence lifestyle in Nolato. Her paternal grandmother is the late Patricia Acata, and her great-grandparents are the late Francis and Esther McGinty. Her maternal grandparents are the late Anita Ambrose and the late Leo Demoski Jr. Her siblings are Melissa, Twyla, Maureen, Estelle, Corey, and the late Alan B. She lives here in Fairbanks with her son, Adam McGinty. Jolene's Danaka name is Meladazoon, which means her hands are good, Meladazoon. Her hands are good and gifted in the memory of her maternal great-grandmother, Julia Demoski. And whereas Jolene spends much of her free time with her nephews and niece, Ethan, Cole, Elijah, Kane, Cruz, Braden, Carson, Alan, Trey, Cullen, Dwayne too, Easton, and Halo Josephine, helping their parents bridge the transition gap and offer guidance as they journey into young adulthood. She enjoys traveling with them during her summer breaks and exploring the continental United States, visiting many different cities and historical sites. And
whereas Jolene graduated from Andrew K. Demoski High School in Nolato. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Social Work with a minor in Elementary Education and a Master of Education in School Counseling from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She tells her students to never stop learning, and she lives by example as she is pursuing her Associate of Applied Science in Professional Piloting. And whereas Jolene is an itinerant school counselor for the Yukon-Koyukuk School District, where she spends most of the school year in villages within the district. She visits students and supports them academically, culturally, and emotionally. Past and current students call her for advice about their future and how to reach their educational goals. And whereas Jolene lives and shares her traditional Koyukuk Athabascan knowledge and skills with family, friends, students, or anyone who wants to learn. Jolene makes it a point to empower all that come her way for advice. She's an avid crocheter, how do you say it? Crocheter, beater, and sewer, and she often hosts Alaska Native craft nights at her house. She invites others from the region that are knowledgeable with various crafts, and she brings them out to her sites to teach students and community members.
I might need to borrow them. I'll just leave them on the stage. Jolene challenges her students, both past and present, to always remember their foundation or background, what it took to make us stable, and to continue building on that platform. There are many learning curves to just about every downfall that we encounter. Learn to be good with your past and keep progressing forward. Lastly, the airplane takes off going against the wind. Therefore, be it resolved that the Doyon Board of Directors, on behalf of the shareholders, hereby recognize Jolene M. McGinty as a person who has demonstrated leadership, strong commitment, competence, sensitivity in the educational and cultural survival of Alaska Natives. The Board of Directors hereby honor Jolene McGinty as the 2023 Pauline Carlo Citizen of the Year, adopted and dated this 25th day of February 2023 in Anchorage, Alaska. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Gosh, sounds like I have a lot to live up to. That was long. I would like to thank everybody for all that you do in making this week possible. I know that there were like 3 years where we were all working from home and trying to continue to work on all of the things that you guys have done during the week here in Fairbanks. I thank you, and I'm glad to see everybody back person to person in the actual meetings. I'd like to thank my family for always having my back. They're always there. My mom and dad for continued guidance, because I still need it. Another thing I always tell my students too is that keep on going, remember who you are, remember your family, remember where you come from, because you're gonna need it when you leave home and you're out there trying to find out what it is you wanna do in this life. There's so many different opportunities. Remember who you are, though. You have to have your background. I guess that's all. Thank you. I have my Pauline slippers. Needed her.
I just want to say I'm Walter Carlo, and Pauline was my mother's, so her grandfather and my mother were first cousins, Domoskis.
Wow.
So.
Did you make this? Thank you. Thanks. I'm so proud of you. Falling on heels. You're stressing me out.
Good job, Aaron. You guys need to be sitting up here. Hey. Hey.
I'd like to invite our next awardee, Gerald Moses, up with his family, and Wally, Ori, Marvin, and Chris to come up to present our next award.
Resolution 2023-19, Degas Community Service Award. And for those who have been applying for Degas help over the years, it was Geraldine and Neil Charlie came up with that word for this award for Doyon to present. Everybody's sitting around too much. Says, Degas, get up, do something. I heard him say that, so I had to move. But that's where it comes from, so this is a real honor to be part of this presentation. It's a heck of an honor for what you do to step up and help people. Whereas Gerald H. Jerry Moses is the son of the late Charlie Moses Sr. and Judy Moses of Camden, Maine. Jerry's paternal grandparents are the late Henry Moses, a well-known Athabascan fiddler, and the late Mabel Moses. Jerry's maternal grandparents are the late Edgar and Betty Husley of South Berwick, Maine. Jerry currently resides in Anchorage, and his partner Amanda and their 2 sons. And whereas Jerry is a member of the native village of Stevens, he was raised in Fairbanks, where he attended high school at West Valley and was a standout basketball player. You can tell he's pretty tall, huh? Jerry obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree with a major in biological sciences and a minor in political science from the University of Alaska Fairbanks in 1998. Jerry then earned his Juris Doctorate from the University of Arizona School of Law in 2001 and his Master of Public Health from the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health in 2005. And, Mr. Marvin?
Whereas Jerry has an extensive background in American Indian and Alaska Native health policy. He worked in Washington, D.C. as an analyst at the Indian Health Services National Headquarters and then served as senior counsel to the United States Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Jerry returned to Alaska to work as the Vice President of Intergovernmental Affairs at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, where he oversaw the interaction of the consortium with federal and state governments and agencies in addressing issues that impact the health of Alaska Native people. And whereas Jerry has played a role in advancing many significant tribal health issues over his career, none more important than helping to obtain full funding for the over $2 billion in sanitation infrastructure needs for rural Alaska in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was enacted into law in November of 2021. And
whereas, in addition to his frequently required work trips to Washington, D.C., Jerry enjoys leisure travel as much as possible, having hiked and biked through most every national park in the western United States over the past couple of years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Doyon Limited, on behalf of the shareholder, hereby recognize Gerald H. Moses for his strong commitment, competence, and sensitivity in the area of helping others to make communities healthier and safer places to live. His accomplishments directly impact Alaska Native people. The Board of Directors hereby honors Gerald H. Moses as the recipient of the 2023 Degas Community Services Award.
Thank you, Chair Simon. I guess the first person I should probably thank most is my
significant other, Amanda, who came up to 20 below in mid-March with me, so that was nice of her. Also, I saw my first job out of Enduring Law School was with Doyon in the legal department, and I saw Alan walk in, so I'd like to acknowledge and thank Alan for that. She really was a good guide for me back then when you're just kind of figuring things out, so it's nice to see him. As is mentioned in that resolution about the sanitation funding, doing advocacy work in DC on a federal level, you're just a small part of this much bigger picture where other people have a lot more to do. And in this room, there's a lot of people that were probably even more instrumental in that, and particularly Andy Jimmy right here in the front row, who'd been advocating that his entire career. And it's so great to see that finally come true. So I'd really like to thank him a lot for that. And also, I think we had Greg Bringhurst from Senator Sullivan's office in here doing work. And also, I think the polls are closed too. Christy Williams was with Senator Murkowski's office at the time. So Doyon's really pretty well represented with our congressional delegation in DC. But anyway, I'd just like to thank the board and everybody here for recognizing me for the small part that I might have played in things. So thank you.
Just a quick announcement. If Darlene Herbert or Maudrey Tanner is here, you need to report to the tabulators in the Rampart room within the next 15 minutes. Darlene Herbert or Maudrey Tanner, please. Our next award, if we can invite Daisy Stevens, Wilhelmina Daisy Stevens, to the front of the room with her family. I'd like to invite Jody, Georgiana, and Cheryl to present our next award.
I'm gonna put this somewhere else.
I would like to say that Daisy is an active elder. If you ever need any advice, any help, go see Daisy and she'll either tell you what to do or she'll point you in the right direction. Doyon Limited Board Resolution number 2023-25. Hannah Paul Solomon Elder Award. Wilhelmina Daisy Stevens. Whereas Wilhelmina Daisy Stevens was born to the late Hannah and Paul Solomon Sr. of Fort Yukon. Daisy was raised in Fort Yukon with her siblings, Hannah, Regina, Belva, and the late Sambo, late Ralph Noah, late Billy Boy, late Charlotte, late Julia, late Charlie Crow, late Mardo Sr., late Grafton, late Jonathan Sr., late Paul Jr., late Peter, late Ronnie, late Franklin, and late Vernon. Daisy's parental grandmother, Sarah Abel, was from Old Crow, Canada, and was a great influence on Daisy. Daisy was married to the late Robert Stevens, and their children are Robert Stevens II and Nicholas Matthew Stevens. Her grandchildren are Isaiah Horace, Amara, and Robin Stevens, and
Whereas Daisy is a tribal member of the Gwich'aojig Gwich'in tribe of Fort Yukon. In her younger days, Daisy would have been considered a hippie. She said, she might still be. She spent time traveling the country being a free spirit. When Daisy returned to Alaska, she worked as the executive director for her tribe. Later, she relocated to Fairbanks and Anchorage, working in various administrative positions. In 2009, Daisy started at Tanana Chiefs Conference as a patient advocate at the Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center. In 2013, she was hired as a campaign coordinator at Tanana Chiefs Conference, and she also worked with the National Congress of American Indians as a Get Out the Native Vote coordinator. Before retiring in 2016, Daisy was the office manager at St. Matthew's Episcopal Church. And whereas Daisy is active in the Alaska Native community, she is an engaged Doyon shareholder and attends nearly all Doyon Limited Board of Directors meetings. Daisy knows that teaching our children to engage and vote is critical to the well-being of the Native community. She strongly advocates for participation in all political elections. Each year, Daisy encourages youth to participate in kids voting at the Doyon Limited annual meeting of shareholders. Daisy is an elder who voices concerns on behalf of others and never shies away from a challenge. And
whereas Daisy enjoys, did you do this part? And whereas Daisy enjoys attending many Native events throughout the state, including Fiddler's Festival, potlatches, and basketball games, especially the Fort Yukon Eagles games. In 1991, Daisy, along with Cliff Joseph, started the Golden Heart Native Athletic Association to support Native youth sports. And whereas Daisy is proud of her Gwich'in cultural heritage and is a fluent Gwich'in speaker. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors, on behalf of the shareholders, hereby recognizes Wilhelmina Daisy Stevens for her devotion toward the betterment of Alaska Natives. Her efforts directly impact Alaska Native people as she works tirelessly to promote Athabascan traditions, culture, and heritage. The Board of Directors hereby honors Wilhelmina Daisy Stevens as the recipient of the 2023 Hannah Solomon Elder of the Year Award, dated this day, February 23rd, February 2023, Anchorage, Alaska. Daisy. Since when were you speechless?
I don't know. I've never been so scared. This is the highest honor in my life. To receive something with my mother's name on it, because my mother did a lot of work for her Native people, and I learned from her. And I came up here saying, I'm not going to cry, I'm not going to cry. It's a real joy to see you guys every year. Even if I don't sit down and talk to you and say hi to you and walking by, it means a lot to me when you answer me. My friend from Anchorage sent me an eagle feather with pearl beads for this morning because he said, I know you're gonna need it. It gives me a lot of strength. I really value my Indian ways. I also stand up for my rights when it comes to myself and when it comes to my Native people, you. Whether you're there or not, if I have something to say about you in a good way, I will stand up for you. My role model was Rosa Parks. You all know Rosa Parks. She refused to go to the back of the room, the bus. Well, I was very fortunate to meet her. She came up to be a guest speaker at the NCAI, and I heard she was going to be there. So, of course, I made my way. You all know me. I was up there in the front, and I was the only one that was not very colorful. But I was there, and she stood by me. And this guy came up and told us, we're expecting somebody very important. If you guys could just go in the room, there's room in the back, you can sit down back there. And I'm standing by Rosa Parks. And she says, she looked at me and she smiled. And she said, what did he say? I said, I think he told you to go to the back of the bus. She started laughing. She said, well, let's go, I'll lead you. So she did. And we sat back there and we were talking away. And I was telling her things I was doing. And they came and got her. They said, are you Miss Rosa Parks? She said, yes. You're supposed to be sitting up there. And she said, I was told to go to the back of the bus, so I'm sitting back. So we were going back there, and she looked at that guy and said, could you make room for her at the table? I'm not going to go there unless she goes with me. So she had them make a room with me, for me, at her table. But it was a good thing that I met her, because I felt like my world was just full. And I had all the energy in the world to help my people and to keep going. I woke up this morning wondering what I was going to say. And when I walked through that door, it just went totally, I forgot. Last year, we had a really hard time as a family. We lost people every 2 weeks, maybe not even that. We weren't even done with one, and we had to bury another. And this is all family. I know they're all here in spirit because I could feel them. I had a really heavy, heavy heart. Last week sometime I was talking to my mom, and I was praying. And I went to sleep. In the morning, I woke up and I said, okay, I'm going to get this award, my mom's award. I'm going to have to start my life over in a good way. My hair was quite long. It's always been long. The last time I cut my hair was in 1977 when I lost my husband. And it was okay that I cut my hair because in those days, the hairstyle was afro. So, so I wore afro for a long time. And, but this day I woke up and I was driving past a beauty shop and I could feel my mom nudging me. I went into the beauty shop, and I told that lady, I need my hair cut. I need to start over again. I need to get rid of all my grief. My hair was really heavy. It was getting harder and harder to take care of. So I sat down and she said, did you want a spiral or did you want me to do anything with it? I said, no, chop it off. She looked at me and she said, are you sure? I said, yes. I'm starting over and I need a new haircut, a new hairdo. And so that's how I got my hair cut, with the help of my mother, so that I can start healing. I wanted to share that story with you because as soon as I got my hair cut, I went to Fred Meyer's and I don't know how many people stopped me and said, you look like your mom. But it was good, it's all good. I just want to thank each and every one of you for everything you do. I want to thank you for supporting all the youth and going to all the functions. I missed you guys. Masi cho shalag naik agwadad no haoli.
Daisy, Gwichaje has a couple of gifts for you. So we have a beaded card holder by Betty Ingus. We have a beaded card holder necklace by Betty Ingus. And then we have some beaded earrings. And this is on behalf of Gwichaje. Oh, there you go. You want me to put... Yeah, you want me to put it in?
Yeah, I'll be over there. Way to go, Daisy. Masi cho.
She's a hippie.
That was so well worth it.
How you're doing, Aaron? You're doing good?
Okay. Doyon congratulates all the award winners. So let's give everyone a round of applause. And at this time, we are now down to one of the highlights of the meeting. It's going to be interesting and it'll be fun. So to lighten things up a little bit, I have to tell another joke. So about 2009, 2010, when I first got on the board, we hired a young CEO. I wouldn't say his name, but he sure looks an awful lot like Ethan Schutt. And then, you know, he got up early. He said, first day of work as the new CEO, put on his shoes, his slacks, his blazer, his suit, his tie, everything. He went to work. He said, I'm going to show everyone who the boss is today. I'm the new boss. I'm coming in. So he comes walking in a little late, about 10 or 11 o'clock, walk into the building and says, some guy standing around, just standing around. So the new CEO goes out to him and said, get out. You're fired. Here's $100. You're fired. You got to leave. The guy starts saying, but, And then, so he takes the $100 and goes out the door. And then the executive assistant come down and says, didn't say, I wouldn't say the name, but he said, but she said, what are you doing? You just gave a $100 tip to the pizza man. So that's the story. I didn't say the name. So without further ado, we are down to one of the highlights, like I said, and as we all know, someone has decided not to run again. So I think we need a drum roll, and so Georgiana Lincoln needs to come up and say a few words. She wanted to talk directly to the folks here. So George.
Well, I should not be smiling and looking at all of you like this because I came in this morning and they said, are you going to cry? Are you feeling sad? Are you okay? I said, I feel fine. I'm going to miss everybody, but I feel fine. So don't make me cry. All day long, they're trying to get me to cry. I'm going to try not to. I thought of what I was going to say, and I don't know if Ethan is still here. I saw him, he's over that. Oh, my grandson, Ethan. Oh, I'm glad to see you, grandson. But Ethan, shut. Now he got me all shook up. There he is, way down there. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. I know what I was going to say was that Ethan got up at one of our annual meetings, and you might remember it, and he spoke without a piece of paper. And it was like it was, I swear he had it written down somewhere because he spoke it so well and it came from the heart. And I asked Aaron later, do we have a copy of his speech? He didn't write it down. And he said he wanted to do it the way the old people, the elders used to do it. They never had any paper, they never had any pen, they didn't know how to write it, and if they did, and it came what they meant from the heart. So I can't do what you did, Ethan, but I have scribblings on some paper here that is disjointed, and I don't know if I'm going to hit it all, and I don't know if I'm going to remember it all, but I'm going to try. 47 years. I couldn't believe that it was that long. And I'm going to call people up here in a minute, but my kids never thought I was going to leave Doyon. I was going to die in that chair somewhere. And they'd say, Mom, let's go to Rampart, stay a little longer. Or how come we have to stay with Auntie so-and-so? And I'd always say, well, it's Doyon meeting. And then my significant other, well, let's travel to the United States for this week. And I said, well, wait a minute, I gotta go check my calendar and look and see if I didn't have a Doyon meeting. And sure enough, there in the middle was Doyon something. And in a way, I understand when people say that it's your family that gives up so much. Maybe it's good not seeing your mom for a while. And maybe it's brings the family closer. But I know that I wouldn't have changed anything. 47 years, and I wouldn't have changed anything. And half of you, when I look out at you today, I think, 47 years. How many of you are 47 and under? You were just babies when I started. And then those that are still coming along. But it's unbelievable for me. Those, I can't call them by name because I'll be up here forever just saying names, but I want to recognize my darling children. They're in their 50s now. Gidget Lincoln, come on up and stand by your mama. And I don't care if she's recording. And Sean Lincoln, come up and stand by your mama. And don't cry.
Mwah. Look who's got more gray hair up here.
Shh. We won't tell, huh, ladies? And I certainly couldn't have done it without my sister, Sandy, and I missed a couple of days of the Tana Chiefs Conference because I ended up having that bug flu that's going around, but I got all the medicine, and I'm okay. But Sandy, my sister, come on up. And my significant other, who isn't here, Chris Cook, and we share 5 children and something like 14 grandchildren. And one of them is Ethan. Come on up, Ethan. And also, I don't know if Kaylee, Carrie, with a blue, all color hair. But my sisters and Sandy and the other half, Sandy. Yes. Right over there. Thank you. Her other half, Candy, which we lost several years ago to dementia. Twin sister. And our only brother, Ted Harwood, who we also lost to cancer, which is a preventable disease. And we're very involved with the cancer organizations. Anita, Henry, who could not be here today, but the love of our life. And Marilyn can't be here, and Kathy. So there were 7 of us. And you talk about, before Stephanie was talking about all of her brothers and sisters. Well, we only had 7, but we had the village then of Rampart that could tell us what to do, and we were raised by the village. And it was fun growing up with a big family. And then our grandmother had 13, Mom had 7, and then we started getting lower and lower and lower. But I also would like, and if you can stand up here as long as you'd like, and you don't have to stand up there with me. The sister cousins, it's hard for us to call them cousins because they're so close. They're more like a sister. Toni Malott, I don't know if she's here. She is, and Toni better come up, march up, because she got into mischief with us just as well. And Jan Woods. And Audrey Armstrong. And I know I'm leaving some people out, but the rest of the family, the cousins, relatives, come on up. That includes you, Darlene Herbert. I just found out, she said, I looked on Ancestry, and she said, you're my cousin. I said, how am I your cousin? She said, why, you're my cousin. So I said, okay, well, join in with the crowd. But isn't that like our family? Every family, that it goes beyond and beyond and beyond. My grandma, Edodalna. Here comes the tribe. See, I told you. And you wonder why I was here 47 years? These are my supporters. Oh, all women, I was reminded, that are coming up, and no men. Men, where are you? I know we got one. Idadalna, our grandmother, was born in Alatna, Alakakat. And so that's our roots, Alakakat. Where's Alakakat up here? I just could go on and on. But, 47 years, and because they knew for 1 or half a year, I finally told them, but I knew before then I was retiring. And my kids, where's Sean? Oh, brother. Oh, thank you. They gave me some flowers today, sitting at the end of the table, and they said, we know you told us you were retiring, but they came specially to make sure I wouldn't renege on their, on what I said to them. And Sean wrote, Mama, I love you, but I don't believe you. So it's true, Sean. Basi. 47 years. I just like to tell you a little bit of what that meant. 47 years ago, we I was 3 years, I didn't, the first 3 years was what I didn't serve on Doyon. But 3 years, and there were 9 of us, the initial board. And I was the second board, or yeah, second board, I guess, to come in 3 years terms. We sat there. For one thing, I don't know if it was a first meeting, but surely by a second meeting, they said, we gotta get our land. We gotta find contiguous land. Contiguous, I'm like, who was talking about the, not knowing, oh, Stephanie was talking about her mom's big words. Well, that was a big word. Contiguous. To me, I didn't know what, we had to find contiguous land, tall trees, or what does that mean? And so, and I don't think I was alone, that we found out that it just meant touching. You know, it touched state, federal, private, land allotments, and ours, and whatever else. And so there was a language, shareholders. We never heard of shareholders. Shareholder, no, what? Very few had stock in anything. So were we supposed to be like a Ford Motor Company board of directors? How did it work? When do we see you all? It was very interesting because we didn't know those terms. And Tim Wallace was the president, not before, but after, in one of the terms with after Morris. But Tim would just smile at us, and then he'd say something to us, or the person in front of us would make a presentation. He'd say, well, if you don't understand it, just don't say you don't understand in front of that person. Wait till after he leaves, then I'll tell you what he said. So don't worry about that. So we always said, okay, you know, like a big we sat there like we really knew our stuff. We were big stuff. Yeah. Oh, I understand. But we didn't know beans, some of us. And then it was a time when we had to, the villages didn't have their boards, or they had the board then, but they didn't have the authority to expend their money unless they went through Doyon. And they came and asked us, can I spend my money to buy this and that? What? That sounds like, no, that's not a good deal. No. And I remember one particular, Jonathan Solomon. He came before us, and that was before he was on the board. And he said he wanted to buy into this. Actually, it was a vacuum cleaner deal. I don't remember exactly what it was now. And I said, Jonathan, why do you want to have vacuum cleaners? What are you going to do, sell them? And who's going to be the salesman? And, oh, we just went round and round about that. We said no. Then I thought afterwards, I can't do that anymore. Who am I to say that a village can't buy into something? That's their decision. So shortly after that, thank God it was taken away from us, that it wasn't our responsibility. And those, about half the years, we had the minority, women. We only had 2, I think there was one other, 2 women and 7 men. They didn't have to listen to us women. So I was the instigator, let's get more women on here. Now, if you count up here, there's 8 women and 5 men. We evened it. Makes your legs shudder, huh? I also think about when the family of companies, we tried to have, we are having now subsidiaries for the family of companies, but we're growing so big, and it's nice to say that. We're growing so big that we have to rethink that, or the board's going to have to rethink it at some point. Can we have just those subsidiaries, or will it be a whole company again for the whole board? Or, you know, they've got so many, the board has important decisions, and no longer can we say, and I said to the board, every board member that came on, and they'd say, as probably I said, the first year, oh, well, I'm new to this. You can be a board member, you can be new to this and learning for 1 year. Year 2, I expect to see results of that learning. You want to be on the board, you got the job, you act on it. You do your homework, just like everybody else. So now they say, okay, we got 1 year when they get on. So to the new board members, at least I know 2 that's going to come on. And they will have to learn quickly or already know it and kind of take, listen and learn for the first year. I went back and I'm not going to be here forever. I keep telling my kids that, but I'm leaving them 15 cents each so they don't worry about money. And our grandchildren. I'm trying to spend it. Now Doyon has given me the opportunity to spend their money. An RV. See what the world, not the world, but the United States is like. I should have started with a welcome and a greeting for our first chief, but he and his wife have probably laying down. I want to acknowledge certainly the first chief of the Nakanaga, Barbara, and the first chief, Chief Charlie. We have so many beautiful young chiefs. I heard their speeches, and it was hard to decide which one do you pick, because beautiful speeches. And the learning is great now. You heard a doctor. We've got a doctor on, or you've got a doctor on this board. And she is so great to listen to, knowledgeable, and about forever. She will never let us forget, and nor should we, about our culture, subsistence, our land, our language. It's not only the money, but it takes money to make money. We know that. We're the money-making entity. But we also know we have to protect all of those things which are meant dear to me and to you and to our future generation. As I started to say, and I've kind of skipped along, I gave Aaron, Sean brought these totes down in a truck. I think there were 2 truckloads. And I went through them, and Aaron, it was minutes. I didn't throw anything away. in minutes from 1975, I think. And I gave him all of Doyon's and FNA. I gave FNA all of their papers. And Danakanaga and Tana Chiefs, all of theirs. Because do you remember, or you probably don't remember, some of you will remember. 70s, we didn't have a computer. I remember when I first learned on the computer was in the 80s, I think. And we had to program it, type our own program in. And I think I probably got a C- on that because I couldn't figure it out. And then someone talked about the mimeograph and the sheets of paper you rolled in the typewriter. And you said, the pinks was for the first copy, blue was for the second copy, and so on. Well, I've got an old manual typewriter, the first one, I think. And one of my grandsons, I think, said, he was probably 4 years old, 5 years old, and he said, first time he came into Anchorage, and he said, Grandma, And I said, I was on my computer, and I said, what? He said, He was looking at his typewriter that was, in the ribbon, black and red ribbon. And I said, oh, go ahead, you could use it. He said, pushing keys, and then he said, Grandma, password. It was Old Royal, that's what it was. And password, I got the biggest kick out of that. But we're going to talk about computers and how we do business. 50 years, 47 more years, it will not look at all like it is today. And all of these young people, our leaders, our future leaders, are going to have to be learning, and we have to keep up on that. And it's tough to do. I want to, I have written down here, Lydia and Edwin Simon, because I can tell jokes, but some you don't want to hear. Some I can't tell. But Edwin, we were on a health board together. And when it first got started, and he was telling us, he said, when he was a little boy, Edwin Simon, and he said his father said, Edwin, go down to the store, son, go down to the store and get me some papa. That's how they pronounce pepper, papa. And he said, okay. He went to the store. The storekeeper said, what do you want? He said, Papa want papa. And storekeeper looked at him. He said, you papa's papa ain't here. He died. And he said, Papa, your papa wants papa. Well, I don't know. He died. So you go back home. You're not going. There's none. So he went back home. Oh, boy, he said. He walked in. He said, where's the papa? He said, the guy who was at the store said, you papa died a long time ago. And he said, I got almost beat for that, not knowing how to get pepper. But Papa want pepper. And then I wrote down some of the things that my grandson, AC Beach, said, and they were so cute, I wanted to repeat them. First he called me, he said, I told him, I said, I think that was when I turned 55, or let's see, maybe 65 then. And I said, I'm an elder now, AC. Nothing. So then he called back later. He said, Grandma, don't let them call you an elder. You're my ancient one. And he called me and he said, Grandma, I got something to tell you. Like that. And I said, boy, he must have heard something in school or some bad remark. And so I said, that's okay, AC. He said, well, Grandma, you're Indian, huh? I said, yes, I am. Mama's Indian. Yes, she is. Well, I'm Indian too. I said, yes. I said, oh, it has something to do with race, in my head. Grandma, I got something I gotta tell you. Well, okay, tell me. That's okay, whatever it is. Well, you're Indian, Mama's Indian, I'm Indian, but Daddy, he's only got a human blood in him. He was white. So he was always coming up with things for me to write down. Anyway, I know you're tired and you want to go home, but I just got 47 years of information I want to tell you. But when we first started, FNA I was executive director of FNA. 102 Lacey. Any of you remember that? You didn't even have to say what the building was. It was 102 Lacey. And that's right where the court building is now. That's an odd one, I think. But the court building sits right on that same property. And we had an apartment building. It probably housed, I don't know, 4 apartments, I would imagine. And in there, we had F&A, who was the leaseholder, and then Nash, huh? That was, really was like Doyon. But Tim housed that, Tim Wallace, and then there was a Tana Chiefs, which was on the top floor in the back. And we had room to spare. We had a pool table in there and everything. And what? Dances. Oh, yeah. Team dances. In our building. Now, you think from there to now, I swear, in Anchorage, you can't go a block without seeing one Native corporation after another. They're building alone. And village corporations, their buildings popping up all over Anchorage. They know the natives have come to town and are not moving because that's their houses. And in Fairbanks, the Doyon building, Tana Chiefs, lordy, I don't know how many buildings they've got now, TCC. And FNA, to see education, to see substance abuse buildings, to see other buildings, administration and programs and programs and programs and programs. And we just had that one building. We are here to stay. We're not going anywhere. And I think that we have to keep reminding those in power, legislature, the councils, that we are here to stay, and that we are going to even get on the boards. You can get on the local board, you can get on school boards, you can get on all these things going on in Fairbanks. I once told the floor of the Senate that Fairbanks was very racist. I remember coming to this town in 1953 when we moved and crying to Mom, "Let's go home, Mom. We don't like it here." But we had to stay here because the fur season, fur and trapping was so poor in the village. And I'm just a drum beater. And I hope I was a drum beater for 49 years for you all. That what I spoke because of you and for you. That was all we had in the Senate. I was in the minority. They said, "Oh, Georgiana, I don't know if you're going to be able to survive this because you'll be in the minority." Pooh, I've been in the minority all my life. What's different? I can handle you. And so we did. But they are very forceful people. You know, the Fairbanks, Alaska land. We had a native village there. Remember it? And we had, it was nice. We had buildings there. We had arts and crafts there. We had game there. We had a stream running through it. They took away little at a time till there was no more native village. It got taken over by, I don't know, something that was irrelevant. And I was asked, the senator from Fairbanks, he wanted to change it to the Pioneer Park, I think it is. Would I support it? I said, I don't care. You've taken everything away that you possibly can from the native emphasis. So it doesn't matter to me. And now what is it called? It's Alaska land, or Pioneer Park. And they will still try to take and take and take. But we are here to stay. We are here to stay in part because of your board here, and a good board they are, and a good president, and a good chairman. He brought me tea. He said, now remember this, because I'm running in 2020, what, 8 or something? But my tea was too strong, so I don't know. But if you want more, I have so much to say and so little time. And the last is, this was from the family of Peter and Elsie John. And it has quotes in here. Quotes, you don't need quotes from anyone else. They are, what happens with you all depends on how you handle yourself and treat others. You don't need to look up what other people say from the lower 48 or legislator or the president. When I was born, they put a little ground in with me so I don't lose my birthright to the land I was born on. And he always said, when Mom was sick, he always came and he visited her. And that's the part that the language means so much. He'd talk to Mom, talk to Mom. Sometimes Mom couldn't respond. And us kids couldn't respond to him. And Mom couldn't tell us at the time. She talked it fluently, but for the same reasons that others have, we were not allowed. It just didn't have the opportunity. And he'd always talk about, to Mom or any speech I ever heard him at, he'd say, "Chuwitzent, Chuwitzent, Chuwitzent." You people don't understand the true meaning of that word. It's not puppy dog love I'm talking about. It's not girlfriend, boyfriend I'm talking about. Its meaning is love, true love. And I always think about Chuwitzin before talking, because I want you all to know, I wish I had more time, but we know the time is limited. I look at Aaron like he's going to tell me that you don't have more time, George? No. But you all give the board so much encouragement, give Aaron so much encouragement. Just to say a few words gives this board, we can do it. We can go forward because we know we've got your back. Ian. And sure, we'll experience downfalls, but we are almost to the $1 billion club now. Almost 1 billion. And you should be so proud of that. And the board is proud of Aaron and the staff for what they do and continue to do. And I remember when we interviewed Aaron and said, what is it that you won't do or can't do? And he said, well, I want to stay with my family. I don't want to travel as much. We said, okay, we can arrange that. We meant it at the time, but somehow we didn't lie, but we must have crossed our fingers when we said that, because all Aaron's staff is traveling all the time to find us investments, to not find us, but their investments are coming to us now. We're a well-respected company. Your company. Anabasi, and I love you, and I didn't cry. Anabasi.
Not only did Georgiana serve for years on the Doyon board, but she also gave years and years of time and dedication to her village corporation, Banno Yukon. And on behalf of the board of directors and the shareholders of Banno Yukon, we'll present you with these flowers and a little goodie there. Take your kids to dinner. Whoa!
Yeah.
Georgie took me in when I was an orphan here in Fairbanks. I had just graduated from high school. I was only 18 years old. I came to Fairbanks, nowhere to live, no job. Nobody would hire me. They say you have no experience. And I know a lot of us have gone through that. No experience, you have no experience. Sorry. And I remember she mentioned something about prejudice in Fairbanks. I was only 18, I went to the co-op and I was trying to get some food. And I sat there for an hour, nobody would serve me. Nobody would come and help me. So I know what it was like during those hard times. But ever since I was that young teenager, gonna go to college, gonna go do something with my life, I'm trying not to cry. Georgie took me under her wing. And I think she has mentioned this in the TCC conference because I watched it, about mentoring. And I think that's so important for all of us, no matter what age you are, even our young Quiana, mentoring. Take young people into your life, mentor them, teach them our arts, our language. I did this basket to honor her. I'm shaking. But this is a rainbow trout, Arctic rainbow. It has all the beautiful colors of the fish skin. And that reminded me, and it made me think of her from the time she was very young. Her goal in life was to serve our people, to honor our people, to cherish our people. And that's what this beautiful basket that I want to present on behalf of everyone, because not only our Alaska Native people, but all the people of the state that she was doing for the legislature, for everything she's ever been involved in. She has been a champion for us. And it is so beautiful to see the young people here on this board and the younger people that are coming in, that are being educated and that are carrying on this. And we need more of this. And with all my heart, Georgia, I love you.
Okay. George.
We're going to adjust our schedule. We do have election results, so I'm going to ask the Inspector of Elections to announce the results, and following that, we'll have a few minutes with the winning directors, and then we'll do our Q&A for an hour following the election results. So if I could ask Mr. O'Brien to come up and read the results.
Report of Inspector. I, the undersigned Inspector of Elections, do hereby certify that on the ballot for election of directors of Doyon Limited at the annual meeting of shareholders, March 17th, 2023, there were 986,534.542 shares voted, casting a total of 4,932,672.710 votes. The following persons have won the election: Ori Williams, Shirley Cleaver, Cheryl Cadzo, Geraldine Simon, Marvin Deacon. Each of the above listed persons is hereby elected to be a director of Doyon Limited.
At this time, I'd ask if the directors who are elected would like to say a few words. We'll start with Ori.
Congratulations, Shirley.
I was waiting to go last. God bless you all. Thank you for the confidence. I put myself forward for you. My family allows me to do that. I'll give it all I can for the next 3 years. Love you all on the bus 8.
Thank you. I'm honored, and I just want to thank you for your vote and your support. You can always call me, 978-1780, and I will bring your concerns, questions, comments to the board. I'm always the last one to make it on. I'm always at the bottom, and so I was afraid, but I just thank you. Thank you for your confidence, and I'm here to speak for shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for that vote. It really means a lot to me. I'm very honored to serve here with all of these wonderful people. Still a little emotional over George. She's been a great mentor to all of us here on the board when we serve. So at this time, I just really thank everybody, all the candidates who ran. Please continue to do that. It was a great honor to run with everybody that had just great values too. I know when I sit up here, I really try to engage our youth. That's kind of my passion here. When we go to the villages, I do a lot of work with the young people, and it just inspires me to know that we can really increase our young people to get involved and to be great leaders in our communities. So once again, thank you, everyone.
Just want to say, Boss 8, I will do my best to represent you. Super emotional for a second, hang on. So I also do want to say thank you to all of the other folks who put their name in, put their energy toward this. What we do up here, what we do at my village corporation. We don't do it for ourselves. We do it for people, for our people, for our shareholders. I want to thank my family for supporting me, for my son, Keel. I forget who said it, maybe it was George. Your family really sees the sacrifice. And over the years, my son has. But I want this corporation to be strong, not only for him, for the next 7 generations. That's who we look out for. Bosse, I appreciate your vote.
Thank you. A lot of people that are close to know me, I'm not very short on words. I could speak, but this is very honorable to have your votes, and support. And I appreciate it, and all that ones that voted for me that went out there. And again, too, I'd like to, one of the candidates that did make it, I know it's my heart, we all can't make it, but we're all good candidates, and I thank them for putting their name in and running for this board. I've been on a lot of boards. I sit on some pretty good boards, but I think this is a top board here that, and I listen all day in the speeches and the presentations. And once again, that people that vote for me, and I'm going to say this, so I guess, it carried through as I was walking through yesterday and today, there was, people were coming up to see me and surprised me and tell me, "You're Marvin?" I said, "Yeah, I'm Marvin Deacon." I said, "I voted for you," and I didn't even know them. So those people that don't know me and then voted for me and put their confidence in, I will do the best of my ability to fulfill my obligation as a board member. Looking forward to serving all the shareholders and family and friends that supported me through this time. You don't know the love we have, and I have a love for all you shareholders here, and we just wish you a safe trip home, and spring is coming, so time for geese soup pretty soon. Thank you.
I'd like to ask if Marvin has a few words to say.
I'd just like to say congratulations to our returning board members and to our new board members. I decided not to run this year again just because I don't want to leave my daughter anymore. I've traveled a lot in the past 7-8 years, and so I do not want to leave my daughter Lorelei, who is my whole life. I'd like to say it was an honor and privilege serving all of you, and I thank you for supporting me. And I thank Auntie Georgiana Lincoln for being my mentor and helping me speak up for our people. Thank you, Auntie George. This is not goodbye. This is I'll see you again. And don't ever give up on your dreams. Thank you.
Is there a motion to adopt the report of the Inspector of Elections? There's been a motion. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Adoption will be by voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. I hereby direct the report of the inspector be attached to the minutes of the meeting. Okay, let's go back on the agenda. So we are gonna start our Q&A. At this time, the meeting is closed to all media. The question and answer rules are appearing on the screens. Request that each question or comment on the floor be no more than 2 minutes to allow all shareholders the opportunity to participate. There is a timer on the screens to count down from 2 minutes. Vulgar or racial comments or shouting will not be tolerated. In respect of our elders, we will move them to the front of the line. We're going to rotate questions from the floor, take some questions that were submitted as comment cards and some questions from our webcast viewers. So if you're at the front of the line and there's another question comes up, that's why. So be patient, we will get to you. Again, we want to remind those viewing that recording and rebroadcasting of the Doyon Annual Meeting of Shareholders is not allowed. So if we see people recording here in the room, we may also ask you to stop recording. So it's 2:50. We are going to do just about an hour because we have a little bit of business to do following the Q&A. So we'll start here in the room. If you could introduce yourself and state your question.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Josephine Malamute. I am here with my boss, Belle Mickelson. We work for Dancing with the Spirit. And I'm here to ask if Doyon would consider supporting our program. We are a program that goes into all of our villages, over almost 40 of our 42 villages. We go in there, we teach music from K through 12. And the way our program got started way early in the 90s, while Belle was in Galena, a bunch of elders came up to her and they were worried about the suicide that was going on in our villages. And one of them, she had a good talk with Sidney Huntington at that time. So it was her that started it. And by trade, Belle is an Episcopal priest. So you know I have to mind my business when I travel with her. But our program is about $250,000 a year to run. And we do it all by donations. In the past, we've had, we do it by the school and the tribes that support us. And until recently, TCC was one of our supporters at $30,000 a year from their prevention program. So we hope that they will reconsider supporting us. We self-support. We look at maybe trying to get an endowment, but Belle is full-time priest and she's called all the time. And it takes a lot away from her to try to run this program. So if Doyon would consider supporting this program, we would be so much appreciated. You guys got big bucks. You support, you've started endowments for Doyon Foundation. Think about us. I mean, we are your future. These kids are kindergarten through 12th grade. And we do it as a suicide prevention. It's not that we just go out there and we just teach music. We have elders come in and do storytelling. We have people in the community that we interview. We go into, when there's funerals or passing of someone, we go in there, play gospel music, and Belle has officiated funerals. We go in there one-on-one, talk to many people. So we know what's going out in the villages. And we want to really ask that TCC considers supporting us, and Doyon finds a way to support us, because the GOT fund, as you know, is just like $5,000. That's just one village to us. One village is $5,000. I want to also tell you, we are very involved in suicide prevention. We talk to kids all the time. And I'm going to say, this is true. 2 days ago, I got a call at 6 o'clock in the morning from one of our previous students. And he was standing over there at Wendell Bridge, getting ready to jump in. But he thought of me to call because he wanted to talk to somebody. And I talked to him at great length, brought him back to his hotel. And I just gave him the promise that I would try and do everything I could to prevent one, maybe many more. And I want you all to consider this very important program, because we really work hard. We're in the village. We're in the village at a minimum of 5 days teaching music. All these little kids just love when we come out there. So consider supporting Dancing with the Spirit. Belle Mickelson is the boss, and you probably look on Dancing with the Spirit on Facebook and find her. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey. Oh, you heard me?
We
okay,
First of all, I'm First Chief of the Nakanaga, and I'd like to thank the Doyon board for really helping us out. You know, with all your monetary donations that we get from you, we're able to put on a good convention that we're going to have in Huslia this year. Not only Doyon, but our sister organizations. And, you know, it's really helpful that you show respect for the elders. As a little corporation, you know, we're trying to help all our elders. We even have a program that you guys donate to. It's called the Culture Camp. Elders mentoring elders. You'll be surprised of how many elders don't know our culture. Some of them don't know how to cut fish. But that's how come it's so great that the elders mentor the elders. Because one of these days, the elders is going to need it. We're survivors of the land. So we have to utilize our lands. There wouldn't probably be no more stores one of these days, the way everything is going. So they'll have to learn how to live off the land. Not everybody could. And, gee, looking at that time, I got to speak fast, but I can't. And congratulations, George, my good friend. And I just want to thank everybody. And great seeing everybody. It's been a tough week, a long week, a tiring week. Now I know how the elders feel. And I'm just a young elder. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jack. Look forward to seeing you in Husli in a couple months there.
Yeah, David Solomon, Kuchajak Kuchin. First of all, I just want to say I'm a recovered alcoholic and a drug user. On Tuesday, me and my wife will be 30 years of sobriety. I want to just first say I come up here, and it's good to see everybody again, good to be back here. But I come up here many times to this mic, and I have to say this. I have to ask for forgiveness for getting mad at the board of Doyon Hire, because I just realized something 3 days ago that I ran into a guy named Robert. He's ASRC. And he said something very important when I told him, you know, I'm 66 years old and I'm still working up north. I'm a Teamster. And I told him, I'm tired of these white guys working up there off our land and making all this money. He said, no, it's okay. I said, what do you mean? He said, they want to work and they got to fill that position. So I started thinking about, wait a second, I've been telling these guys we need native hire. It's not these people's fault. We're the advocate to talk to our shareholders and say, hey, get off that computer, get off those video games and start filling out these applications so you could go to work. It's them that's not going up there to get it. You have to let them say, hey, fill that application. It doesn't mean to fill the application one time. You might have to do it 10 times, but continue doing it because you will get hired. How desperate do you want to work is how you're going to do it. And as for me, I told people, you know what? I get two Doyon checks. They say, how you do that? Because I'm 65, I'm 66. I get double dividend. They say, oh, okay. And thank you, because I looked at that. I'm an elder now. I'm 66, but I turned 65 in January, but I don't get the check till December. But what I'm trying to say is we need to advocate our shareholders to apply for these jobs up north. And there's going to be a job for the last 5 years up there. There's going to be a lot of work up there. But we need to, I'm advocate to go out there and talk to these young people and say, hey, There's a lot of craft. There's laborers, there's operators, there's teamsters, there's surveyors, all those guys. You need to get them to fill those applications and get training and get up there and start working, because we talk about what? We talk about the inflation that's happening in our village, and we're saying we're broke. Get to work and you won't be broke. I'm trying to retire after this year. But as I go up there, they told me, no, we don't want you to retire. We like the way you work. We don't want you to retire. But so, you know, I've been up there off and on since 1976. And the one thing all those years, I never miss a plane. I never was late to work, and I'm always there. One person said before, how do you do that? All you have to do is just show up. And I want to thank you, and thank you for all, and forgive me for getting mad at all those years, but you know what? Okay. Why get mad at them? Because we voted them in there. We gave it to them to help us as shareholders. Thank
you, David. Darlene?
Salaknay, Nahal in lesson sequency. Sorry, Darlene Herbert Nelly. Sa Hansan Josephine Herbert, Kuchase Naha. I the Hanchan Rose. Sorry, Rose Charlie. I chan Kuchase Naha. Black River Charlie chan Porcupine Naha. Eliza Mardu chan Kuchase Naha. Jinan Dits Unrahna. Dits Unden Jakwa. O tenai Dinan Gaka Taco I. Guga. I nai enjet vote of Helight Chi. I nai enjet no street Duntlo. No street Duntlo. Junai no street or Jenin I. Is it Dinan Ekek and Intakel I Intakel Lara Lane Gatsi. I chanted a ninja. Kaja no hoki nai. School enjet kikin he. Didn't you get the enjet? No hoje kutan kusi. Didn't you get the here? Toyesa intado teacher Satina kina. Toye kunsi kukukwa Si nan dia na sesa vakera tako aya nan chu ote chan vakarata yahat in night di tan geta sesa kukara kwaji kehelji Di whaner he dako ayo. So nitsa nisi. Nitsa chan indla. Matsi cho. There.
Can you turn the hand mic on, please? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Virgil Titus, Mento Hutlana. I'm from Mento. I was a secretary for our strategic chief, Peter John, at one time. And we're go to our boss Aaron Shutt. up there to ask for help. And I got a word from the doctor the other day that I got 2 years to live. I was also with the board of directors in AFN, and I'm asking for help because I got the word from the doctor that I'm going to go in 2 years, and I'm asking for help. The help is I got a car stolen from me, and I got no transportation and no way to get help. My car was stolen. Only way I can get around now, I can't walk. Only way I can do is take a cab, but I don't got that kind of money either. And I was the first caterpillar in Mento, and Doyon had helped me to get that little caterpillar in Mento, build a road. I was the first caterpillar to pass the traditional hall in Mento in 1970. When we moved over there from Old Mento, we got a flooded out for an Old Mento, and we had to move over to Old New Mento. And I was the first caterpillar there. And a lot of things happened during that time. I was originally from our board of directors in Nenana, born and raised in Nenana, in Mento, Old Mento. And I'm asking for help to get buried. And our traditional chief says, we always used to take our people home. Not one of our old people here in this hall here. Not one of you don't want to die in hospital. You're all, the traditional way is we all get died our last minutes in home. And that's the way I want to go, with help from our help from you guys. And I want to thank you, Ethan, and all the board of directors for Doyon, and all the directors of the people that work for us. And I'm happy for our new board director up there from Nenana. And I'm asking for help to get buried by. Me and my wife been married for 32 years. We're now Titus. I married her brother, Andy Jimmy. He was one of our new directors. Going to be voted in as one of the 6 directors in the board. And I'm asking for help from our corporation and asking for help from Nenana. And I wanted to thank you, Ethan, for being that long and a relative from a long ways off through my mom. My mom was new Dr. Yana. That's Ruby. And Al Wright and Joe Wright, all relatives. So you took that nice land from partly down the river, and my dad was from Nenana. And all the people that's in here for the meetings from every village asking help for, because you are my people. I never missed a meeting in my life with Doyon. Like I said, I was working with our Secretary Chief, Peter John, and we recognize Trimble Gilbert and all the rest of the tribal people that work for us. We recognize every one of you here just like brothers and sisters. And I'm just asking for help to get one going to put it away. I got 2 years to put it away. And thank you very much. My nickname is Bekayada. Everything is fine behind me, but we put it on there right away. The traditional chiefs worked for all of us here from every village. I got for the traditional chief that's moved division in this CDOT. CDOT means if it was me. That's what you got voted in for. CDOT, if it was me, I'll get it done. That's what the word means. And so I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Virgil. The prayers are with you. David.
Hi, my name is David Kriska, Class C shareholder, and I'm the first chief of Stevens Village. With land trust applications now open, our tribes can now access the protections and benefits of Indian country. But in order to do so, tribes must own land. And today, most tribes are landless. Do you support the return of sacred sites and land immediately in and around the communities to the tribes? Will you consider signing some land over to tribes? Land into trust means more powerful tribes. Land into trust means we can better resist development if we choose to. Do you support land into trust? That's my questions.
Okay. Thank you, David. We have publicly stated our support for land into trust. It's a case-by-case basis on particular parcels. There's often history in different parts of our region and across the state, but in general, we definitely do. We recognize the importance of our tribes in our communities and our governance and supporting them in their requests, and we have specifically supported applications within the Doyon region in the past. So if you have particular applications, we look forward to working with you on those.
Would you also support legislative change to turn 14C lands over to tribes instead of city municipalities?
We have to look at every piece of legislation as they come in, and we often take public positions on them, but I'm not going to speculate without seeing legislation.
May I ask the board's position on those questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Boy, I'm getting shorter. First chief of Kuchaje, also a member of the e-board of TCC. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge each and every one of you because I know what it takes to sit and to do what you do. So continue that coordination, continue to work. And I also like to acknowledge and encourage ancient grandma to write a book, do literacy. It's a wonderful history that you shared. First, as you know, we just got through with TCC. And one of the things that we continuously been hearing all these years is the need for elder housing. So I would hope that Doyon would join forces with TCC and other organizations as we come together to do what we can for our elders, especially with the running water. The other one is I also like to the policy that you would have but come together with supporting elder housing. There's no reason why our elders during their prime should be crying for modern flush water. Many of them don't have that yet within our TCC area. Second is that I'd like to speak on behalf of the Dancing of the Spirit. That's a good program that was started with Guchaje. Now they're going on their 6th or 7th year. It's a good program to encourage, and I know they have to reach out with all the villages. And right with the increase in travel and everything else, it's taken a toll out of their budget. So I strongly ask you for their request to support them. And third is the gravel policy. Please look at your gravel policy for your tribes, for your tribal policy, because there's a need for housing and water and everything else in the tribes in the region. So that gravel policy that you currently have needs to be revised. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Sharon?
It's Atlan Suuza Nulado Hedzin Sedan Slit Fairbanks Lista. I'm Sharon Hildebrand. I am also on the executive board. I'm bringing up concerns not associated with the executive board. I just want to thank Doyon for the past working opportunities being employed at Doyon. There's a lot of great things going on. And I just want to make 3 suggestions. I know the board has a lot going on, and it's always good to hear from the shareholders on suggestions and such. One, it would be great to have a progression plan in place for employees of Doyon Limited, so they'll remain in place at Doyon for continued employment. Doyon is a great place to work. Second is that I was really hoping that Doyon would somehow restart the Doyon Management Training Program. I know that it stopped. It's a great thing for our shareholders, for them to learn leadership skills throughout the interior. And the final thing I just wanted to state was thank you to Doyon for your continued partnerships with the sister organizations. I sit on a couple nonprofits in Fairbanks, including Tanana Chiefs and Fairbanks Native Association. I think it's important that we continue to work with one another. And as Marvin stated, God has a plan for everything. And I'm the VP now at Tanana Chiefs Conference. And I just want to say thank you to Doyon for those continued leadership skills that they provide for shareholders. And one final thing, I just want to thank Doyon for their support during my loss recently. And Micah, he does a great job for our shareholders, and I just want to recognize him that we had someone in place in that position before, and she did a great job, but I just want to recognize Micah is doing a wonderful job, and thank you to Doyon for all you do for people when they have loved ones that pass on. Wasi.
Thank you, Sharon. Violet?
Good afternoon. My name is Violet Huntington. My parents were the late Albert Nestor Layton. I thank the board and Doyon for everything that you do for the shareholders and for the people of the land. I wanted to announce that I started a project to honor the people that are buried on Birch Hill. Through the pandemic, it was mentioned several times that we need to honor them somehow, but there was no gathering, no potlatches, no nothing. So I thought about it, and I'm not in very good health, but I thought about it long and hard, and I thought, well, this is something I would really be interested in doing for the people that are buried, our people that are buried up in Birch Hill. So I started a Facebook page. I got volunteers to help me. I got Steve Kararik and Garnick, I can't pronounce her name, but they've been really backing me up. I thank FNA for their contribution of $1,500. Thank you, Steve Guinness. And I thank the new president of Canada Chiefs, Redley. I thank him for his contribution of $1,500. And Doyon has recently, through a phone call, told me that they were going to contribute $3,000 through the DIGA fund. And with these contributions, we will be able to buy the groceries for the 2 days of potlatch, which is going to be May 19th and May 20th of this year. And then it'll also help us buy blankets, socks, and gloves for both women and men, and other things that we'll need, like plates and coffee and all that kind of stuff. So I just want to announce that, and I really appreciate Doyon, FNA, and TCC's contribution. Thank you, and if you're interested in knowing about what we're doing, we have a Facebook page called Fairbanks Memorial Potlatch. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Violet.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jerry Sam, former chief of Alaska, Alaska, and now working as an environmental technician for attending the Chiefs Conference. I'd like to compliment the board and staff in a couple areas. First of all, my little buddy right here is bugging me or keeping me busy all the way before I came up to the podium. And then again, the compliment goes to Doyon for opening up for future shareholders, which is really good for future generations to be coming over and taking over leadership roles down the line in 20 years or so. I say I compliment them because, again, we as Coyote Lotsna board are going through the same process right now, and we're going to be opening it up, but then yet we want to do it properly the first time around, and we're using some guidance from Doyon staff. On another area that I want to compliment Doyon to is, I said I'm from Latino, former chief, and we are going to be affected by the Ambler Road that's being proposed right now. And yet, as a worker, as TCC, I cannot get up and speak, but then yet it's fully in my heart. And then I also compliment Doyon because you guys were able to go ahead and we cannot stop anything, but then yet we want to see our clean environmental statement or anything else that will go through Doyon land or through the area that I am going to be affected by. I compliment you guys. Thank you guys. The last area that I want to suggest is on infrastructure, whether it be landfills, wasatirias, or elder homes. We all need gravel for our project. So this process will have to be reviewed by your staff to make it a bit more easier because, again, all of your communities are going to be affected by this policy. So please look at that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. Benno?
Koyana Grayon Arigate Ku. Thank you, God, all is as it should be. I have a request for the board, if you would all please rise. All board members, please stand up. Now, it's rarely that veterans salute civilians. But I'm saluting each and every one of you. Koyana, thank you. You may be seated now. I always wanted to do that, tell you guys what to do. Reason I asked you to stand and salute you is I wanted to thank you for the strong support that you show to our veterans. There's so much more we need to do, and we will contact you guys in the future with some of the issues that are going on. Georgiana, we really appreciate your strong support, and we wish you happy journeys in your future endeavors have fun, well-deserved. Now, one of the things is I came up here to thank you guys for sending not only myself, but Daryl Frank, Donald Charlie, and Speedy. I don't know Speedy's last name, but everybody knows Big Speedy. But I want to thank you guys for sending us down to D.C. Veterans Day to be there at the memorial opening for the American Indian Alaska Native Veterans Memorial. Thank you very much. It was nice for us to be able to go down there and represent all of our veterans from the interior, Teku, Anabasi. I also want a big shout out to Sarah and Megan. Those two ladies, they're like mother hens. They took care of us, and they even adopted another veteran from out of Anchorage, and they took well care of us. And I wanted to let you guys know that we truly love and respect for what they've done for us while we were there. So now the other thing is I wear a lot of different hats. One of the things is that there's a group we're called Alaska Justice for Veterans. We've established a veterans court here in Fairbanks. They had one for many, many years down in Anchorage, helping a lot of our veterans that got into trouble. And we ran against a roadblock, but we finally got that established. The other project we took on, for over 30 years, we've been trying to get a state veterans cemetery here in the interior. We fought for over 30 years to get it going. We finally established with the governor and with the state, we were able to get 225 acres off of Johnson Road. It's gorgeous, gorgeous land. And we put it aside, and we're going to try to establish that state veteran cemetery we have been fighting for so long. The thing is that we're going to need letters of support from the different Native corporations, entities, from different communities, veterans organizations, and that's what I'm asking of Doyon right now, is when the time comes, we need to get a letter from Doyon to support that. Not only will that help our Native veterans here in the interior, but it'll help all the veterans from the interior north. A lot of our veterans want to be buried in a veteran cemetery, but they don't want to go all the way down to Anchorage to go onto a military base or all the way down to Sitka. So we would greatly appreciate that letter of support. And once more, thank you for all you do, not only for our veterans, but for all of us. You do a tremendous amount of work, and we truly appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Benno. Pius?
I wanted to look at you two. I'm very humbled to be standing before you. You know why? You people made me. You know why and how? I did one of the greatest things in my whole life. One of our greatest shareholders. I played George Atlin's Spirit of the Wind. I've always been, he brought me, he made me. I go to Los Angeles, you know. I talk to these producers. Just because of that, I have a little say with them. And they're very interested in who we are. All of them say they didn't know America. Indians came from Columbus, you know. Thank God he wasn't looking for Turkey, otherwise they'd be calling us turkeys. But the reason I'm here, you guys made me. Tim Wallace, when he supported Spirit of the Wind, you know, he made George Atla, but George Atla made me because I played him. And I went to see him when he was in hospital, and I felt good. Because I am, his mother said, when it premiered, she said, "You are my son." And I said, whoa. So I'm very honored that you people. Now you ask me, most people asking me, Am I doing another movie? Yes, I am in the process of working on with an American Indian producer called I Am a Man. And there's wonderful people working with us. And through playing George Atla, I've met producers like Howard Costangian. He worked on Raiders of the Lost Ark, Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, and Jim Steele, Platoon. I meet a lot of producers down there. And also Noel, and he's doing like game videos, Call of Duty, good friend of mine. And I had that power to meet him because of you guys you made George Atla, made us. That's the way I look at it, because he's a wonderful, wonderful shareholder. And I will never forget that. And when the Atla family come to me, they said, I'm Atla. I said, oh, I'm so honored to have played you, played George Atla. And to the board, I'm very proud of you. And all the new faces coming up. Aaron. But I have one little question. Why did we pull out AFN? Unity in my travels. When I talk to people down there, and I've been all over, and like Minnesota, I get when they actually still talk of Spirit of Wind, and people still do. And they said you were wonderful in it. And that's how I got hired for White Fang, because of who I played. One of our shareholders, you know. And when I went into the AFN, I asked, now, where do Doyon sitting? See, AFN is unity. It does politics, forget politics. Because when I go down and talk to people, even Sanford, everywhere people, they say Alaska Natives are together with the Alaska Federal Natives. And I'm very proud to say, yes, we are part of it. Now, I cannot say that no more when I go there. They Google the Alaska Natives because they've seen your success. Now, why ain't we AFN anymore? Because I walk in there and we have no place to sit. We are standing like lost little people on the sidelines, when we should be saying, this is Doyon, one of the greatest corporations in Alaska. I'm not saying you're all doing bad, being Doyon board and all that, presidents. You're doing a wonderful job, especially you new ones are learning. Me, I have nothing to teach. They are people, I do talk in schools, yes, I do still to this day. And they always come to me and say, you got to teach the young ones what you've learned. And I tell them, geez, what do you mean? I can't remember what time I got up. So you see, there's so much in AFN. It's not politics or nothing. It's the unity that within the Cherokees, I deal with the Cherokee Nation. They have their own film production companies, and they have their own film incentives. But the thing is, why are we not AFN?
Yeah, thanks for that question. The board made the decision several years ago to withdraw our membership in AFN, and there were a couple reasons. First of all, there was a long history of discussions with AFN going back about 10 years and we were very transparent with AFN. We've written letters, we've talked to their executive leadership and board chairs over the years, expressing our discomfort as an organization with certain things. And ironically, given your statement, one of them was how to handle conflict among different constituents within AFN. So we've had the unfortunate position several times in the last 10 years where AFN was advocating directly against interests that Doyon and other Native entities had expressed. So that was one of the principal reasons we withdrew from the organization, was a lack of a way within AFN to deal with those situations. And I think this past year, we're not members, but there was some disagreements down there as well that didn't have a great way to be dealt with within that organization. So that's the short answer. We are planning a newsletter to explain that a little more here in the next couple months, and be happy to talk to people after that. But Pius, I'm gonna have to move on. We have a very long line behind you, and we only have about 20 more minutes, so thank you for raising the question.
Okay, I'll take my mask off. My name, Shoji Marilyn Savajoji, Guchaje Gutsanishli, and I'm a tribal member and shareholder. The reason I wanted to just speak out was what my culture means to me as an elder. I'm 72, and recently I survived cancer. I haven't been home for 3 years. This is my second one. And I was thinking how my great-grandkids and my grandkids and my kids, how are they going to continue fishing, hunting off the lands if it's jeopardized? I know you board members are going to make important decisions on our behalf, especially I'm thinking about our future ones. I'm kind of worried since 3 years now we're not able to get fish from the Yukon River. And how am I going to teach my great-grandson, like my parents taught me all my life in Fort Yukon Fish Camp, every summer, cut fish, smoke. I just love, now thinking, I just love waking up in fish camp. You hear the fish wheel, you smell the smoke and the fish cooking and drying, and the wind in the trees talk, and you hear dogs, and it's just a wonderful feeling. How am I going to teach that to my kids, my grandkids? And already my grandkids, they said, we haven't been to fish camp. How is Easton and Levea and all my grandkids and everybody's kids and grandkids here, how are they going to be saved from inflation, from no food in the world, food security? And also, I was in Beaver Creek. My mother, Charlotte Doth, had passed away a couple years ago, and we buried her in Beaver Creek because that's where she wanted to be buried. And it was hard, but we did. And when you make decisions to drill in our lands in Beaver Creek or Birch Creek or the river, remember that we have a mission, as well as you guys, to make money, but as Native people, we have an obligation to raise our family on Native foods. All of you wearing Native clothing up there is made from animals, and people work hard to tan them and sew them, and it's hard. It costs lots of money for moose skin and caribou skin. And those workers out there in the lobby selling their arts, and they sit there all year long just for Doyon and have a table to raise their family and teach their young how to do those beadwork. And so it's important to me that, is that going to go away? And also, I went to Beaver Creek to go beaver trapping with my son and my brother Silas a few years ago, and we haven't been back yet, but we are going to go back, and I hope my grandkids will come this time. But it's not hard. I mean, it's not hard to live out there, but it's hard to get there because it costs money. And but I just want the board to think that when you decide to drill somewhere, look at the track record of those drillers. Hillcord, what is their track record? I mean, are they successful? Are they paying a lot of dues and for mismanaging the land or disrespecting the land. And thank you to the board. You all look good, and I'm gonna miss Georgie. She means a lot to my family and all of you here. And I like to hear more about what you're going to do when it comes to drilling on the land. We love our caribou and our moose meat. We need it for our clothing. And if it's jeopardized, you're jeopardizing our future. We need our native foods. And knowing if you ever went to a hospital for a long time, you don't have your native foods and you're sicker. So I thank God that there's you guys making decisions and being successful. You look good. But the rest of us have to be that way too. And I'm glad I was here today, alive. And it was a rare cancer I survived, and it was trauma. And our healthcare needs a lot of help. And also, the other issue is native language is my passion. And Dinjijukia, that's a native way. My grandmother, I'm disrespecting my ancestors for teaching us our language, and now that's at risk too. So we need help with that. And I thank you for working for us, and I pray that God will bless you, and if you put him first, he'll help us. Thank you. Masicho.
Thank you, Marilyn. I'm going to remind this line that we only have about 10 minutes left with Q&A, and then we've got to get back to our agenda to wrap up. We have a board meeting after this and other things that we need to do this afternoon as well. So if we could please keep our comments to 2 minutes or less, we'll get more people. Melinda.
Good day. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. I just want to recognize the board. When I looked up right after this election, this seems like it's the most diversity that we've had across the board, representing our regions in many years. And I think that's something really, really significant for all of us, thinking about unity. But one of the things I want to, well, I have about 3 points I want to make. One, I want to comment about something that many of you may have heard me comment about the other day at the Tana Chiefs meeting. Right now, the Secretary of Interior is working on an environmental impact statement on the D1 lands, which were a protective status that were put in place on BLM lands that border many of our village and Doyon Corporation lands. That's a protective status, and like up my home village is Anvik, and up that river has got quite a bit of BLM lands. And that's being considered to be lifted. This EIS that'll be out this spring is looking at that, and it's 28 million acres over 5 regional resource plans that BLM puts out. And so I would encourage you to learn about that issue, because I think we need protection on our lands. The speaker before me, Marilyn, just talking about the state of our foods, the fish and caribou, and knowing we're invested in extractive industry like oil. I know that you're proud of the drill, and yet if we have transformation as our theme going ahead, we really need to think about transferring off of extractive industry, because on one hand, it's paying us a dividend and providing some employment, and on the other hand, it is a stress, and it's taking away our fish, our caribou, and the things that also make us who we are. And so I would challenge you, because we only get 2 minutes during this time, to think about using the Dialogue for Doyon as a space for having critical dialogue. All of you are smart people. I know most of you. None of you are afraid of hard conversations. I know you have to sign disclosure agreements, but the bottom line is we have our animals and our fish that are struggling. They're struggling. And if we keep doing extractive industry the way we're doing it, we are shooting our own self in the foot. And it's our kids that are paying for it. It's ourselves that are paying. It's our village and even in town. And globally, we have to deal with this. So think about that space. Think about Doyon Dialogue as a place that you could have a topic like climate change, like D1, like land into trust, and use it. And don't shut down that dialogue, because like our speaker said earlier this morning, Stephanie, we are smart people. And we need to be able to give input, and we need space, and we need more than 2 minutes up here, or more than Doyon Dialogue that only gives us what the agenda is set for that meeting. So, thank you.
Dilaknai, my relatives, I'm just going to speak from my heart right now. I'm really emotional. What is success to us? That's the theme, right? Success is a freezer full of king salmon and moose meat and vatsai and caribou. That's success. We all know that our ancestors made a pact with the Sukcho. They made a pact with the vatsai, with the Dinjik, with the Yukon River. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen is my children playing on the banks of the Yukon River at fish camp, learning how to set a net. How are we passing these skills down? You need to use your smarts and your spiritual energy and your political will at this moment in time. I am begging you. We're at such a critical point, and we might not see those king salmon the way they used to be going upriver. I love you all. I love our communities, and I'm really worried. So that's what I'm asking. And this carbon sequestration is a false solution. We need a stronger sustainability. I want to see Doyon leading the way to have this just transition. There's other options out there. That's all I have to say. Masik cho shalaknai.
Rochelle.
Hello. Shalaknai. Hekwai Nai, Chanja Nai, Drengwinzi, Shojrit Rochelle Adams Oji, Guchajet at Sendudink Evat, Shia Hanai, Yaha Angela, Peter Mayo, Shatit Cliff Adams, Gavakwa. I stand here today representing my people of the Yukon Flats. I stand here today representing my family. And I stand here today representing the people of the Yukon River watershed. And we are in a crisis. We are in a crisis, and it's very unfortunate that we're in a crisis from the hands of our own people. I'm a shareholder. We're all shareholders, and we are the owners of Doyon. And you've heard the people speak. The people want our salmon. Stand up if you want to keep fishing. Stand up if you want to keep hunting. We need to protect the Yukon River watershed. We need our salmon to be able to come home. Masi cho. We love our tluk cho. We love our salmon. We love our fish. We don't need oil development in the Yukon River. We don't want Hillcore in the Yukon Flats. They are not welcome. You've heard our chiefs. You've heard our elders. You've heard our people speak. And we don't want them in the Yukon River. You've heard our ancestors speak for decades. We stand to protect the land, and you should be listening to our people. We are the ones who run Doyon. You work for us, so you should be listening to us. Let the board who want to stand and protect our land, let them have a voice. Let them speak up, because they are trying to listen to the people. I stand here to bring the words of my late father, Cliff Tuffy Adams of Beaver. And my father said he raised me on the land and water. He raised me to respect and honor the land that we live on, just like our ancestors always have. And my father died in the Yukon River. He gave his life doing what we love, hunting and fishing. My dad said, oil development is going to bring contaminants into our river, our traditional foods, our air, and our land. We have the chance to prevent contaminants from poisoning what is most important, our land. Our young people need to learn to live off this land, to learn our ways, to be proud of their culture. You have an opportunity. You have the privilege, and you have the power to make the right decision. And we are all counting on you. Everybody in this room is counting on you to make the right decision. My children, my future grandchildren, they're counting on you. This is a pivotal point in history. So you need to make sure you're on the right side of that. Masi, it's
Thank you, Rochelle. I'm actually gonna cut off the Q&A after Morris because we have, as I said, we have a lot left on our agenda this afternoon. So we're a little over the hour already. I apologize for that. Morris, you have the microphone.
Boy, goodbye profits. No more profits. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Georgiana Lincoln and all the other former board of directors who got replaced by the shareholders today. And for the newly elected, welcome aboard. You're among an elite group of people who are representing an elite group of natives. So good luck on your endeavors. When Georgiana spoke this morning about two ladies sitting on the board of directors, right off it came to me, the only two girls I can remember at that time was her and the late Rosemary Maher. And with those two ladies on the board of directors, you didn't need any more ladies. That's all they needed, just those two. They were powerful. They were wonderful. A thought that I'd like the board of directors to think about for next year. Just this afternoon, riding in my vehicle on the way over, I had an opportunity to listen to the last four candidates make a speech on their own behalf. And they were very warm, very informative, and very educational for me, because I did not know that those people held that kind of credentials, looking at a piece of paper and casting my vote earlier in the month. I would have loved to hear those candidates speak to us before we casted our votes. So my thought is, because we do have the radio services, KIYU and thereafter, it would really be nice if the board of directors can delegate a time, say in as early as when you get the last candidate, put their name in, and give them radio time to talk on the radio to all of us radio listeners so that we can hear them speak on their behalf and give us an opportunity to vote educationally for our next bunch of directors. And lastly, I have been fighting with Tanana Chiefs and down in DC to try to get the Veterans Administration to lift the ceiling on the veterans in Alaska and lower 48 as well, so that we can borrow money from our GI Bill to build homes in our villages. The way the law is written now, they will only help us to buy a home that's already been built. There's a little thing in there, it's a land issue with BLM, that a lot of our shareholders who are veterans, their land sits in restriction, I believe it is. And because it's in restriction, we cannot use that as a collateral to get a loan through our GI Bill to build our own homes. So I need help, not only me, but all the other veterans need help in getting that restriction lifted or a title ownership change to allow us to use our VA benefits to borrow money to build our own homes. Because there are no buildings in our villages that we can buy anyway, other than probably old outhouses. And I don't know how many of you want to buy those. Well, anyway, that's just a thought. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Morris. I do apologize. We're well over our time, and we're not going to do any more Q&A. We do have quite an agenda. I apologize. We're going to move on. We're going to move on because we have people behind you as well, and we have more of an agenda. We are going to move on. So at this time, we're going to move on. We have kids voting that we need to recognize. I'm sorry. We're going to move on. We have an agenda.
And then you tell me I'm sorry, and I got borrowed time. I'm going to go see the heart doctor in Anchorage in a week, and you tell me I only got a year to 6 months, and you're saying I'm sorry? And I fought for my trap line. I went up there by myself, and I fought, and I went alone, and my grandparents are there. My grandma is buried there.
Point of order has been called.
You see my tribe, and you guys are all elected, and you're pushing me away, and I got 2 minutes? I only got 6 to a year, they say. Thank you. And I'm going back to Deadside Hole this spring to see my grandma. And I hope I can make it. And with sorrow hearts, I ask for your prayer, because I speak out from our heart, and it hurts. And it takes time to get here. I sat here all day. You guys need to have us speak up first in the morning. And then you guys can deal with everything. May the Lord be with everyone here. And when you go home to travel, to be with your loved ones, hold them close while you guys go home and do what you gotta do. What's the show? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have a whole line behind you. We have a point of order has been called. We're going to move on. Please sit down, everyone. We have to move on. We actually have work to do left today, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the kids voting. Point of order has been called. Can you, guys, we're going to move on. We're going to move on. The kids voting was available to those present at the annual meeting, and this year we allowed kids to vote online. We had over 500 kids vote. We're seeing they vote. We don't record in this, we can't record in this meeting. So if we could have the kids voting results put up, please. There they are on the screen. So thank you to all the kids that voted. As Daisy said many years ago, we need to teach our kids to vote. And she pushed for Doyon to establish this kids voting. It's gotten better and better every year. So thank you, Daisy, for those suggestions years ago. We have Shirley, Jerry, Harold, Dewey, and Audrey were the top 5 vote getters from our children who voted. So we have some door prizes for children that participated in the voting. We have a GoPro with a gimbal accessory. Who got that? Harper Pletnikoff, the GoPro. So I guess it's on the screen up here. Congratulations, Harper. We also had an Xbox. Dunya Ellie Morgan, congratulations. And last we have Bose headphones. Weston Isaac, congratulations. Next up, we have our annual meeting prize drawings. $500, William T. Lekanoff. $500, Harold J. Edmonds. $500, Carol A. Munson. $500, Sharon R. Tyone. $1,000, Rose M. Olson. Congratulations, Rose. $2,000, Sean E. DeWild. Congratulations, Sean. The grand prize, Thomas J. Shanahan, $3,000. Congratulations, Thomas. Shareholder records will be in contact with the winners to get them their prize money. Again, congratulations and thank you everyone who voted by e-proxy and here today to be eligible for these door prizes. We very much appreciate our participation by our shareholders in the annual meeting process. So at this time we have a little bit more to do to recognize Georgiana. There are a couple resolutions I'd like to read. That one is from the state legislature. Members of the 33rd Alaska State Legislature honor Georgiana Lincoln, a strong, esteemed, and tenacious leader with decades of service to Alaska, as she retires from the Board of Directors of Doyon Limited, where she has served for 47 years. Born in Fairbanks on February 22, 1943, to Catherine Kitty and Rex Harwood, Georgiana was raised in Rampart until 4th grade before returning to the Golden Heart City, where she graduated from Lathrop High School. Her grandmother, Hildatno, gave her the name of Kitsaluntun, a Koyukon word for chickadee. She studied at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and in 1962, we were waiting for this, won the crown of Miss Fairbanks. She has been active in commercial and subsistence fishing since 1963. Georgiana served as executive director of Fairbanks Native Association in its early years. She later worked as director of programs for Tanana Chiefs Conference. On March 20th, 1976, she began her service on the Doyon Limited Board of Directors, a position she's held for 47 years, or 46 years, 363 days, until retiring in March 2023. She was chairwoman of the board from March 2005 to March 2008 and has chaired the boards of Doyon's incorporated subsidiaries, Doyon Drilling, Doyon Government Contracting, Doyon Oilfield Services, and Doyon Tourism. She has also been on the board of Doyon Foundation. Georgiana has served as president, vice president, and director of Bano-Yilkan Corporation, the village corporation for Rampart. She's been a trustee for the First Alaskans Institute, a board member for the Alaska Native Heritage Center, and a consultant for the National Indian Women's Association. She has been a delegate to nearly every Alaska Federation of Natives convention since the organization's incorporation in 1967. Georgiana served 14 years in the Alaska State Legislature, 2 years in the House from January 1991 to January 1993, and 12 years in the Senate from January 1993 to January 2005. Representing the largest state election district in the United States. She is the only Alaska Native woman ever elected to the Alaska State Senate. One of her accomplishments as a legislator was to sponsor and win approval of legislation to help expand the teaching of Alaska Native languages in schools. In 2010, Georgiana was inducted into the Alaska Women's Hall of Fame. She lives in Anchorage with her partner, Christopher Cook, and is the proud mother of Gidget Lincoln Beach and Sean Lincoln, and proud grandmother of 9 grandchildren. Throughout her decades of service, Georgiana has been an outspoken advocate for rural Alaskans, Alaska Natives. She is renowned for being a voice for the voiceless. She is a role model of leadership for many. Even though she is retiring from the Doyon board, she can be expected to continue building upon a legacy of service that includes building up generations of future leaders. The members of the 33rd Alaska State Legislature honor and thank Georgiana Lincoln for her outstanding contributions to the 49th state and helping make it a great land. Congratulations, Georgiana. We also have from the Congress. Don't read it? Where will people see it if we don't read it? These are proceedings and debates of the 118th Congress, the first session in Washington, D.C. on Thursday, March 9th, 2023, and the United States Senate, a tribute to Georgiana Lincoln. This is Mr. Sullivan. Madam President, I rise to join the other members of Alaska's federal delegation, Senator Lisa Murkowski and Representative Mary Peltola, in honoring our very dear friend Georgiana Lincoln, who will be retiring from the board of the Regional Alaska Native Corporation, Doyon Limited, after 47 years of service. For decades, Georgiana has been a force for good in our state. A force of nature with an indomitable spirit, Georgiana, a Koyukon Athabascan Indian, was born in the village of Rampart, Alaska in 1945. She moved to Fairbanks when she was in the 4th grade. Like the experience of many Alaska Natives, moving from a small village to a relatively big city was tough. Fairbanks, she said, was foreign to me. But her mother, Catherine Evans Harwood, told her repeatedly that she was as good as anyone else, an equal. And that message stayed with her throughout her long career in public service and politics. Quote, "This path is cut clear for me, and I am following it willingly," Georgiana later recalled, "knowing that I can take boulders and move them aside because in front of that boulder is green pastures. Maybe more trouble, but nothing is insurmountable." Indeed, from executive boardrooms to the halls of the state legislature to communities throughout Alaska that she has worked tirelessly to improve, nothing has been insurmountable for Georgiana. As a young woman in Fairbanks, Georgiana got involved with the Fairbanks Native Association, eventually becoming the executive director of the organization. This was in the 1960s when the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, the largest land claims act in U.S. history, was in full debate. She, along with thousands of Alaska Natives from across the state, advocated tirelessly for the bill, which eventually passed. It redefined federal Indian policy in Alaska and fundamentally transformed the lives of Alaska Natives. This was just the beginning for Georgiana. She went on to develop health and education programs in her region, helping to improve the lives of so many. And then she decided to run for the Alaska legislature. She won a seat in the House in 1991, then ran for the Senate, where she stayed until 2005. In the legislature, she was a fierce champion of issues impacting women and children, as well as natural resource management. Still today, she is the only Alaska Native woman ever elected to the Alaska State Senate. Her achievements didn't end there. She became the director of programs for Tanana Chiefs Conference, served as a director on the Alaska Native Heritage Center Board, United Bank of Alaska, Alaska Native Health Board, National Indian Health Board, and the North American Indian Women's Association. Significantly, she drove headfirst into her work for Doyon, starting in 1976, later serving as board chair of the corporation and its subsidiaries, and guiding the corporation through years of remarkable growth. Most recently, she served on the Finance Committee, Shareholder Relations Committee, and on the Doyon Oilfield Services, Inc. board. She also served as the Doyon representative on the Alaska Federation Natives Board of Directors. Throughout the years, Georgiana has mentored countless Alaskans, focusing especially on Alaska Native women. Channeling her mother, she tells them, quote, "Know that you are Indian, know that you are Native, and that is enough. Apologize to no one. Be proud of who you are, learn to love yourself." Her service to Doyon, now with 20,400 shareholders and the largest private landowner in Alaska, and one of the largest in North America, and to all of the various organizations of which she has been part, have been invaluable. But she counts her greatest accomplishment to be her 2 adult children, Gidget Lincoln and Sean Lincoln, and her 9 grandchildren. We thank Georgiana's family, including her partner Chris Cook, for sharing her with Alaska. We thank her for the many years of service to our state and congratulate her on such an illustrious career. We wish her all the best in retirement. Anabasi Georgiana, signed by Senator Lisa Murkowski, Senator Dan Sullivan, and Representative Mary Sattler-Peltola. Can we all rise and congratulate Georgiana on her 47 years?
That might bring tears to my eyes. I won't look at that. That makes me sad in a way because we ended on a bad note. We should uphold and, you know, this is a great corporation. It is your corporation. And I feel badly. And for the new members, this isn't the way it usually ends. So I feel badly because if I took some of that time, I'm sorry. Because we all would have liked to, and including Aaron, have heard all of the people, and they could have eliminated me if that was the case. But thank you.
George, you walked away too quickly. You were going to give our closing prayer.
Taj, I'm taking the gum out of my mouth for God. This morning, this is unbeknownst to me that I was on there for the prayer. And my sister said, George, you're on there for the prayer. I said, no, I'm not. Then I said, Jerry, what can I say? He said, prayers are you talking, not God listens, it doesn't matter what is said. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd bow your heads. Dear Lord, we all thank you for this day. At this time, we think about our loved ones here and those that have left us in your loving arms. And we smile. Lord, all of the delegates, all of the travelers, all of our kids, we wish them a safe journey back home. And Lord, we ask for your help in all of the resolutions that are written, especially for our children. That they grow up, they can grow up to be healthy and opportunities open for them. And we ask this in your beloved name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
George. Chris.
Okay. Well, I get to do the fun part, ladies and gentlemen. So, thank you, George. So is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Adoption will be by voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion adjourned at this time. So thank you for all being here. We appreciate it. We appreciate hearing the comments, and we appreciate you spending part of your Friday with us. And on behalf of the board of directors, thank you. And may you have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Bessie.